When it was Kemet, Black Egypt. It was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture. Like and subscribe. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war. When it just said Jessaru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. My Kim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick you till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahak and Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down the Nile through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though. They had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name mean. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known in Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs are uproot them? Black Egypt.
Oh, it happened again, man.
Black Egypt.
Damn.
Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt.
Alright. What's up, y'all? 7:42 on the West Coast. Shout out to everybody in their commute. We up early because we work hard. Right? You work as hard as I work, you probably get up at 5 or 4 in the morning. Shout out to my 5 and 4 in the morning crew. Alright. What's up, though? I don't even know how I feel right now. I'm kind of like, I went and took a morning walk. Walked my dog. Kick it for a minute. Daughter on the way to school. Now it's just like, I think I'm getting back in my stream groove. For a minute, I was like, man, I don't want to stream. I don't feel like streaming. But all y'all contributions and all y'all support, I was like, oh, they want to see knowledge. So we back in the building. It's 4 a.m. where you at, Sadat? Shout out to you. I'll be up on the late night looking at the phone, too. All right, I'm going to play this God Killer. So when I went and look what I seen. I typed the God Killer song, and I went and seen that DJ Muggs them. DJ Muggs and somebody made a song called God Killer in 2021. You see that influence? I did that. Wasn't nobody up. Shout out to Bobby Banger. That's his conception. And then I brought it to hip hop. Now it's another song out here called God Killer. They were scared to do that though. You know what I said? I said, killing God, you know how hard it'll seem? It's like counting electrons in the particle beam. Ooh, that boy be gassing. Here we go.
I'm the Rock Squad up, Magi archers in the building, please believe. Oh shit.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Plan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block.
That's a punt return.
Dolomite, prototype, soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice benders, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush, and black top pottery jaws. 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rapper try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up they style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smell the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish or manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines convention. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
The God killer, the God killer, the God killer, the God killer. It's the God killer, the God killer.
That's who it is.
That's who it is, though.
The God killer.
It's the God. But we about to learn, though.
The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer.
Yeah. That's still banging to this day. Make slaps like that, you ain't gotta make new ones. I mean, you know what I mean. What's up, though? How y'all doing? All right. So I had fun last night. Yesterday we were streaming, had a lot of fun. Cass was running up. It was ugly. It's gonna get uglier because I'm so well calculated. I see what's on the horizon. I already got presentations for y'all, going back years. Man, we should try to be like better. You feel me? We should try to be a little better with the pimping. What's up with Real Thought? Shout out, good to have you in the building. What's up, Jay? Hey, Rue, Black in the building. Kim Nater. I urge you to take that H off that Kim Nater, if you don't mind. We could talk about it later. Joe, what's up? Anointed Sadat, how you doing? Curtis, what's up? Yurik, what's up? For my man, real quick, I'm going to the dictionary and show you why I said I would urge you to take that Kim off of there. Let me see. Not like that, but it's just so that we be right. I'm going to go and I'm going to show you this word. All right. For my partner, let me show you this. This is why we try to leave the H off the Kim. Because when you put the H on the Kim, it means something different in ancient Egyptian. Look. So this represents Kemet with a KH at the beginning. It means you ain't got no knowledge. See? Kemet. But this is Kemet. That's why I suggested that. But what's up, though? You know we drop jewels that people could use. Jewels you could use. That's what we should call the show, huh? I'm going to make another show called Jewels You Could Use. Christiomaniacs are actually at the root of what we call Egyptomania. Peace to DQ. Dick, what up? What's up? Oh, yeah, holla at me. You coming out this way. Yeah, let's make that possible. DQ is good. It's nothing but a button. Matter of fact, you coming out this way, let me know so we could do that right. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so look. Egyptomania. Now, the other day I made a claim that the first Egyptologists, I went back to a time period that people might not be able to reference. But I kind of made a claim that the first Egyptologists were the Nubians. So here we go. You know how we do. We prove everything. Let's just go to translation of the Shabaka stone. Nisut Shabaka. Let's read this. This is just what they're giving us right off Amazon. We're just reading the first thing that pop up and let's see how it qualifies. Shabaka song tells us that we are born with everything we need to solve all of our life's challenges. Every human is born with a Messiah, a Heru, a Sar, and a Judas, a Set. I don't know how they putting this into that category. Judas Jah, oh yeah, they on some Judas. No, they tripping. I ain't even going to. They don't even. All right, English translations of the Memphite theology. So in case we've ever heard of the Memphite theology, now we see where we get that at. But you want to know more about that? That's funny actually, but I'll talk about that secondarily. Primarily, I want us to see a portion on here. So this is, I don't know how qualified, but I do know the text a bit, and I'm just going to skim through it and see if I see the portion that I'm looking for. Yeah, definitely not. Oh, yeah, here we go. Right at the beginning. Then His Majesty copied this writing anew. I love putting toenails on cats that quick. Then His Majesty copied this writing anew in the house of his father Ptah, he who is south of his wall. His Majesty had found it as that which the ancestors had made, but which was worm-eaten. You see? So first we find out the first people finding old school worm-eaten text and retranslating them was the Nubians. See how quick I show you that? This is why this is just a little bit different. I'm good at talking, but I don't got to talk that much. I'm just going to show you and you can see. So, in concerns with the Memphite theology, how we got it is because Shabaka found it on an old text that was worm-eaten. You feel me? An old text that was worm-eaten, and he had it retranslated. It was unknown from the beginning to end. Then His Majesty copied it anew, so that it is better than it stated formerly. So basically, they went into some old ancient Egyptian text and retranslated it, brought it back. And now we got the Memphite theology from that. All right. But if we go back as far as I like to go back, you know, the other day we were just in the book, in that Manetho book, right? And we started to, and we learned from Greeks, and we learned that it was other cultures. Think about it. It wouldn't be the Egyptians who were the Egyptomaniacs. They was Egyptians. So then it would be initially other cultures that had a mania over Egypt. Now here's funny about the modern day use of the term Egyptomania. In the sense of mania itself, it is not always positive. You can have a mania in trying to refute something. You can be so consumed with refuting something that you can also be a Egyptomaniac who simply mounts polemics against Egypt all the time. It's the same thing. So if you really look at the term, it was all white people. The term Egyptomania, from the Greek Egyptos and from mania, madness and fury, refers to the enthusiasm for everything related to Egypt. So even if you're enthused, like a lot of you are, to discredit everything related to Egypt, see, you're just enthused to discredit everything that came from Egypt. But that would still make you an Egyptomaniac, an Egyptomaniac. We're going to dig it in. I got some good stuff to show y'all. But I always like to preamble it while we building up. So we know that now you don't got to just be pro-Egypt to be an Egyptomaniac. If you make it your job to slander Egypt and refute everything, then you're an Egyptomaniac. Do anyone disagree? If you make it your job to bring down and tear down anything that has to do with Kemet, you an Egyptomaniac too. But I want to take y'all into some stuff. Anxiety. A few of us may have seen this video before, called Anxieties About Race in Ancient Egypt. And then I'm glad they provided the transcripts to this video, because we can actually see how all this stuff started. I'm going to play the video, and I know people ain't going to catch everything. So then I'm going to read the transcripts and stop on certain sentences that we need to digest. All right? But I'm going to skip to the part. By the way, that's Peter Manuelian, Egyptologist professor at Harvard. And this right here, I don't even know the other guy. I apologize. His name is Donald Reed, I guess. Okay. So I want to get into right when he's getting it in. And let's see how much of this he blames. Now, he does have a section in this video called Blackening the Egyptians. So I have to put that out there as a disclaimer. But this is a section on whitening the Egyptians. Or this might not even be that section. This might be in preliminary of that. But let's check it out.
Peter Manuelian for inviting me to participate in its 150th anniversary lecture series, Race Representation and Museums. And I've called my presentation Anxieties About Race in Egyptology and Egyptomania, 1890 to 1960. I do not approach this subject as an Egyptologist, archaeologist, classicist, anthropologist, or biologist, but as a historian of the modern Middle East who has done research on archaeology and museums in Egypt in the context of colonialism, nationalism, and decolonization. I start from the premise that races are not fixed, scientifically verifiable identities, but shifting social constructs which vary from time to time and place to place. A person considered black in the US might be judged colored in the Caribbean and white in Brazil. In 1924, some Virginians who thought they were white woke up one morning to find that a change in the law had made them black. In 1887, African-American leader Frederick Douglass encountered a white American family at the pyramids who mistook him for an Arab and assumed that he did not speak English. Such confusions point up the artificiality of race, but that does not mean that race and racial hierarchies are unimportant. They have real consequences, often disastrous for real people. Ancient Egyptians would have been bewildered by our debates over whether they were black or white. Like modern Egyptians, they had...
Now, you know I'm about to add in on this because I know when the fix is in. Now, I'm not discrediting anything the scholar's saying. I just need to show you guys the application of the use of these statues. As noted by, who was it? Peter Manuelian. The dude who actually brought him on here. I'll show you another course from Peter Manuelian where he was like, Ra-Hotep never thought he would be so popular in ancient times. Another thing you need to note as they use Ra-Hotep to show you something, Ra-Hotep was a Nubian. They're not going to say this. Let me show you. This is how we get it in. He was a commander-chief of the Patati. We got this down pat. It's not going to be no information. And they need to come out with something new. There you go. Now they'll tell you he a Nubian. Patati were a contingency of Nubian archers, you see? But in this presentation, it's used to show that some people might have been lighter than black people. How that work? They messing that up royally, but I'm not even. But you see how I can mount this well-rounded contention even to them? I'll be like, sir, is it relevant to your presentation that Ra-Hotep was a Nubian? But let's listen.
Had a range of skin colors, hair types, and facial features. They often depicted men as reddish-brown and clean-shaven, and women with pale yellowish skin. New Kingdom artists often stereotyped Africans to their south as black with broad noses and curly hair, and Asiatics to their northeast and Libyans to their west as lighter-skinned and bearded. On his footstool, Tutankhamun symbolically trampled Asiatic and Nubian captives. An Egyptologist could elaborate on the evolution of such artistic conventions and how they reinforced or differed from social realities, but our focus tonight is on modern racial anxieties anachronistically projected back onto ancient Egypt. My talk is organized around 5
I don't know why I got
vignettes,
low.
each
Hold up.
representing a theme with a long history. Whitening the Egyptians, number 1. Number 2,
It just got
ancient
low.
Egypt as the founder of civilization
There it
with
go.
the question marks Western, white. Number 3, blackening the Egyptians. Number 4, sons of the pharaohs, modern Egyptian perceptions of race in ancient Egypt. Number 5, Nazi anti-Semitism, Egyptology, and Harvard's missed opportunity. Vignette 1, Whitening the Egyptians, centers on James Henry Breasted's influential high school textbook, Ancient Times, A History of the Early World, published in 1916 with a revised edition in 1935. I first encountered it in my 9th grade class in ancient history in 1954. One of two key founders of American Egyptology, Breasted established the University of Chicago's Oriental Institute in 1919, and it still flourishes today.
So when people ask the question, how is this important? Why is this important? Let's see what has been disseminated through high school textbooks about ancient Egypt. So all your grandparents and their grandparents, whoever was in school in the 50s and beyond when this book was, this is what they think.
The other founder was George Reisner, a Harvard professor and Egyptian curator at the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. Breasted was born in the same year as iconic poet of imperialism Rudyard Kipling, and the year the U.S. Civil War ended, 1865. In 1866, philanthropist George Peabody endowed Peabody Museums at both Harvard and Yale. And in 1867, George Reisner was born. Breasted did his MA at Yale, Reisner his BA, MA, and PhD at Harvard. In the 1890s, both went on to study in Berlin under Adolf Ehrmann. Jeffrey Abt wrote this.
Again, you had to go study in Berlin under Adolf Ehrmann in order to get an Egyptology degree. So that means the Germans at this time, in Hitler Germany, they was in control of Egyptology. So a fight broke out between all the three white schools, and we'll talk about that later. Between the Germans, the French, the British. Americans was just trying to get their foot in the game with Breasted. So he left Yale, went over to Germany to sit up under Ehrmann.
Fine biography of Breasted, and Peter Manuelian is writing a much anticipated biography of Reisner. Reisner was a meticulous excavator in Egypt and Sudan who acquired much of the Egyptian collections of the Museum of Fine Arts and the Peabody. Breasted, in contrast, believed that copying and publishing fast-perishing inscriptions was more urgent than excavation. These two founding fathers were fierce rivals, as their body language in this 1935 photograph suggests. In 1905, Breasted wrote that studying early burials in Egypt had, quote, produced such a diversity of opinion among physical anthropologists as to render it impossible for the historian to obtain decisive results from their researches, end quote. In 1916, in Ancient Times, he sensibly described modern peasants in the Delta as both brown and as descendants of ancient Egyptians. The brown label sidestepped the insistence of many white Americans that except for American Indians and East Asians, you had to be either black or white.
Let's stop. The brown label that Breasted gave the peasants in Egypt sidestepped the insistence, if I can remember correctly, of Americans to label them either black or white. Can we be hearing what people say? That be that time when we just start not focusing and, hold on, let me hear that again.
Among physical anthropologists as to render it impossible for the historian to obtain decisive results from their researches, end quote. In 1916, in Ancient Times, he sensibly described modern peasants in the Delta as both brown and as descendants of ancient Egyptians. The brown label sidestepped the insistence
Somebody let me know that we got sound, because somebody out there saying, where's the sound? I don't get that. It couldn't be this many people watching. That's your phone. Everybody would have said something.
of many white Americans that except for American Indians and East Asians, you had to be either black or white. In 1919, however, Breasted wrote home to his wife in Chicago, comparing Egypt's anti-British revolt that year in the U.S. Anti-British revolt in Egypt to U.S. race riots that summer, which left 23 African Americans and 15 whites dead in Chicago alone. Quote, "We reached Alexandria Thursday morning. There had been rioting the day before. The country people have had enough and are ready to settle down under British authority.
I just
but
turned
the
it
little
up.
Tarbushed Effendis in Cairo and Alexandria are still making trouble. The outbreak in Cairo is likely to come at any minute. You need not have the slightest anxiety. The trouble will be confined to certain quarters, just as was the Negro rioting in Chicago. The authorities are quite ready and indeed are hoping that the lid may blow off very violently in order to assure the agitators the strong hand at once and without mercy. The country is full of British troops," end quote. The greater emphasis on race in the 1935 second edition of his textbook, Ancient Times, came in the wake of such popular works as Lothrop Stoddard's 1920 book, The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy, and in the wake of the U.S. 1924 Immigration Act, which drastically reduced immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe and nearly banned it from Asia. Stoddard had a Harvard PhD in history and was also a Klansman who warned that the, quote, great Nordic race was under siege from all directions. The preface to his book was written by Madison Grant, whose own book, The Passing of the Great Race, or The Racial Basis of European History, came out in 1916, the same year as Breasted's Ancient Times. No marginal figure, Grant was chairman of the New York Zoological Society and trustee of the American Museum of Natural History. In 1930, the U.S. Census succumbed to the one-drop rule, dropping the category of mulatto and classifying those with any fraction of Negro ancestry as Negroes.
So that's another jewel we just got, 1930, one drop rule. No more mulatto. You got one drop, you Negro. That's how they classified that in American social construct census.
When Breasted's 1935 textbook edition discarded the brown option, however.
So let's check. He's saying it, and y'all would think if I said it this way that I'm like lying or something. He just said Breasted chose brown at first but the insistence of the American people wanted him to classify them as either black or white. And right here, he telling you Breasted dropped the brown option and came with this.
He annexed ancient Egyptians to his, quote, great white race category of.
Oh, I went back too far. Hold on.
When Breasted's 1935 textbook edition discarded the brown option, however, he annexed ancient Egyptians to his, quote, great white race.
So first in his textbook, he told y'all they was brown. Then he switched up and put the great white race theory. And this is a theory that people espouse to this day. They be like, no, they all came from the Mediterranean. Watch this.
Ignore the white patch here, which represents the ice sheet in the last ice age. Maybe since this is a geology hall here, I shouldn't say to ignore that, but concentrate instead on the sweep of his great white race from the Arctic through the Sahara and the Atlantic to the Urals and the Caspian. The black race and the yellow, the Mongoloid or yellow race are reduced to small letters on the margin and of course not labeled great. Breasted insisted, quote, "The peoples of the great Northwest Quadrant, as far back as we know anything about prehistoric man, have all been members of a race of white men who have well been called the Great White Race. The men of this race created the civilization we have inherited. The Mongoloids on the east and the Negroes on the south occupy an important place in the modern world, but they played no part in the rise of civilization."
Now this is being detailed in modern Egyptology right now. We tell you this every day. They're not teaching that old racist stuff. They're teaching that it was wrong and that they messed that up.
On the south lay the teeming world of black Africa as it does today. It was separated from the great white race by the broad stretch of the Sahara Desert.
See, y'all still, don't you know Chief X be still saying this lie in his videos that white people who hate Black Egypt use on TikTok? He taken it, he repackaged, he put blackface on James Breasted's argument and brought it to TikTok for a new image to recreate itself since he wasn't getting no views trying to bang Kemet. So he said, forget it, I'm going to go against it. Man, I'm rewinding.
The men of this race created the civilization we have inherited. The Mongoloids on the east and the Negroes on the south occupy an important place in the modern world, but they played no part in the rise of civilization.
I keep trying to tell y'all this Negroes relegated to the South stuff was craziness. Some invisible line they couldn't pass.
On the south lay the teeming world of black Africa as it does today. It was separated from the great white race by the broad stretch of the Sahara Desert. Sometimes the blacks of inner Africa did wander along the Nile Valley Road to Egypt, but they came only in small groups. Thus, cut off by the desert barrier and living by themselves, they remained uninfluenced by civilization from the north.
See, this is the old teachings they use to convince Americans in high school textbooks that Egypt was all white. This fight has been lost, but we're going to talk about Egyptomania and give you some real information on what's going on for real, for real.
The Negro peoples of Africa were therefore without any influence on the development of early civilization, end quote. Drawing on decades of painstaking craniometry or craniology, the measurement of skulls, this diagram breaks Breasted's great white race into three subgroups. Number one, the Nordics of the northern flatlands, with long-headed, tall, blue-eyed, and blonde. Number two, round-headed alpines of Central Europe's highlands. And number three, long-headed Mediterraneans, whose southern branch included ancient Egyptians. The note under the diagram concedes without elaboration that, quote, south of the Mediterranean, the people of the great white race are darker skinned than elsewhere, end quote.
Y'all keep on saying that. They was Caucasoid.
Breasted's 1935 edition did protest that the popular term Aryan should be applied only to the Indian and Iranian branch of Indo-Europeans, but it also hailed, quote, the eventual triumph of Greece and Rome in the Near East as evidence that the Indo-European branch of the white race triumphed over the southern Semitic branch, the complete triumph of our ancestors, end quote. This not only conflated the Indo-European and Semitic language groups with race, but also implied the rejection of Semites, which in the US of the 1930s primarily meant Jews, as part of his American we or us.
That's the videos,
Even
audio
so,
going low. I can't help
For
it.
his day, Breasted was relatively moderate on race compared to some of his scholarly predecessors and contemporaries. In the years leading up to the Civil War and the founding of the Peabody Museum, the American Ethnological School of Samuel Morton, Josiah Nott, and George Glidden claimed that science proved that races had not changed since ancient times, whites were biologically superior, and that ancient Egyptians were white, but as in the southern US, had blacks as slaves and servants. Nott and Glidden's 1854 Types of Mankind.
Hey, man, I heard Gozy say that this week. That the Nubians was slaves and servants. I heard you say that. You might not remember you said that, bro. So I'll get the sign bite. I'm going to get all your sound bites. I'm going to do a whole, man, I'm going to have the AI scan YouTube for your sound bites. Have all of them. All of them from the Burner Boy. The Egyptians didn't look like no Burner Boy ass niggas. We going to put that on the big screen. What else we putting on the big screen? Oh, yeah. So the AI at work as soon as I press the button.
Declared of Ramses II, quote, "His features are as superbly European as Napoleon's, whom he resembles." Then they showed this pharaonic captive with collar and cord, labeling it Negro, 3,200 years old. Flinders Petrie, Breasted's contemporary, was an ardent eugenicist who attributed Egypt's civilization to an invading superior race, white, of course. Clarence Fisher, in a labor dispute with his mentor, George Reisner, assumed that modern Egyptians were black and thus not to be trusted. Quote, "Dr. Reisner's present attitude is an acknowledgement that he regards the word of a native black man as to be more relied on than that of two white men, such as Mr. Sanborn and myself, the representatives of a sister university," end quote. To Reisner, Fisher wrote, quote, "It is usually accepted that the word of a white man is better than that of a native, but I am sorry to say that several times during the past 2 years, you have thought it best to think otherwise. If you intend to support Mahmoud el-Mayyit, it is intended as an insult not only to us personally, but to the University of Pennsylvania. It will certainly destroy any other white man's authority over these people," end quote.
I just wanted to play that. That gave us just a little bit of insight of what was going on and what cats keep on teaching. We show it all the time. The great white race theory. I want to show y'all something else though. Because we misunderstand what Jabari is actually doing. And we think that got something to do with what everybody else is doing. Recreating and reliving the ancient religions of Egypt is not a part of Egyptomania. That has been classified as, let's find this term here, Kemetism. Kemetism. All right, you think I put this entry in here? I'm not a Kemetist. Kemetism. Kemeticism. Both from the Egyptian Kemet, usually vowed Kemet in the native name of the ancient Egypt. Arabic, a dark red color. Also sometimes referred to as Neterism, okay? Neterism. I'm not knocking Kemetism or Neterism. I'm showing y'all how puzzled we is. Misnomering things, misclassifying things, slandering people don't need to be slandered over things you got misclassified. Neterism, Coptic Newt, or Kemetic paganism is a neo-pagan religion and revival of the ancient Egyptian religion and related expressions of the religion in classical and late antiquity, emerging during the 1970s. This is more of that. A Kemetic or Kemetic pagan is one who follows Kemetism. There are several main groups. Let's see what their main groups were. Each of which takes a different approach to what? To its belief, ranging from eclectic to reconstructionist, okay? Reconstructionist. This is something else. However, all of these can be identified as belonging to three strains, including reconstructed Kemetism. This is reconstructed Kemetism. Y'all don't know how to break people off? Y'all, golly. There are several main groups, each of which take different approaches to the belief, ranging from eclectic to reconstructionist. However, all of these can be identified as belonging to three strains, including reconstructed Kemetism, adopting a philological and scholarly approach. You see? Golly, y'all don't see these clowns? Now, if this was my first time reading this would be an epiphany to me. That some of them gonna try to take that philological and scholastic approach and be trying to look through the text like me, but they is trying to do it in the essence of reconstructing. I'm just giving you some understanding. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Just for the record, what's wrong with this? This is what the Hebrews did, right? So I'm not knocking it. I'm giving us clarity as to how we should classify things and stop. It's kind of like you in a room full of white people and one person act racist to you and then you scream out, fuck white people, right? You just lost some support you could have got against the racist asshole because you just went and slandered hella people who wasn't aggressing upon you. Same way when you do your Egyptomaniac slander and you targeting people involved in Kemetism. Imagine if black people were actually allowed to be involved in Egyptomania. Black people were not even allowed to be involved in Egyptomania. Name how many HBCUs got excavation rights. Name which black institutions, shout out to Anthony Browder, and I ain't even going to, just name which institutions, complete institutions, get to put a shovel in the sand and find something in the dirt and bring it back. Not many included. I don't want to get too far off. Let's keep on this Kemetism. It says, some will take the philological, looking through text and scholarly approach, a syncretic approach, and a more novel synthesis tending towards monotheism. You see how they do that? We got Nebuchadnezzar. He was the one God. Make it all into this one thing. Now let's look at Kemetism and Kemetics. Okay. The movement's name is based on the endonym of Egypt, Kemet, the conventional vocalization of the hieroglyphic notation KMT. The word is also sometimes written as Takemet, from the fuller Takemet. The translation from Egyptian, it means black, or in the longer form, black land, which is derived from the black color of the fertile mud brought by the Nile during the annual floods. I never, ever seen a word they give you the whole definition to every time they mention it, but Egypt. They always got to mention why it's called black. That's how you know. When they talk about Greenland, do they always mention why it's green? Referring to the grass and the fact that somebody must have said, whenever you say that, you better amend the rest of the sentence need to say, referring to the fertile mud brought by the Nile during the annual floods. I'm one to say when we do philological surveys, we find that there is no primary attestation to that. Comedics refer to the ancient Egyptian deities as the Neteru. Also referred to as the Neteru. I can't even roll my tongue. I need some water. Hold on. Also referred to as the Neteru. Commonly, comedics like to refer to the Neteru with their ancient Egyptian names. An example they would mention to Horus as Heru. Dang, bro, they got you in a whole box categorized, like FBI documents. And Anubis gonna be Anpu. See y'all be trying to make me a comedic. Why you say it? I'm just talking. Comedics do not consider themselves direct descendants of the ancient Egypt. Dang, y'all should leave. Even Wiki know that. God, this will make me mad. Cats be like, we ain't them people. Jabari would have killed you in an argument coming straight from Wiki. He would have been like, peace, my good brother. You have me I can't even do Jabari. But he would have told you had him misclassified. He's a comedic. And comedics do not consider themselves direct descendants of the ancient Egyptian religion, but consistently speak of its recreation and restoration. Some comedics or hermeticists claim direct continuity with secret societies, alleging continuous existence since the prohibition of paganism by the Roman Emperor Theodosius I in 392 CE, or since the closing of the last functional Egyptian temple of the goddess Isis on the island of the Philae by Emperor Justinian around 535. Though these claims are so far historically unprovable and mythical in nature. All right. Kemetism is a minority religion in terms of the number of followers and its influence, the numbers of members. And so that's what that is that you mad at. You mad at Kemetism. Kemetism is depicted as a modern reflection of ancient Egyptian religion, which was a supporting element of the entire ancient Egyptian culture. Reflection on the ancient Egyptians, on ancient Egypt, however, has a very long tradition. Its roots can be traced to the Hellenistic period, since when it has continuity developed in many streams, see Hermeticism, until the present day. It is notable to mention it did not escape early and medieval Christianity, whether it takes the form of radical rejection, extra-biblical legends of the stay of Jesus in Egypt, the recognition of the authority of Hermes Trismegistus by the church fathers, and the medieval philosophers are the adaptation of myths associated with the goddess Isis. Yeah, they adapted the myths with the goddess Isis. Do I got my beats on? Hold on. How the beat machine? Oh yeah, okay. I'm cool to give y'all a wiki one time. It's nothing but a button. That's hella funny. But you don't, I mean, what? You don't know about Kemetism? You want it from another source? Just find it at one. I'm just giving you all that little general overview to know what's going on. All right. Let's look at Kemetic organizations. Let's see who they got on here. One of y'all gonna add some organizations. Y'all wrong. Kemetism in the Czech Republic. In the Czech Republic, there's only one known society claiming to be a member of the member of the Kemetism. The Civic Association Per Josher Akit, registered by the Minister of the Interior. The activities of individual Kemetists are evident mainly on the internet. So they on the internet doing their thug thing. The Atenist Kemetism. Is this young Pharaoh? Atenist Kemeticism or Atenian Kemeticism is rather specific Kemetic movement inspired by Atenism. The form of, now, if you clicked on the Atenist, you're going to really be like, hell no. Look. I had to put the one that says, shut up in there. You get the wiki, shut up when I do it. All right, let me see. Now, Atenism. But we talking about the modern Atenist. All right. Contrast with traditional Egyptian religion. Oh, no, that ain't what I'm looking for. In popular culture. Well, not in popular culture. Forget it. I guess they're not speaking on it on here. But Atenism is basically like they showing you in the Kemetinism. It's certain people who is modern day Atenists, like young Pharaoh. All right. So again, I'm not in the sense of don't take my my little discussion about showing you what Kemetism is to say that I'm slandering it. I'm just showing you the class of that you need to have certain people in, even if they take a philological or scholastic approach to their Kemeticism. You feel me? Because they might seem like they teaching you text, and it might be trying to do something more religious based. You just need to know what you're doing at the time. Feel me? Oh boy. Well, so yeah. Now I'm about to go play some good stuff. I was watching this one video last night, but I wanted to play some of this Buval, but he takes so long, I fell asleep. But this one is the one I'll be playing little clips from. So these the people who did a lot of the most first preliminary extensive work on Nav to Playa. Let's look at some of this. I'm gonna let it play. Let's see what I can do while I'm letting it play. Let me see.
Yeah, and
I mean, we would have to see a lot of this from the beginning, but the book he wrote is called Black Genesis, right?
My name is Daniel Benjamin, and I've been an instructor at UC
of ancient Egypt.
The prehistoric origins of ancient Egypt. He's an astrophysicist and was brought to the subject because of the area of Nabta. All right.
And
Not him, but his partner.
Imhotep the African, architect of the cosmos. He is also author of a wonderful book called The Mechanism Demands a Mysticism, Explorations of Spirit, Matter, and Physics. Welcome, Thomas.
Thank you. It's great to be here again.
It's a pleasure to be with you. In your exploration of this particular topic began with actual journeys into the deep, barely explored remote parts of the Sahara Desert in Egypt, some distance away from the Nile Valley.
Yes. So parallel in Egypt, parallel to the Nile, it goes north and south, and just 100 kilometers or so west of that is a sequence of oases. West of that, you have the desert, the Egyptian Sahara Desert, and that goes through south to the Central Africa, the Sahara Desert, and the region in the southwest corner of Egypt, where Egypt meets Libya and Sudan. There is a area called Jebel Wynot and Gilf Kabir. And to that region is where I went with Robert Bouval on a little expedition to study some very interesting recent finds in this very remote region. It's 4 days by four-wheel drive Jeep from the nearest house or inhabitant of any kind. And it's an extremely remote region.
Not even dirt roads, I gather.
That's right. It doesn't rain, so there are occasionally Jeeps like ours that go there, and so there's a kind of a Jeep tracks in some places.
Mm-hmm. Now, I understand that archaeologists had assumed because the desert is so arid, I guess you said hadn't rained in thousands of years.
Yeah, that area became hyper-arid, extreme desert around 3400 BC.
Mm-hmm. But before that, the climate was different.
Yes, it was more moderate. There were seasonal rains, and at the site that I studied, the ancient site that I studied, Nabta Playa, even that would fill up seasonally as a seasonal lake bed. We call it a playa. Mm-hmm. We call it playa now.
And as I understand it, you found, for example,
Bouval was one of the writers with Black Genesis. Black Athena is Martin Barnell.
Cave paintings and rock drawings showing giraffes and other animals, jungle animals, at one time are depicted in the artwork.
Yes, yeah, there are giraffes and animals like that depicted in the rock art. And we went there to visit a beautifully painted prehistoric cave that was discovered in that region, just discovered in 2007. We went there. We were the second group to go there in 2008. We went with the discoverer of the cave. It has on the ceiling very beautiful prehistoric rock art depicting the people who lived there and their raising of cattle and various domestic scenes and that sort of thing.
We're talking about Black Africans.
Yes.
In this area. As I understand it, Egyptian archaeologists and Egyptologists have largely suggested that the ancient Egyptian culture developed independently of Black Africa. That's sort of the conventional viewpoint.
Yes, that's sort of the conventional view that had been followed. And recently, though, it is changing because, as you mentioned, related to the find of the art, the rock art in that region, There was also found, actually by the same people, a hieroglyph, with the cartouche, the name of a Middle Kingdom king, Egyptian pharaoh. And that really changed ideas in this regard, because the area is now, and has been since 3000 BC, so extreme desert. It was assumed there was no travel to that area from even dynastic times of ancient.
I don't know, Mr. Metro. I just want you to hear what they're saying about the research. You said he was one of the astrophysicists on the second team. That was Bernard's grandfather is Gardner. Dang, that's crazy. Bouval is a scholar. Don't diss him like that. You might not agree with his work, but he's a scholar. He was on the second team that ever traveled there, but let's just hear what he finds.
Ancient Egypt.
The commerce would have been impossible.
Right.
Because of the climate, but now the hieroglyphic discoveries show that Egyptians were able to travel that far themselves.
Yes.
Now, you approach this as an astrophysicist. That's your background. You worked for NASA, as I recall, on the Voyager 2 project.
That's right. Yeah, it was wonderful working. The team I did my doctoral dissertation with had an instrument on board the Voyager 2. And it was a wonderful project.
So at one of these locations, you described the Nabta Playa, which became a lake bed, filled partially during the year.
Yeah, seasonal lake.
Seasonal lake, where there were discovered there, and you personally went to study megalithic structures, very ancient, prehistoric, that had archaeoastronomical significance.
Yes. Yes. I went there to study them and measure them because the initial report had some things that didn't add up in the data
I'll be wondering, I'm sitting here wondering why I'll be the only one, like, maybe people think they're going, this is for, well, first of all, don't monetize your videos when you playing other people's content so you won't get turned off. You have to stay out of the commercial realm. God, people don't even know. I felt sorry when Doggy Diamonds got turned off. I'm like, bro, and this is another thing I'm going to go do a whole nother video about. I was thinking about this. I still take baths. Maybe if you don't have a bathtub, that's cool. You might think taking a bath or something. But I be tripping on people who only ran shower water over their body for the last, 5 years. Like, you ain't bathed. But anyway, I'm just saying, though. But somebody be thinking like they too manly to take a bath. I'll be slapping myself like, that's hella crazy. So I was marinating, right? Super hot water. And I was thinking, the reason why, this is going off the subject a bit, but it's going to come back. The real reason why rappers are pitted against each other is so that they can rip us off. That is the very real reason. The real reason why it's one of the biggest stages for battle and conflict is so that the people who make money off the music can rip us off. I figured that out in the tub. Because I was thinking like this. How come all these rappers be saying they got ripped off and we couldn't help each other? Like, oh, my contract, you could go watch anything. It's going to be, no matter how long, it's 2023. It should be nobody on TV saying, oh, but I was young, my contract. Shut up. You deserve to be your money to get all the way took. Because we all told you this before. But see, we don't communicate because they got us in this battle atmosphere. So a person like me could hear that Snoop Dogg didn't get his royalties on something, and I'd be like, how you didn't get that? I could have easily showed you how to get that. And not like that, because something I didn't get, you could have showed me. But we had not. They kept us in this era of not communicating with each other so they could peel all our pockets. So y'all might be all signed to the same label and y'all don't want to talk about y'all deals because you might have got more than him. You need to have got more than him so your ego can stay intact. Well, that's something that could be easily exploited. But I'm sorry, I just had to get that bar off.
Where these large stones that were reported to align with stars, as to their locations and which stars they aligned with, there were some discrepancies there. So one of the things I wanted to do was to measure the actual locations myself with a little handheld GPS. And I was able to get there, tag along with a kind of a remote adventure travel group, just 2 Jeeps that were going through the region, and I was able to do that.
And let's talk about what you learned.
So I got the measures of the locations of these megalithic stones and studied the alignment of them with stars and how they aligned with particular stars as they moved through the precession of the equinox.
Let's define for our viewers now. Not everyone will understand the precession of the equinoxes, which is very important for archaeoastronomy.
Yes, because the Earth's spin axis, the Earth spins on its axis every 24 hours. The North Pole that the Earth spins around, it rotates, it wobbles on a cycle of about 26,000 years. So it points at a different location in the sky as it moves through that whole cycle. And that's called the precession of the equinoxes. And because of that motion, the apparent location of stars in the sky relative to Earth change over that same cycle. And that's what gives us what we call in the West the zodiac ages, like the age of Aquarius and the age of Pisces.
And the age of Taurus, the age of Aries preceding. As I understand it, astrologically speaking, these ages have to do with
what you mean by unwelcome? Everyone's welcome, but if that's shout out for the warning or whatever. But I want everybody to watch the show. I don't know who the spies in the chat could be. This is public. You feel me? They just make themselves feel like a spy on what they spying on.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees?
Constellation that's on the horizon at the moment of the spring equinox.
Yes, it's the constellation that the sun is in at the moment of the spring equinox. Yes.
So, and that is going to every 2,500, 2,600 years or so, that changes.
Yeah, it's constantly moving. So you just divide the 26,000 by 12, and you get about 2,400 years. That the location of the apparent location of the sun moves through those different zodiac constellations.
And this was understood by at least by the ancient Greeks, probably by the ancient Persians, but maybe the ancient Sumerians who were students of astrology. Your findings suggest, if I understand it, that the precession of the equinoxes was understood by these prehistoric people in Black Africa who created these particular megaliths, like an astronomical calendar, sometimes called the Stonehenge of the Sahara.
Yes, the Nabta find was...
Yes. Hold on. We're going to do that. We're going to show y'all how hip-hop do. Hold on, man. We having fun. They going to turn me off, though. But when I be making my hip-hop mixes, they be hot. Watch this. It go like this. Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Yep, see?
You're a philosopher? Yeah.
All right, let me show y'all my hip-hop mixes. Look.
That the location of the apparent location of the sun moves through those different relations.
Of astrology Sumerians who were students of astrology. Your findings suggest, if I understand it, that the precession of the equinoxes was understood by these prehistoric people in Black Africa who created these particular megaliths, like an astronomical calendar, sometimes called the Stonehenge of the Sahara.
Yes,
Yes.
the Nabta find.
Yes. 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 I think very deeply.
I think very deeply, boy, before they cut me off. Somebody need to mix that.
And was announced by CNN as the Stonehenge of the Sahara. And it's a fascinating site. It does have megaliths. And however, the calendar circle that got a lot of attention is composed of smaller stones that come up to about your knee, but that forms a very interesting calendar circle, which has astronomical meaning, and that calendar circle is in the complex of megalithic large stone structures and alignments as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, do we know anything at all about the people who created these structures?
Yes, we know they were Black African people. Their remains are studied anthropologically, and they were the people inhabiting the region of the time.
Mm-hmm. I understand that they also seem to have some sort of religious cult involved.
How come he ain't said nothing about the back mixture, the back migrations from 60,000 years ago that didn't make them Black people? How come he ain't said, well, there were back migrations into the area as long as the late Pleistocene? Man, every time I listen to a scholar, they don't say what YouTubers say. So cats trying to be master teachers.
Studied.
Now ask yourself, I gotta be honest. I had like a week of master teacher ambitions. All right? Now ask yourself, is that what you got with your information? If you got master teacher ambitions, go on and laugh with me right now. Go on and laugh with me right now, family. Master teacher ambitions.
We know they were Black African people. Their remains are studied anthropologically, and they were the people inhabiting the region of the time.
Mm-hmm. I understand that they also seem to have some sort of religious cult involving.
Y'all messing that up. James, you trying to tell me we ain't got 20 likes? You got to be looking at something wrong. Let me go look. Y'all doing me like that? All you got to do is click like. Hurry up and click like before I see. Don't make me feel like a buster. Let me see. Let me go see. How y'all not clicking like? 20 likes? I'll get to my page. I think your thing messed up, James. James, you trying to tell me 53 likes, James. You tripping. Your thing messed up. Shout out to half the people who already clicked like and the other ones clicking it right now so we could get more people in here. That's all. That's support. Y'all is contributing social currency. Y'all want to really talk about it? A like is valuable. It is a contribution of social currency. You feel me? It don't take nothing, but what it do is it's showing the system that people, look, they see it's 95 people watching and 65 likes. It promote the video through the system. Shout out to y'all. The likes is already well over half. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, James.
The ceremonial rituals that had to do with the cow. The cow was very important to them.
Yes, the cattle cult and the Sirius and cattle iconography was very important to them, as well as in ancient Egypt, which came later, ancient Egyptian civilization. And at Nabta, there were not found any graves of humans. No human kings or leaders' graves were found, but a very finely constructed grave of a cow was found.
Which is something similar to what you will find in ancient Egypt.
Yes.
Where, like the Serapeum, where there's a whole large, enormous.
He said they didn't find the image of a king or a ruler buried, but a something defined burial of a cow. And then think about how later the king was representative of the bull in Egypt. Just trip off that.
Complex with embalmed bulls.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So there are many elements, clearly, of the culture that was operating at Nabta Playa in the earlier time that moved to the Nile Valley and became the ancient Egyptian dynastic civilization.
And one of the important correlations is which you as an astrophysicist studying archaeoastronomy pay attention to, is similar alignments found in the Giza Plateau where the Great Pyramids are.
Yeah. Similar astronomy, similar astronomical functioning of the monuments. Like a very clear one is, and easy to understand, is that in ancient Egypt, the new year was heralded by the heliacal rising of Sirius. Now, it's a big word, but all that means is the first sighting of the star Sirius of the year, just before sunrise.
Hold on! I swear to God, I gotta go find the video. Who remember when I was arguing with Garfield about this? But now it did have a point where me and Garfield was both wrong, and I had to admit it. But this is exactly what I was telling cats. No. Remember it came to a point when we was both wrong. Remember I said we was wrong because I had said we was talking about December 25th. All right, that's what that was, and I made a mistake and said that the Hellenical rising of Sirius had marked that, but that don't happen at the same time as the solar equinox. No, as the winter solstice. So that was my mistake. But I remember this. But this is exactly what we did note, that the rising of Sirius
easy to
denoted the new year, though.
Understand is that in ancient Egypt, the new year was heralded by the heliacal rising of Sirius. Now, it's a big word, but all that means is the first sighting of the star Sirius of the year, just before sunrise. So that heliacal means rising before the sun. And so stars go through a cycle where they disappear because they're too close to the sun, you can't see them, and then they reappear just before dawn. It's called the heliacal rising. So in ancient Egypt, the heliacal rising of Sirius heralded the timing of the floods, the Nile flooding from the monsoon rains that, well, they didn't know necessarily that the monsoon rains were south and flooding the Nile, but the Nile flooded every year at about the same time, just after the heliacal rising of Sirius. So there were monuments, temples in Old Kingdom Egypt that were rebuilt to track the rising of Sirius as it moved. With their alignment of the temples was rebuilt to track the rising of Sirius as it moved through precession motion. And we found the same thing at Nabta Playa. These megalithic stone alignments, they tracked the rising of Sirius and other stars as they moved through precession. And the heliacal rising.
So when did the Mediterraneans track Sirius? See, all of these foundational elements, these precursors to the culture that line directly up, like the Nubians, if you want to use that term, and the Egyptians, if you would use that term, choosing the same symbols for kingship in pre-dynastic times. Like, how would that happen? What symbol did the Mediterraneans choose? How were they so close and culturally entangled that they chose the same symbols for kingship? And why do they not Are they saying black African on purpose? You think they made this for us? Let's make a video. One day, some dudes gonna be arguing, and they gonna love the fact that we saying black African.
Rising of Sirius at Nabta Playa was it had these dual alignments where they put megalithic stone alignment towards the north that would track a line with the circumpolar star. We call it the Big Dipper. The ancient Egyptians call it the Bull's Thigh constellation. The stars that go around the North Pole star at the same time that the star Sirius rose in the east, the heliacal rising. And so for the ancient, the Nabta Playa people, they were clearly tracking the same stars and probably for the same reason. Because like it was a seasonal lake, Nabta Playa was, well, these monsoon rains filled up the lake seasonally at the same time, about the same time of year. So they would have naturally wanted to track their calendar, the same events astronomically, with the same stars as we can see that they did with these large stone alignments. And then at about 3500 BC, the monsoon rains pattern moved further south. So Nabta Playa region became extreme desert and had to be abandoned. And that's when the culture, the ancient Egyptian dynastic culture that shows many of the same elements pops up in the Nile Valley.
So you're suggesting maybe these people migrated north?
Yes, or their culture did, and them. Really.
It's too much evidence saying that the people who founded Egypt came from the south. The majority of the evidence that we got to say came from the east, we see was all forged by Breasted, Petrie, and them.
East to the Nile Valley. East and north.
East and north.
Yeah.
I see. So today in Egypt, the archaeologists often refer to, and I've been there, to connections between ancient Egyptian culture and the Sumerian culture and the Crete culture and the Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially...
Sheriff, they still argue against that. I know it's been established, but these dudes still argue against that for some reason.
The Persian culture. Yet when you visit Egypt, especially around the Aswan in the southern part of the Nile, you see mostly black people.
Yes. Yeah. And we know from the anthropological evidence that the people just predating the dynastic civilization in the Nabta Playa region were black African people.
I mean, it's a significant discovery, I would think, because amongst other things, these black people had a very sophisticated understanding of astronomy.
It looks like that. There's suggestions of that in the ancient site of Nabta Playa and elsewhere.
And it took a while, as I understand it, for...
Dude, like, why you keep asking me about black people? That's what... It looked like dude face was like, damn, he really about to keep asking me about black people. Look.
In the Nabta Playa region were black African people.
I mean, it's a significant discovery, I would think, because amongst other things, these black people had a very sophisticated understanding of astronomy.
It looks like...
Shout out Tribute Phone, East Oakland in the building. Shout out RTP, East Oakland in the building. I see y'all.
Like that. There's suggestions of that in the ancient site of Nabta Playa and elsewhere.
And it took a while, as I understand it, for conventional Egyptologists to acknowledge any of the archaeoastronomy, the correlations found by some of your colleagues.
Yes, like the Orion correlation of the Great Pyramids with the stars of Orion's belt. It's still controversial.
But you found correlations with Orion at Nabta Playa.
Yes, with the stars of Orion's belt and the Orion constellation at Nabta. That's right. Yes, so there's this very clear link from the astronomy at Nabta at around the time 4000 BC that the culture moved to the Nile Valley, and also Nabta as a site is much more ancient as well. There's radiocarbon dating going back to around 9000 BC at Nabta, and there's also astronomical evidence of astronomical alignments that go back in further in time as well. And like the calendar circle that made the site famous, it has probably represents
y'all can watch
the
this whole
stars
video.
of Orion's belt at the spring equinox hill.
I know they talk about a lot of good stuff
as a
And
Come on, Bobo. Y'all jacking. You can't get no free advertisement.
who probably think of themselves primarily as Mediterranean people.
Oh, let me go back. Oh, this one he cooked them. Hold on. He cooked them.
Now, that Egyptian guidebooks that were popular.
Hold on, let's go back. Let's go back. He about to cook them. I need to get this clip. Watch this.
The other evidence that your interest in going there was just to look at the data and see where it led.
Yes. I like to follow the evidence, and to me, I thought of it as a ancient human project.
Yeah.
But I didn't care about which race of humans it was at the time.
But you did point out that Egyptian guidebooks that were popular had some very racist descriptions about the attitude of Egyptians toward different racial groups.
Yes, you'll see even in current guidebooks probably a kind of a hierarchical description of the views of the races, yes.
Mm-hmm. And so many Egyptians today who probably think of themselves primarily as Mediterranean people, even though they're on the African continent, look down at the idea that a very powerful ancient culture might have emerged out of Black Africa.
Yeah, and it's clearly, obviously, a modern ethnic view or ethnic mindset that leads to that kind of thinking. Not any evidence from ancient history, I don't think.
So, also, as a astrophysicist, you began to look more deeply at what these calendars and megaliths might be pointing to, in addition to some of the obvious correlations having to do with the spring equinox.
Bagnall Circle are about the same size. Understanding
with ancient cultures and
Giza Plateau that made the weathering pattern. That's more connection with.
Well, you can watch this whole thing. It's a good video. Black African origin of the ancient Egyptian culture with Thomas Brothry. Ain't nothing the matter with that. I am about to open up the Zoom so we can get it in. Let me see. Shout out for the cash apps and the contributions. Let me see who I need to give a thank you to. Thank you to you, T. Thank you, T. I see it. All right, let me see. I'm gonna put this up for all the other good supporters. Let me see. As I put up the Zoom link, let me get the Zoom link up. Hold up. Invite. Copy invite. And let's chill, man. Don't beat me up. Let me see. I ain't even doing none of that. I don't even want to hear nothing about the late Pleistocene. Cut it out. I don't hear nothing about none of that. All these videos. Show some videos to say what you say. Let me see. Yeah, message. All right. There go the link. I just pinned it. Let me hop in the Zoom on my phone so I can get from sitting from behind this computer. That be making the show go better. I don't like sitting behind a computer all the time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me see. Hold on, I'm just getting the Zoom ready. That's all I see right here. That's all I see right there. Hit the link if y'all want to build. Let me play me a little intermission song. What y'all want, some lyrics or some consciousness or what? Some lyrics or some consciousness? Why you can't have both? I do got both. I'm the only person who wrote the history of ancient Egypt into a rap. From the perspective of Manito. If you want to hear some more knowledge, listen to this song. Listen to the words.
Air Casual go again.
Be right back. Hit the link.
About some knowledge, man. Hey, why don't you kick that knowledge on a record, man? You scared or something? Come on, man. What's up?
If I started kicking knowledge, it'd probably be finito, cause I know the history as it was given by Manito. Ptolemy, the first hotel, Philadelphia. One of them clowns asked me to do the history of Kemet, so I wrote that down. I broke that down. I penned it in Greek so the freaks could read. They couldn't match the melanated frequency, but he bothered me and asked me to read the glyphs, so I bothered him. Yep, I told him the history, and here we go. I said 36,000 years ago, it was the Zep Tepi. The first time, it was the god named Ptah. The Greeks call him Hephaestus, but really he's a deification of the Twa. Ptah was infinite. The first man had been here forever. After Ptah was Atum-Ra, who ruled for 1,000 years. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there.
Oh, what you mean you ain't trying to go there? Come on, man. You tripping. Listen, you need to drop that knowledge, man. I think people need to hear that, man. I need to hear that, man. Come on, we need that. Hey, yo, it's time to continue. What's that?
Next one, shoe. Let's go in, let's begin. Seeing Medunetta, shoe means the wind, and Medunetta, that's that ancient tongue. I've been outdoing you dudes. Face it, young. I never get in arguments on whether Egypt was black, cause on the real, yo, we founded that. 999,000 raps, I'm like the SPCA. Jay, I'm housing cats, arousing your spouse about her blouse. In fact, my ladies get up, they stand up on the couch and clap. It's entertaining, don't mean to get off track, but my energy was telling me to just relax and bless the track. Dynasty 1, founded by Mena, but when it comes to Kemet, Mena's not the beginning. You wouldn't know how to receive a sacred gift, cause you're faker than that Hebrew creation myth. Adam and Eve, please, Adam and thieves. I'm adept, you're inept, you're inadequate, leave. You can measure me to see that the distance between us is longer than a day on Venus. You'll spend 43 days bombarded by sound waves, and the next 200 you're running.
Hold up, no, hey, don't give them no more, don't give them no more. They gonna have to go dig, man, like I told them last time, you gotta dig for that.
So this here, the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. So this here, the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. See this here, the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there. See this here, the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. See this here, the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. See this here, the knowledge they ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there. All right, that's cool. What's up with G Lacan in the building? I see you.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
All is well, can't complain.
Yeah, question for you, Smash. Now, have your study have you came across the 3 Great Pyramids in Giza as being lined up to the Orion stars, or is that just a fringe study of certain people in the scientific world?
You know what? That's a good question. Hold on, let me turn the channel. I don't know why I was doing that.
Because I see.
But he didn't go that far.
Live Science.
Yeah, go ahead.
I went to Live Science and they I'm just reading the article. I didn't really get deep in, but it seemed like they agreeing that it is lined up to it. I'm not sure. I haven't read it. But I'm reading it right now. But when you just talked to me, it kind of interfered with what I was trying to see what they were saying. But I was hearing that it did line up. I don't know if your study came to that same conclusion of it being lined up.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to tell you. And I don't know, they might have spoke on that or not in that video. That guy is an astrophysicist. And so his main intention for looking at Navteplier was to see if that stuff lined up with the stars. And they say that it did. And so, you know, it is what it is. Y'all feel free to hit the link. Let's get a good build going on. Thank y'all for the cash apps and the contributions. But yeah, do you think that that's pseudo, or do you think that that's real? That they built it to
I
line up?
think it's real, and it would show the separation between the pyramids in the Americas, which I don't think is even a pyramids, but you know, they I think they were on some other different science than the science of what our African brothers and sisters were doing on this side. I mean, on the continent. You know what I'm saying? They're making it say, oh, because the America's much older and that. It could be much older. I don't know, but I don't think they were on the, you know, because they were making it seem like they took the same science from the Americas and took it to Egypt. And if that's the case, it would line up like how the Americas, you know what I'm saying? But I think is the science in Egypt is completely different than the what they were going on in the Americas and stuff like that. So I don't see a coalition between those two. I think it was other civilization here in the Americas was building for some other reason, whatever reason they were building for. It was in their head. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
in the yeah. Go ahead. What you about to say?
The rising of Sirius in Egypt made the monsoon flood. And that was the significance of tracking it so they can know when it was cool to go to the watery regions. That wouldn't have applied in another habitat like Mesoamerica. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah,
What's
that's
up?
all.
Who's that I seen come in? Mr. Rich? And who else?
Yeah, peace, Smash.
Oh,
Hey,
James.
peace, Smash. What's poppin'?
Yo, check this out. You
What
know
up?
that video, what is it, K12? You know, that you say you sampled a piece of it's like an Iranian-like guy. You know what I'm talking about? You sampled a piece of that video. I had shared it with you before, but they got a great piece on what do they call it? A helio rising or whatever they call it. They got a great piece on that off in that video with the calendar and everything, showing you it actually showed you before they built the Aswan Dam how it used to flood with actual actual primary pictures.
You mean talking about the Hellenical rising of Sirius?
Yes, in that video K12, K through 12, you know what I'm talking about? It just came out about 2 years ago. You shared it. You said some of it's in there is pseudo though. Remember? I had shared that video with you.
Oh yeah, well, there is a lot of unfounded claims in that video, but they do make some good claims as well.
Right, but they show the helio rising, and they talk about that for probably about 5 good minutes in that video. That would be a good illustration for people to look at as well. You know, because like you said, you gotta parse out some of the pieces out of that video.
Yeah, I know. That's why I just be making clips.
Right. Yeah, you got to pour some of it out. But I think that part about the timekeeping and them showing that primaries and what it looked like when it would flood, that would be a good piece to show. Because they actually have the primaries from like 1932 or whatever of what it looked like when it flooded the whole area.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
What, when Kimmy flooded?
Yeah, they got because after Aswan Dam it doesn't flood anymore. But they got actual primary pictures of it showing the flood.
Oh, for real?
In that video right there. So yeah, but other than that, man, that video you showed, we need that link.
Which one? That last one?
Yeah, that last one you just shared. I was asked you to put it in the chat, but you probably was busy.
It's called Black. Drop that. Somebody can put it up there because I'm away from my computer, but it's called Black Genesis. Yeah.
Hey, yo, Smash.
What up?
I got a question, yo. What is Ngozi talking about when he said there's two distinct people in, the Nubian region in Egypt? He always says two distinctive people with the DNA, with the genetics. What two distinct groups is he talking about?
I don't know. I don't know. He's saying I don't know. He
Nubian
probably
and Egyptian.
yeah,
Huh?
yeah. I don't know.
One of them Nubian and one of them Egyptian.
But he said there's two distinctively different. How the hell does that happen?
Well, I've based on the artwork that we see, just a little bit of it's basically pigmentation and cultural dress. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, we got a lot of skin
I
colors
can't answer for him, but that's what I see, based on what we all see. That's the two distinction between the people, the population that's there.
And this is what I don't understand. Every time we say you can't use genetics in defining a population, they keep using genetics on everything.
Correct. But see, what Smash showed, that was beautiful because he showed the origins of why they're using the brown and why they did use it as a denotation to black. See, but they the ones like Big Mouth Bass that swallowed that hook, line, and sinker instead of spitting it out once we get the right information. You know what I'm saying? Because Smash just showed you why that brown is a denotation from black, because they were trying to parse out that African up or that black up out of there. So they say, look, they're brown. And that's their contention today. They're brown,
yeah,
they're not black. But look at you. Hold on, look at you. You're not black. You brown.
That's what I'm saying. We got many colors, but that doesn't mean anything. The colors.
Yeah, but we got somebody that's in our same spectrum that can be what we consider black. You know what I'm saying? But he's still gonna be an African.
Right.
And we got some people in our spectrum that can be lighter than you. But we can look at them and say, that's still an African. We're gonna call them a red bone or whatever. So I don't understand why they confused it. Well, we doing this right today. We calling all these spectrums black. But they act like that they wasn't thinking like that then. Hold on, let me push mute.
And the scholars are calling them black too. So what they gotta have, they got a problem with the scholars calling them black too. They keep saying that we're calling them black, but the scholars are saying black too, even the new research. Even when they did the thing on the melanin, the expert said black people.
Yeah, my bad. I had a cough. Yeah, but yeah, man. I mean, this stuff is not rocket science. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, we using these same terms. We've been calling ourselves black before they tried to make this argument. We know we not black, right?
No doubt.
We know that, but we've been calling ourselves black. These people that saying that these people ain't black been calling themselves black too. Ain't that crazy? If you ask what is he black, he gonna say yeah. Right?
Nah.
If I ask him goes, is he black? That's like some Morris type stuff. If you deny that we've been using this term prior to finding this information, that'd be like some Morris thing.
We human, yo. You gonna say we human?
Yeah. See you can't deal with people like that.
That's that crazy shit because we don't live in that. We live in a social, historical, political environment, context. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's just crazy. Yeah, we use these terms right now today, and it has the same spectrum that it probably had in antiquity. But they think.
But tell me this. So we got the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, all of those invaders, the Arabs. They don't think the population, the genetics can change with that shit? All of those invaders?
Yeah. And then the only one that I showed leaving yesterday, and he wanted to get mad at that. Which was
Smash, that was crazy.
Up out of here.
And that was crazy. Like, okay, so he asked you to show any type of deportation or like a big mass migration or whatever, right? You showed that. What does it matter on the number of the people? You showing it happen. You show it on the at the station. And he kept showing, and he kept saying that you didn't show any evidence. You did show the evidence,
So
and
the
you went
thing
to
is
the.
this: they sacked the whole city. You got to remember, these cities had walls back then, so they showed them actually going into the Theban walls. Now, would you propose that if they sacked the city and they took it over, there was some place inside that mug in the walls that you could hide and they wasn't gonna discover you and you ain't getting deported? It's the same situation like them boys coming for you with a warrant at the house and you got caught in the house. Only thing, what you gonna do? Hide in the closet? They know where to look. So anybody who was in Thebes got rounded up and got brought up out of there. We don't need to know the numbers.
And it said that. It said that. So what else more you want? The people had to go. That's how the population changed. I mean, it's really, it's not even logical to say that those are the same people there. Can't be. It's not even logical, man.
Yeah, that's the same people there after the Romans and the Greeks. Then yeah,
right.
But there before the Persians.
Yeah, but having the ability to trace back, like even that video you just showed, not the video, the one you showed about how they corralled the notion that brown skin wasn't black and how they made the one drop rule. That video was a major piece right there. If you really seriously trying to reconstruct what happened to us, you know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You got to use that, but you can't discard what they said or how they came up and how they fixated on brown instead of just go ahead and saying these people were African. And unless they're saying that's just those two opinions.
At first, they said they was brown and white people didn't like it, so he changed it in his book to said they was all white.
Wow.
Now that's crazy. So in the 53, I think he said edition, they was brown. And then in the 58 or 57 edition, he changed it to white. Something like that, dude said. Mm-hmm. So like they got prerogative to just do that with history. He write a textbook and just change it from black to white, and now we believe that forever.
And then watch this, man. That coincides with the other video, or you showed her the brother that moved to America and got classified as white.
Exactly.
Remember?
You talking about what's his name, Haney or something like that, right? Mustafa.
Yeah, he got classified as white, and he was tripping. So
they was trying to discredit him, dude.
Yeah, they did
like,
that too.
How you gonna discredit somebody who telling you who their mommy and daddy is? Like that's the most source you got primaries on that, bro. Like he know who his mama and daddy is.
But what is Ngozi saying? The people who built the pyramid, is he saying they would, in his terminology, was not burner board type of people, right?
Yo, he said they're more
Arabic disc.
So he's saying what did say? So if it wasn't burner board type of people, were they Pharrell looking, or were they Justin Bieber type of looking, or were they who I don't know. I mean, what is he saying? Because he be throwing his DNA, the F's. I don't know none of that shit, man. I mean, who built the damn pyramids?
You know, I said you talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew.
Yo, him ain't got that Arab look with the goddamn beard.
Yo, that was a bar.
Yeah, cats who look like that think that's how the Egyptians look.
And he then he want to call our brother from the island, you big lip monkey. What do you call him, a monkey nigga? What he call him something?
That was disgusting. We don't even need to reiterate it, but because he could get a pass just because sometimes you get mad. Nah, but you shouldn't get mad and show that that's in your heart.
You can't do that shit, yo. I ain't never get mad and say, yo, your big lip. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, me either. I ain't never said.
I ain't never say no anti-black shit, yo.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But those fool are not. He's full of knees. Bloodline. He says mom is full of knees. They.
Well, you know what? Let me tell you guys. Huh? Go ahead. Yeah, because either my mic or your mic is up.
Is it my mic? Can you hear me?
It's my. It must have been mine.
Okay. How about now? Can everybody else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I hear you clear.
Yeah. Nah, let me don't jump on. Go. I think he just be going too hard, and I don't know, man. It's just strange to me because you were showing a video of the scientists saying that uh, uh if he was using America, United States as a different as an example, saying that if um if if you see nothing but majority white folks here, will you say that it was nothing but white people here at the beginning? You know what I'm saying? For you to say that in Egypt, which got a lot of Arab people in there. Oh, that's how their ancestor, the ancient Egyptian, looked. Like I forgot what he say. I messed up his terminology, but he was just giving America as a example of why you shouldn't count what modern day Egyptian look like. He's like, because they didn't look like the ancient people. And he said when you do those test mummy, when you be testing those mummies, you only testing certain in Lower Egypt, close to the Mediterranean area and stuff like that. You ain't really going to Upper Egypt or nothing like that and testing those mummies. Do you understand what I'm saying, Smash?
Yeah, they got another survey they did since then that went into Upper Egypt and tested the mummies, and they said they all look Negroid. And for some reason, when we was reading that article, cats was acting straight stupid, they were so, I mean, it was the worst character I ever seen displayed by some people who act like they about that knowledge. You feel me? You about that knowledge, but when we pull out a scientific document that use the term Negroid and to say that the ancient Egyptians was that, the sample that they had was Negroid, why y'all just won't accept that and say, okay? They actually tried to fight against that shit. That's why I be really losing kind of like respect for niggas.
Yo,
like,
check
because
it
this
out.
is just a test.
What happened was, and then watch this, on that 2017 test, it wasn't no flaws off in the genetic evidence. They ain't said none of that was wrong. You see what I'm saying? But every time there's some black stuff going on, they will say, oh, it ain't enough STRs or whatever the name of it is. Exactly. But they didn't say that about this 2017 test. It ain't enough of this, or they didn't find no scrutiny in it. You see what I'm saying? That's how you know.
But the test after that was 2020. And they wasn't even trying. They were just like
wait, the one to be showing the 93%, you saying that was in 2020?
That's 17, but the one that say Negroid from the skin specimen who did the melanin test by accident, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you talking about in the epidermis. Exactly. When they found it off in the epidermis and they tried to say Diop was wrong.
Think back to how dudes was acting in the face of that information, though. For real, though. Like all the bullshit niggas was doing, it made me be like,
they just discredited Diop and everything.
I mean, not even that. That let me know how y'all, this ain't even real. This ain't about nothing. Imagine if we was talking about contracts and big paper. Y'all would be some lying ass niggas.
Yeah, they wouldn't be. So it ain't about integrity and honesty.
Right now, if you can't keep it real about this science, I don't want to break no bread with you. That's just facts, because you're going to be a lying ass nigga about the contracts and shit.
Yeah, you sure right. That's a good premise.
How can you always be screaming pro-black? We got all the new information, saying all the different shit, and you don't agree with the scientists and the experts.
Nah, Gozy never said he was pro-black.
No. I'm talking about the other guys out there. I don't want to say no names, but they say pro-black, but they're going against Diop. They're going against all the research, especially the one you just talked about the melanin, and how they showed how it's between the dermis and the other thing, and they still going against the research.
But Unc never say he was Pan-Africanist.
Man,
but he said, hey, what the hell is BAP, Black
he
African
never
Power?
claimed. He said he pro-science. He said
Black
pro-sign.
African power, man.
Man, we've been knowing these people for 12 plus years. Stop it. They were pro-black. If you wouldn't be wearing red, black, and green if you ain't pro-black. So stop.
You know what I'm saying?
Shit all switched up recently, but
right. Yeah, just leave that alone. Cause I can start putting out pictures.
Yeah, that's
you know what I'm saying? You'll be like, nah, I don't know. Cause you know, I got an apparel company. Chief X, I sent all of them. I think I sent all of them apparel when we was all together.
Me that shit too, man.
Huh?
You sent it to me too. I still got that flag.
Right. Yeah, but I got some hoodies. But then what was cold is Smash came around and showed me about the standard bearer. And I was like, I'm the dude who put Heru back on the standard. That is crazy, ain't it? Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the dude who literally put Heru in the middle of the RBG flag.
You feel me?
I put Heru back on the standard. And if you look at if the Palestinians, you look at everybody, they got a flag. But this is the only flag that we got with our original, royal symbol, to represent our standard of who we are. You know what I'm saying? So when you showed me that standard, when you did that standard piece Smash, I was like, this is crazy. That's that's a cold piece right there you did. You don't even know what you did for me.
Hey, did they come back with anything of the Metatron guy? The Mega, what's his name?
No, that dude ain't about to do that. He's just trying to get his views. But it saddens me that dudes amongst us is supporting him. I'm like, for real?
That's what's going on. Hold on. That's what's going on.
Even when the information is wrong.
Hold up. Who's supporting Megatron?
Yeah, the pseudo killers, man.
You got to be joking.
I ain't joking.
How you figure that?
Yo, they was on the show, and then they came back and tried to dispute what Smash was saying the other time when he went on in and on. And it was like, they brought some other research up, but they do support dude though.
Well, he was on the show?
Yeah, he was on that show.
No, he wasn't on that show.
Nah,
he was on the pseudo killers, yo.
You messed that up.
Nah, no, he wasn't, bro. That was another European guy.
I think.
Hold on, I think it was.
The Satanist guy, whatever. The Satanist guy. Satanism guy, whatever.
That's somebody else.
Yeah, that's another guy.
Somebody else. Oh, okay. All right, cool. My bad.
I was about to say.
Yeah, I don't be over there, so because they kind of like, I don't know, it's this guy named Kent, and I don't know what's wrong with him, but he got some type of vendetta against me for some reason. I guess because I'm cool with Smash. So I'm telling you, this shit done got tribal. He kicked me off the panel and everything. I was like, yo, what's going on? So I just unsubscribed to Dip. I was like, yo, I don't know why letting people run the show like that. Because I'm gonna always be respectful. I ain't cussing nobody out. I'm just gonna ask questions and see what you say. Yeah, they be loaded questions, but I'm asking questions. So, if you say something that's out of pocket, I'm gonna come over there and ask you some questions. That's what happened to Wu Jiao now. They were saying something that was disagreeing with what Reggie and Smash was saying. So Smash wasn't going over there, and Reggie wasn't going over there. So I went over there and memorized what Smash was saying and asked them the question. But you know what? I ain't seen Wu Jiao in almost a year. I wonder what's up.
I ain't saying what?
Wu Jiao. I ain't seen him in almost a year.
You're working on that Dr. York case, though. Working on Dr. York case.
He cool on YouTube, I think, but I hope all is well with him.
Yeah, I ain't just not saying it like that. I just thought I don't think he on YouTube, man. Because I would have seen something. But maybe so.
Hey, did they come back with anything about the ancient Egyptians have a connection with the West Africans?
I'm in this post office for a minute, so I'm trying to mute out.
Yeah. So you asked. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it's a lot of evidence, Cam Kanjiverse, he has a good piece on that. You got I don't know if it's Mr. Imhotep. They do a lot of and it's another guy that does a lot of good work on trying to put that together from a genetic and anthropology, you know what I'm saying, level. So from what I see, even in my own personal genetics, I can see the connection between the East and West Africa based on the haplogroups. And then what's funny is when we use haplogroups to substantiate that East to West, corridor across the Southern Sahel, they tried to say that it's distant. Did you hear when he said that yesterday? When I brought that up, he used the word distant to try to make sure that he's parsed that out. You just got to be able to catch people because they be slick. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, it's definitely genetic and cultural continuity across the Southern Sahel, just like it is across the Northern Sahel. See, he'll never deny cultural and genetic continuity across the Northern Sahel, but he'll do it across the Southern Sahel. You see what I'm saying? So just pay attention, man, and because they be trying to be slick.
Sure.
Hold on, I think I got somebody at the door. I'm gonna mute out. All right, I'm back. Hello? Is anybody there? Can y'all hear me?
I could hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm back. I had somebody at the door. Who is that on?
Yep, that ain't it. Y'all pull up that video I posted in the back chat and play it.
Hold on, you said you put up a video on the back chat? It's not a video on the back chat, Savior. It's dead silence. What's going on? Sabio. Can you hear me?
Yo, my bad. I was talking to somebody else. My bad.
Oh, okay. I thought you said play the video in the back chat. I'm asking you where the video at because I don't see it.
Well, I hope this lady could help me. Hey, so did we show the difference between Egyptomania and Kemetism? Oh, here she go home.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot of confusion going on right now. Let's wait for you to get out the post office. And then maybe we can get something straight here. Mr. Rich, Sabio, I mean, we could chop up
Yo,
about
what's
something.
up? Yeah, I was in the store real quick.
Yeah, everybody moving around. Yeah,
No,
so
we doing shit.
House of Kush, what's happening? Yeah, I guess everybody away from the computer. Let me see if I can show.
Hey, it's Pan African. I'm reading something on on how they always use that social construct whenever we say, they call themselves black, right?
Right.
I'm reading something on that now. I'm gonna bring it to the floor in about a week.
Yeah, okay.
This guy doing research on doing that, you know what I mean, or how we can use it as a teaching tool, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, I mean, you have to use some type of descriptive wording to for differentiation between all species. Like if you see a lion, you're not gonna call it a cheetah because it's a cat. You know what I mean? It's got some differentiation, or a lion or a cheetah and a leopard. That would be better. A cheetah and a leopard are two species of cat up in the same, phylum. So same thing with humans. I mean, we can see different phenotypical features amongst pretty much throughout the whole spectrum of humanity. But it was something I was thinking about that they do that just really crazy. Like a reason why, like they'll be saying I'm going on a Neanderthal tangent, but I keep trying to explain to y'all the incursions of the Neanderthal DNA proves that they were not always there, because the people that are there now have a 2% Neanderthal clip. The people that even Motor Boy or the Basal Eurasians or the Natufians, they show that they didn't have that admixture. So you can show that the population does have some type of a genetic shift based on that incursion of Neanderthal DNA. That has been a simple point that I've been trying to make, that they try to clutter up and make it seem like you can't use that. But if you go look through all of those articles, they're going to always start off by saying how much of the Neanderthal DNA that they have. Another thing that Smash be doing that's that he mentions, and it's a couple of guys. There's two guys that I watch, Europeans. I think his name is Sai. He does the history of Egypt by dynasty. And if you just watch it from Dynasty 1 or pre-Dynasty all the way up to the New Kingdom, you will notice that if you listen to that story, they always unify from the South. You see what I'm saying? Smash bringing that up, but people don't really know the significance of that point, because every time that country gets unified, it's people from Thebes that come up and unify. When it's in disarray, it's chopped up between sections. So, I noticed that maybe 2 years ago and thought that was interesting. But I see Smash, he on it too. I think it's Sai. I'll look up, a matter of fact, let me look up the link for Sai, and I'll probably put that in the chat for people that want to maybe look at that. And you could look at the whole dynasty from all of the dynasties and just notice how the story goes as far as when unification happened. So I'm just trying to use this for a little bit of time until Smash get back. But he got it to where you can't share the screen, so I can't even do that. But I can share links. So hold on, let me see if I can find this. If anybody else got something they want to add, they can go ahead while I'm looking. Yeah, and I'll put the links for this in the chat. But it looked like Smashed and got caught up at the post office. Hold on. Where is I think Smash might have to end the show. Oh, well, I guess I'm gonna drop off, man, until I guess Smash get back. There ain't nobody on here, so
yeah? I can't even hear nothing. Hold on. Y'all even there? Damn, hold on. Damn, I'm puzzled. I'm not even at the stream. Yeah.
Yo, is you still streaming?
Yeah, is it still streaming? I left the house, but I thought y'all was talking, and then I just came back. I ain't hear nobody.
Oh, okay.
Look on the YouTube and let me know. I mean, it gotta still be streaming because I left the streaming. Thank you.
Oh yeah. It's still on.
All right, but it was just a long silent point or something.
Yo, what's the dialogue? Y'all was talking about the displaced Egyptians, right? I wanted to add to that conversation.
Go right ahead. Bill with excuses. Well, I just snuck into the post office and it's thumb empty. I'm hella happy. I just was here. It was hella crowded. But Bill with us. Tell me what you was gonna add to the subject.
Oh, okay. Have you ever heard of the prophecy of the potter?
Heard of what?
The prophecy of the potter.
I think so, but break it down.
Yeah, so the prophecy of the potter, it's a late Egyptian text. And it talks about how these Typhoonians, these foreigners were going to come in and it was going to cause mass migration of Egyptians going into the east as well as the west.
Also, is this pertaining to documented mass migrations?
Right, exactly. And it's called the prophecy of the potter. It's a late Egyptian text.
Do you have it up and open?
No, I don't. I don't have it in electronic form. But Rittner translated it, and it's in an anthology.
Just one moment, please. Go ahead. Keep building for the people.
Yeah, it's in an anthology book as well. And in addition to that, Arab sources also mention mass migrations of Egyptians as well as Nubians into West Africa, right? And if you read the histories of Herodotus, he says that war caused a lot of Egyptians to migrate south, right, into Nubia. So, migrations of African people from Kemet and Nubia into various portions, whether it be various portions like in Syria, whether it be various portions like into Mali, near the Lake Chad. These migrations are well documented. In fact, in the prophecy of the Potter text, it states that so many Egyptians were going to migrate into the east that they were going to bring their Egyptian gods into places like Babylon, right? Because of how many Egyptians were migrating into the east to avoid war, right? And if we was to take that into account today, millions of people migrate to this very day because of war. So war has always been the impetus.
Even
War
with
has always.
war, I mean, they just had a just like James had pointed out. They just had a migration with the Ukraine war.
Right. So war has always been the impetus for mass migration. And so, are you familiar with the Book of the Celestial Cow?
It sounds familiar, but you know what thing I don't read a lot is my main, when I do philology, I go over any type of text, but I'm not necessarily drawn more towards the religious text than any other category. So I might have a lot of data pertaining to comical and satirical text, and just as much with religious, but I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know. That seems like that was at once the Celestial Cow. Hold on.
Yeah, the Book of the Celestial Cow is in part was written on the walls of King Tut, and in part it was written on the walls of Ramesses II. Right? And so with the Book of the Celestial Cow, it's also called the destruction of mankind. But it's not talking about mankind at all. It's actually talking about the African Egyptian people and how they were going to be destroyed, right? And so, of course, the book is religious in a way because it's talking about how humans were disrespecting Ra, and because of their disrespect towards Ra, Ra was going to go back to the heavens, and he was going to leave Tahuti in charge, right, as his viceroy. But in addition to that, Tahuti degrades and he becomes a moon god. And then he degrades even further and he becomes the baboon. And his job is to fight off the Greeks, the Hannibal, right? And so the story is kind of letting you know that the destruction of the Egyptians is going to ultimately result in them having to go to war with foreigners, aka the Hannibal, right? The people of the Mediterranean. So, a large degree of the book of Ezekiel and other Judaic texts that came much later is also talking about the destructions of the Egyptians. But it was the Egyptians themselves that wrote about their own destruction when it came to the book of the Celestial Cow, when it came to the text of Upawir, when it
Also,
came
the
to
Celestial Cow was not talking about anything religious.
it's semi-religious because it's talking about the gods in a literal term. It's some of the stuff is allegorical in terms of like how Ra has to go back to heaven and how he leaves Tahuti in charge, right? And what is when you get into the Chaldean records, right? Because the Chaldeans were taught by the Egyptians. This allegory with Ra going back to the heavens and leaving Tahuti in charge, and the Chaldean records, they explain it as two fluctuating cycles, right? The sun cycle was the cycle of the gods, and the moon cycle was the cycle of mortals and chaos, right? And that's allegorically taught in ancient Kemetic texts as Ra and Tahuti, right? And when you look at the language, the word for moon is aha. The word for fight is aha, and the word the sound that a warrior makes on the battlefield is aha. So the
Because
actual
that was kind of like, that was a little bit creative, because that's kind of like our transliteration of what these terms would sound like, but it's not actually representative of the real way that they said it. It's just so like I know which terms you're talking about because you said aha, and so now it works in scholarship. But it may have been some variation on the actual way they pronounced it. So when we start dealing with pronunciation, like it was for instance, the aha to stand and to fight are the same in ancient Egyptian, but it's only the transliteration that makes the moon seem like it has something to do with that. The moon would be more like Yah, or you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but at that point, it seems like some of the way that they transliterate these terms for us to take them into another language could make us think that things were pronounced the way that they were not pronounced.
Okay, but when you actually, that's a valid argument. But when you actually look at other African languages, in this instance, I don't know any other African languages in which the term for moon is aha, so I can't substantiate whether that's the proper translation for phonological value or not, right? But religiously, right, the Egyptians employed the onomatopoeia, right, in a lot of their words, like the word for wind, shu. Shu is the very term that the wind makes. So shu is
what is the onomatopoeia?
Onomatopoeia is a word that sounds like the very thing that the word is, right? So let's take the word ak for spirit, right? Ak is spelt with a crowned ibis bird, but in nature, that bird makes the sound ak, ak.
Yeah, that's
Ah,
right. A lot of the
so
time,
so
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. They do that. Yeah, I just didn't know the say the term for it again.
onomatopoeia.
Yeah, they definitely do that a lot of the time. A cat is called a meow.
Right. Or Mao, right? Which is
Exactly.
right, right. So I'm using the term warrior, right? I'm applying that same principle here with the term warrior. Warriors do make the aha sound on the battlefield. And
But no, no, you just messed that up. Warriors don't got no consistent sound. As a human warrior, we all got a different sound we make when we getting it in. Some people might growl, some people might make the sound you making, but you're making it static and universal, like everybody go ah. Unless you got stabbed, then we might all go ah the same way if we get stabbed. If that's what you mean, then I'll have to feel that. Like if someone get assaulted by a warrior, we all gonna go out the same way. But a warrior just going into battle, you'd have to substantiate that.
nah. It's more like it's like a general term for battle. Like, you know what I mean? It's a general expression in battle. Um, it's just a general expression. So I'm not saying that certain people on the battlefield is not saying, but it's like when you look at the word for arrow, right? It's right, but it's sort of sounds like the term or the sound that an arrow makes when it's going through the wind. So
All
there's
right,
a
but
lot of
let me illustrate what I mean.
Uh-huh.
I think you're correct about the sounds of battle and the word that I just used. I think that's correct. But this is what I'm saying. If I'll give you an example. If I say "Hiya," I'm talking about karate, right? You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like if anybody here, they know that is a sound of a karate movement. What I'm saying is the sounds of war are in uniform in that sense to where if I'm just trying to fire on somebody, I might make a grunt or a groan, but it might not be the same one that you make in order for someone to form a sound around a word for war that is a ah, because I never made that ah noise when I was fighting.
I hear you. I hear the pushback. Hey, yo, Rock, you gotta share this article. You mentioned it once before on your platform. It's this Nuwabia article that talks about East to West African migrations. It's on Academia EDU, and it's quoting an Arab source that's mentioning how people from Nuwabia and Kemet migrated into West Africa. And I'm looking to hear a counter argument on this article from anybody who has a counter argument in terms of how there's not where there is West African clans and ethnic groups in West Africa that migrated from Nubia, Sudan, and Nuwabia, according to this Arab scholar. And
what are you two messed up everything? Wonder
what's up?
who you was. You just revealed it right now.
Hold on.
You
You
said
sound
Nuwabia?
Yeah. Check out the
Hold
article
on.
that
I need to be heard clearly. Let me reiterate myself. I said you was sounding good, you was doing good, and you just messed it all up, and I caught it. You said Nuwabia?
Hey, bro, did you see the post? Did you see the post that I just made in the chat?
You a Nuwabian, bro? I didn't see no post.
No, what's a Nuwabian?
Oh, because you just said Nuwabia, right?
No, I said there's an article on Academia EDU, right, that quotes this Arab scholar, Abu El Idrisi, and he talks about East to West African migrations. And particularly, he talks about migrations from Nuwabia and Kemet.
Yeah, hold on. What is Nuwabia? And that article pseudo. I know that article it was presented by Wadi. What's dude name? Wadi. Just because it's on Academic U, that article bad. But what's dude name? Wadi who wrote it. I know the article.
Emery King wrote the article.
Emery King, exactly. But yeah, I know exactly. But he was talking about a word in the article, watch or whatever that he was trying to mess up. I know you know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to give you points to let you know that I read the article. He was talking about a particular
That's a,
term that he tried to
that's
trace
a
back to
different.
Kendrick.
That's a different article. What you're talking
Okay,
about is
it's
you're
a
talking
different
about
article
you're
by
talking about
Emery King.
yeah, it's by the same author, but the one that you're talking about is called Why Do, and
Yeah, that is the one I'm talking about. Thank you for
right.
putting that out. So that's a different article than this one that says. Now this one says that there's some Nuwabu place. See, basically, this article or that article, the author maintains something about something Nuwabian, right? You know, Nuwabians is a cult, right?
No, I'm only concerned with the article. Not any African American cult. And so, like, you're saying that the article is pseudo. I would love to hear your counter argument on the article.
Well, here's the thing: there's no place in ancient Egypt called Nuwabu, so that's the first point of contention.
Okay, so have you ever read the Stela of Nastatin?
No, I haven't read. You know what? And have you read? Ain't a proper. I mean, that's just like a YouTube way. If you've read it, show me the information on there that would substantiate a Nuwabu on that Stela. Because there's, like I said earlier, there'll be plenty of texts that I haven't read. And if you got the information contained in those texts, just put that card on the table.
Okay, all right. So let's address the first point, right? And then I'm gonna get to the Stela of Nasasatin, right? Who's a Nubian pharaoh in the 27th dynasty, I believe. So the first point of contention is that Abu El Idrisi is 1,000 years ago. I don't think because he's 1,000 years old and this manuscript is 1,000 years old that's being referenced in this article, he has nothing to do with Nuwapians or any African American cult, right? That's the first point. The second point is his book called the Kitab el-Roger, the Book of Roger, that he wrote 1,000 years ago, is in the library of Yale and Harvard, the original Arabic, right? And in that original Arabic manuscript, he mentions a place called Nuwabia, right? Nun, Wa, Beth, Yod, Aleph, right? NWBYA, okay? And he has the phonological marks, which makes the word in Arabic Nuwabia, okay? That's 1,000 years ago. And he's in his book, he states that the Nuba told him that they got their name from a place called Nuwabia, and that they dispersed from this city called Nuwabia, and they occasionally would migrate into West Africa and back into Nubia. Okay. And he also calls the word Nubia right here that's being used in his manuscript is the Arabic term Ard el Nuba, which means the land of the Nuba. Okay, so the word Nuwabia is being used 1,000 years ago in this manuscript. And so then the writer, Emery King, he takes it a step further. He associates this Arabic story, right? This is a story given by this Arab historian about Nuwabia. He associates the word Nuwabia with the word MPY and NWA for Kumambo, right? Because as me and you both know, because Rock, you've mentioned this before on your show, that the word Kumambo, which means the city of Ambo, the word Kumambo in the glyphs is NWB or NB. Can you correct me on that before I go any further?
I'm gonna put it up with the list of corrections I'm about to give you right after that. So go right ahead. But you are correct.
Okay. So Kumambo in the Medu Neter and the glyphs is rendered NWB, MBA, NWBA. Right.
So just for the most accurate we could get, Umbo is going to render us NBYT, being the lower border of the gold region. We're going to get NBYT, but you're not inaccurate. I'm not saying you're wrong, because that's a term for gold, but it wasn't necessary. And that was a region of gold, but they would say they defined it by two terms for gold. One was Nub Wet and the other was Nub Yet. Nub Yet was lower than Nub Wet. And so, yeah, but I'm not contradicting you. I'm just adding some additional information. Basically, noob is the root of both of those terms, so you can continue. Yes.
Okay. So when we study hieratic and demotic relative to the temple carvings, and demotic, KMT, Kemet, is Kemi, right? So based on that pattern, and we notice that pattern consistently between demotic and the temple carvings known as Medu Neter. We notice that in demotic, words that are spelt with the T in the glyphs are not rendered with the T in demotic. Okay. So
hey, what's your name, bro?
What's my name?
Yeah.
Why? No, I'm just kidding. My name is my name is Rock Jones.
Okay, because you sounded a little like Zion Lex. But I have to make sure who I was talking to. But you're doing good. Go ahead.
No, this ain't Zion Lex. But so Kemi is rendered all throughout demotic. So to say that, and once again, there's another Arabic scholar, historian, 1,000 years ago, that says that the Nuba told him that they migrated from a place called Nuwaba, not Nuwabia, right? And so there's a Nuwaba, there's a Nawaba, and then there's a Nuwabia by three different Arab historians, right?
Okay.
Arabic historians, right? And so, when you look at the French hieroglyphic dictionary, I can't think of the French author who compiled it, but when you look at his hieroglyphic dictionary, he says that Napata in the Stele of Nasten is rendered NWPA, right? And then there's another rendition of Napata as NWPY. Now, keep in mind, this is all written without vowels. So if you was to take these Arab historians, if you was to take their accounts with any credibility, you would see that their rendition of this place called Nuwabia and Nuwaba is the same as the glyphs NWPA and NWBA. And so throughout the Nile region, right, you see various places that's rendered NWBA, NBA, right, NWBT, NWBY, and there's even a place in the glyphs which Budge states that it's a Sudanese city, but he doesn't know where the Sudanese city is at, and it's spelled NWPU, right? And if you was to put the vowels in there any which way you wanted to, you would get Nuwapu, you would get Nuwapa, which is common, right? Which is common in the languages of that region, and it has nothing to do with an African American culture.
So let me just ask you about the last thing you said.
Mm-hmm.
In a second, I won't be able to talk. The U in the last term represents a U in the new part or in the Wabu part. It can't represent two sounds. You see? You said New Wabu was represented by N, U, P, something else. So in the breakdown, grammatically, what did that U represent? Did it represent the U in new? Next word, you said, oh, I got to be quiet. So let me just listen to your response.
Okay, so new, the water ripple by itself is new. So you don't, it doesn't have to be followed by the chick. In fact, it's not.
Where does the Y come from? I mean, for the Wabian, where's the W for the Wabian?
Okay, so if you study the languages of the Nilo-Saharan, let's take for instance the word sob in the glyphs, right? S-A-B. Have you ever read The Five Dialects of Ancient Egypt by James P. Allen? Well,
I'm sorry, people crazy because I can't talk right now.
My bad. So in The Five Dialects of James P. Allen, he displays how the word to wash, S-A-B in the glyphs, is rendered S-W-B in Demotic. Right? So he says suwab and sob is the same word. They're just dialectical differences. And he says this occurs frequently throughout the glyphs, throughout the 5 major periods of ancient.
I'm listening. I wish I could respond. It'll probably take like 3 minutes before I can respond, but keep building.
Yeah, you can see that pattern where the W is in certain words and then it leaves certain words, right, across the 5 major periods of ancient Egyptian, right? And so that's the same thing with the word kub, and then it's pronounced. Go ahead.
Phonetically, what do you think is the difference between a U and a doubled U?
Why is that a question?
Because you're exploiting or don't understand the difference between two right now. So I was trying to say which sound, when you write a consonant or a vowel, it represents a sound, right? So we say new. The U is represented when we say new. That would give us new ob because we don't have a W to represent that next sound. I'm waiting. They're going to tell me to get off the phone in a minute. But go ahead. If you see what I'm saying or not, yeah.
I don't. You know, Rock, I would appreciate if the article is pseudo, I would appreciate you writing a rebuttal. As a matter of fact, I'll even pay you to write a rebuttal.
No, I'm
not even the author. Isn't that how it's done academically? Like, if you like the article is pseudo, wouldn't you be able to prove that in about a 5-page article? That shouldn't be nothing to a vet like you.
So I'm wondering why you're switching the categories of our discourse. You don't have a response to me? You simply just saying, you simply just telling me to write a rebuttal. I just gave you a simple hurdle to hop and you couldn't hop it. I asked you which sound did that W or U represent. You couldn't hop that hurdle?
No, I didn't really understand the question.
All right, I'm doing too much right now. You gotta apologize. You can go ahead. I'm just listening.
Yeah. So once again, these Arab scholars, they talked about a place called Nuwabia, and listening to you and listening to a lot of other YouTubers, you guys were very quick to associate the word Nuwabia and Nuwapu with Dr. Malachi Z. York, right? And that's cool, but it really shows that the community that you are a part of was not abreast on this topic and this particular literature. So you only could associate it with Dr. Malachi Z. York as a testament of your ignorance of the Arabic manuscripts and the Egyptian literature, as well as the Nilo-Saharan languages. So, yeah, that's my comment to that, brother.
It is a strong suit of Arabized Negroes to be familiar with Arabic literature. But if we're not, then we ain't had no reason to be familiar with the Quran or none of that. I study literature and I'm very familiar with it. And this is the way I can tell you that you're in gross error thinking your own source go back 1,000 years ago. That's 1023 AD. Has nothing to do with Kemet. But I'm just talking over place where I shouldn't be talking. So
yeah, but once again, the word appears in ancient Kemet. The word appears in ancient Kemet. The word
appear in ancient Kemet, but we'll talk about that because you took it to.
So in Coptic,
that's not a cognate with Nuwabian. It's a different amount of syllables and everything.
In Coptic, right? In Coptic, what's the word for fashion? to fashion something, to make something. How do you say that in Coptic?
My bad. Hold on one second. I mean, I'm listening to you.
So in Coptic, the word to fashion is nuwub. Nuwub, right? Niwob. Nuwub. That's the word for to fashion, to create. And the primary consonants in that Coptic word is NWB. Okay? Nuwub. And the reason why I'm bringing up the Coptic is because the Coptic gives us an indication on how these words are pronounced in Middle Egyptian. It's not an absolute phonological rendition of what's in the Medu Neter, but it does give us an indication of the potential pronunciation, right? And so the word for fashioners in the glyphs in the Medu Neter, in the Middle Egyptian, the word for fashioners is NWBYU. And if we was to look at the Coptic pronunciation of the word to fashion, verb and verb form, we could make the assessment. It wouldn't be harmful to make the assessment that the word fashioners might be pronounced nubiu, right? That wouldn't be a harmful assessment. And to your comment about Arabicized Negroes that are familiar with the Quran and Arabic texts, Sheikh Anta Diop, who had 5 degrees spanning 4 different disciplines, said that the Arabic historians, the historians that wrote in Arabic, and some of these historians was from Sudan, some of them were from Syria, some of them were from Algeria, some of them were from Yemen. But he said when these Arabic speaking historians did an awesome job at cataloging African history, right? He says this in the book called African Civilization, right? And so the Quran or Islam has nothing to do with the technological know-how and the historical aptitude.
No, that was simply my response to the ignorant, displaying ignorance about the Arabic. You feel me? Like if I ain't Arabized, I don't even need to know nothing about that.
I didn't say displaying ignorance towards Arabic. I said Arabic literature, right? Displaying ignorance.
Here's the deal. I mean, this will be my response because I finally could talk. So I'm gonna go back to the beginning of what you was talking about. You started with these sources, and you act like 1,000 years ago was antiquitous. When we're talking about Kemet, we don't even go into Kemet 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, it was 1,023 AD.
No doubt.
Do you realize that? So it might sound antiquitous to you to state that, but that's because Arabic won't let you deal with anything in the real antiquitous ages. You won't even go into nothing BC. I'm talking about when you're dealing behind Islamic culture. And so one thing, a fact is that you gave me three Arabic historians who go back the furthest to 1023 AD, who supposedly said that they got it, this qualified historian you told me, he said that he got it from the Noba people. Now, the Nova people, I don't want to go there, but they don't got nothing to do with ancient Egypt. And so we started off talking about how the Nuwabu ain't we'll talk about it. They come up out of the Noba Mountains at a later time period in time, and they can't be confused with the Nubians. Well, so I didn't even interrupt. None of y'all. I was just pressing you. So let me get my bars off. Yeah, right. I had to remember this like a scholar do. I ain't even writing it down. And so you said he got it from the Noba people, right? Which has nothing to do with Kemet. They come up out of the Noba Mountains at a later time period. As a matter of fact, there was Ta-Nehisi people prior to the people of the Noble Mountains, who would be the traditional contingency of the Nubians, because their name still remains linguistically as well in their same geographic territory. Nubians, Egyptians called them Nehesi. They call themselves Mahasi to this day. Now, when we matched up cognates, we know the M and the M switch, and we got the H and the S. So we got M and S or N. We got MHS or NHS, both in the same period, being the same people. So going back 1,000 years ago and saying that something 3,000 years before that is substantiated by some noble people who wandered up out the mountains. They didn't speak Medu Neter. They don't even speak a language. As a matter of fact, Old Nubian, it's going to be a language attributed to the noble people. Old Nubian is a derivative that comes after Coptic. It don't even predate Coptic. So the noble people spoke Old Nubian. They wouldn't even know nothing about what it says in the Medu Neter about Nuwabu. Thank you for that was just my quick and short reply from the things that I could remember that you put forth. But just to be clear, a 1,000 year ago attestation about what happened in Kemet, it isn't contemporaneous to the claims that they talking about. It's like 2,000 or 3,000 years out of date. I also see we got Brother Chris came in. Peace to you. If you wanted to get a word in before we hear my brother's response.
Peace, Smash. Yeah, I'm coming in on the tail end. Last thing I heard was something about a verb noob. That's the last thing I heard.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear from my brother if you will want to respond to that.
Okay.
Okay. So do you want me to respond to your 4 points that you just made, Rock, or you want me to reiterate the Coptic verb NIWOB?
I would like both. I'm almost back to my computer. Let's start. Let's start with the Coptic verb thing. It seems interesting.
Right. Okay, so in Coptic, particularly the Bohoric dialect of Coptic, which is one of 5 major dialects, in the Bohoric dialect of Coptic, the word for to fashion or create is pronounced nuub. Nuub, right? N-I.
It's a question real quick.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I heard you say in the 5 dialects of Coptic. I'm familiar with Sahidic, Baharic, and Fayumic. What are the other 2 dialects?
Right, what are the other 2 dialects?
Oxycoronic, Bohoric, Sahidic. Hold on one second. I can
but
do
I
a quick.
never heard the first one. I gotta look that
I
up.
remember right, 2 of those dialects are kind of just offshoots of one of the major 3. The 3 major dialects.
Yeah, Sahidic and Fayumic, it's just different places they lived in right. Egypt, basically. But so I don't know this other place that the first one he cited, but I'm gonna look it up as soon as I get to a computer.
Yeah, oxy something oxy.
Oxycoronic. Okay, so it's Bohoric, Sahidic, Akhmimic, Lycopolitan, Fayumic, Oxycoronic.
Those are places, yeah.
Okay, I need to note that.
Right,
Thank you.
So those are 6 right there, right? And so within the Bohoric dialect of Coptic, the word niwub, Niwob, and it's pronounced with a W, right? It means to fashion or create, right? And so, as we know, the reason why we bring up Coptic is because Coptic gives us an indication of how the Medu Neter is pronounced, right? It's not a definite indication, but it's because it's an ancestor, right? So I'm just making it clear for the audience to follow along. Why are we bringing up Coptic, right? So when you look up the word fashioners in the glyphs in Middle Egyptian, right? The word fashioners is NWBYU, right? NWBYU. That's the word for fashioners, someone who fashions something, right? It was used for those who fashion with gold within the house of Ptah. Okay, so if we apply the Coptic phonology to this Middle Egyptian word NWBYU, we get the word Nuwubiyu, right? Nuwubiyu is the word we get for fashioners. Okay, that's my first point. My second point is,
Can we talk about that one for a second?
Absolutely.
So you said in the glyphs, can you show us in the glyphs where you found this Nuwubiyu in Middle Egyptian or Late Egyptian?
You want me to take this is really not a good platform to really take a picture from my laptop because I'm on my phone right now.
No. Just tell us what the primary source is. I'm sure between me and Smash we can find it if it exists like that. The reason why I'm asking is because you said in Middle Egyptian, just to harp on it a little bit, you said in Middle Egyptian there's a word that means to fashion. Well, first of all, there are many words that mean to fashion. You have the word ked.
It's a noun. These are fashioners. This is a noun.
Well, true. But what I'm saying is that most nouns derive from verbs. In Middle and Late Egyptian, right? So if you decline the verb properly, right, then it becomes a noun or an adjective, right? No problem. So you said a fashioner or one who fashions, right? I follow you. But what I'm asking you is that can you show us in the glyphs where we have this Nuwubiyu? Because the reason why I'm asking is because normally when you see it in the glyphs, they don't show any vowels. So for example, you mentioned the word.
Oh yeah. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you on that. And this is why I said if we apply. Go ahead.
But you said in Middle Egyptian, there's a word Nuwubiyu. So I'm asking you, can you show us in the glyphs where it's going to have maybe a S12 glyph and the Uchik and maybe a D58 showing us Nuwubiyu?
So I said if we apply the Coptic phonology.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But you don't know if that what it was really in Middle Egyptian. Most likely it probably was, right? But you still don't know what vowel was there.
It's the water ripple. It's the
water ripple has an N sound.
Right. This is right. The first letter, right? It's a water. It's a water ripple. It's a foot. It's the two reeds and a chick.
Okay, so that's at the end, right? But normally though, when they write the word noob in the glyphs, if they're not writing it phonetically, they normally use the necklace, the gold necklace, the S12 glyph, the necklace.
The gold necklace is not being used. It's not being used in this rendition. It's the water ripple, and in addition to that, when you ask the question, what source is it in? I'm getting this from an E.A. Wallace Budge dictionary, volume 2.
Yeah, my only issue with E.A. Wallace Budge is that I don't know what stage you're in your development of Medunetia or whatever, but Budge has a lot of errors in it that maybe a new person. Yeah. I'm not saying you're new. New people shouldn't use that because Budge I think there have been updates made. There are things that have been discovered since Budge. So Budge has errors in it.
Can you? I know I've seen a lot of errors in it. I've been studying the Medunetia for 15 years now.
Okay.
And so I'm very abreast on like how he renders the word shesh as on sometimes. I know that's an error.
Right.
That's the major primary error that I've noticed in his works. I do have James P. Allen's stuff. I have Faulkner's stuff, but what I haven't done is I haven't really seen enough errors in Budge's work to completely dismiss his work. Right.
Oh yeah. It shouldn't be completely dismissed, but you know what, bro? I did write an article on the subject. It's called "The Reasons Why E.A. Wallace Budge is a Bad Source for Neophytes," and I wrote it about 12 years ago. I still will share it for you, and it illustrates some of these errors. They're not necessarily all the way errors. It was because the transliteration schemes and things had not been fully uniformed. And what you'll notice is Budge was one of the ones who went further to lift beyond transliterations to try to tell people how these words were actually pronounced. And he includes the vowels, and that was his own system. And so this was some of the reason why he got discredited. But let's speak for Budge. He was one of the Egyptologists who said they should look more into African languages. You see what I'm saying? In order to get, and that had a lot more to do with his discrediting too, as well. And so I say like you, House of Kush, that we shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater is right. But when we come to these highly specialized conversations like this, Budge ain't good source material, because out of all the things that we prescribe, especially when we're going to venture into say how something was pronounced, I think the last thing we should be using is Budge, just because he puts the vowels in there for us and takes away the work that we need to do to figure out what these vowels were to make these words. You see what I mean?
Right.
Oh yeah, no doubt. There's no contest there. Chris, I shared a link in the discussion. It's the Nuwabia article from Academia EDU. When you get a chance, can you look at that article? Give me your honest critique on it, because I'm looking for contesting views. Right. And can you also check out the Wadu article by the same author, Emery King, on Academia EDU? Right. In the Wadu article, it goes into how the word Wadu is found in Old Nubian, as well as two Nubian dialects from Sudan. And so can you check that out as well? And I'm looking because you guys are the experts.
I got the Wadu article right here, and I don't think Chris gonna read more than the first page. He might be the type of scholar that'll keep going after seeing hella creative information, but sometimes we don't got time to waste on stuff like that. And so I'm saying that I'm not saying it to discredit Emery King or anything. I'm just saying my opinion of the article after I seen it was pseudo, and I got it given to me by a person who deals with another ancient language, and he was wondering was it pseudo or not, and he wanted my opinion of it. So let's see Chris's opinion of it after all this, and I'm telling you, you're gonna read a little. I'll whip it out. I thought we had it. I should be able to pull it up right here.
Hey, let's do it. Smash, man, you a monster when it comes to the insults, but I'll be looking for substance, man.
I think I'm definitely a monster with the insults, but I think I give the people more substance than insults. Calm down. You know I give them more substance than insults. It's just when they go that route, they find out my true character ain't as nice as I be acting. I'm right there with y'all when we get grimy and greasy. I'm right with you, but that ain't what I put out. Have you noticed it's only certain characters that even our discourse has been really cool right now. I only had to cut you down a few times, but you because after you threw your ignorant lug, I said, okay, it's on. See, you opened that up. See, I track and detail conversations in discourse. As soon as you threw that lug, I said, cool, now I could get him. So I hit you back with the Arabized Negro. It's nothing.
You earned that one, brother. You earned that one.
It's all good. But honestly, I prefer the discourse to never go there, because then the people, it's fun when it do, but it kind of be like, oh, you fighting two battles. You got to be charismatic and you got to have some information. And I think that's unfair. I think we should just do the information thing, because I'm going to win with the charisma every time.
Hey, yo, Chris, you at your computer?
Yeah, I'm at it right now.
Okay, you see the link?
Yeah, I'm looking in the chat, but I don't see the link in the
He put it in the back chat.
In our chat in here.
I put it in our chat.
Right there.
Okay, now I don't see it here.
I'm gonna pull it up. I see one red dot. Let's see what the red dot represents. Yeah, there go the link. I'll pull it up. So I'm pulling it up. I'm about to share the screen.
This is to the Wadu article, but is what I really want us to do is I want us to assess the Wadu. That was the Nuwabia article, but I want us to assess the Wadu article together.
But now that but you just gave us the Nuwabian article, so why'd you give us this one?
What you mean?
You don't see the screen?
Yeah, I gave you the wrong one. Let me.
Oh, okay. I thought you gave it to us for a reason, like you want us to look at it.
Nah. I mean, we can go back to that one, but you was using the term pseudo and creativity.
Yeah, it really was. But we gonna see right now when we look at the data. Come on, let's look at the data. So if you got, I could just click Emery King and it'll take me to his other articles, right?
That's true. That's true.
So here we go. But it's in French. Here we go.
No. It's one in English.
There go one in English right there. Why do in Middle Egyptian Nilo-Saharan?
Go to the revised one.
I'm about to download. Oh, this not revised? Okay, let me see. Now, brother, good brother, I could tell you a Nuwabian. You just hiding it. It ain't no reason to be espousing Wadu and Medu Nature and Nuwabi in the place, because you're not gonna get castigated. Look, the name Jonathan. Hold on, check yourself. What to say right here? Check yourself. Read what that say. What that say?
Hold on. I can't see it.
You can't see it?
Oh, Jonathan Owens. Okay.
Well, no, read what it say.
The name Jonathan Owens is mentioned in a paper in Emery A. King research.
Now, it could be that your boy using me. You did? Okay. But it could be not. I don't think so, bro. It got to be another Jonathan Owens out here who doing that work, bro. I'm just playing because I don't think that be the case, but this always happened to me. It'd be like the name Jonathan Owens is mentioned in a paper in Emery King's research area. Cut it out, bro. We on different levels here.
The part of my understanding is why we, and like I said, I came in, of course, on the tail end. Like, what's going on with the Nubi and Nubiu and
yeah. He was doing that. We're gonna work.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, brother.
Let's work back towards that, Chris. Cause I want Jonathan Owens' real critique in real time. You know what I mean? Like, I want to read this article with him so he can critique it and give me that scholarly feedback.
All right. But look though, Chris, I'm telling you, I mean, I like the way that
we can address the other article after we go through.
I'm about to open it up right now. It ain't opening for some reason. What does it say when I look? Y'all seeing it live. Look, when I click on the document, what is it saying? It said opioid that couldn't open Wadu in Middle Egyptian because it's pseudo. Now it says it couldn't open Wadu in Middle Egyptian because it is either not supported file or because the file has been damaged. So this is the PDF viewer right here. So somebody damaged his download. That's sad because people could get all kind of files on your computer by faking like they a PDF or something. Yeah, both of his books are not opening right now, so I don't know what to say about that.
Hold on. Let me fix that.
Yeah,
Let me fix that. Let me send you the link.
Oh, so you Emery, bro?
No, I'm not Emery. Who the hell is? I don't even know who that guy is.
How you gonna fix it? I just wonder how you gonna fix it. You gonna go in the academic?
I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna send the link. I'm gonna copy the link.
Got you. I thought you was going into academia.u and re-uploading a new document.
You funny.
No, I'm saying, but I still don't understand. Like, why are we discussing a Nuwapic greeting via Medu Nature? I don't understand it. I mean, I know we all know here that Nuwapic is a combination of.
He tried to force it, bro. He trying to force it. And I'm just letting him do it.
Who says it's a Nuwapic greeting? Like, what's your obsession with Nuwapians? Like, I'm confused.
No, you the one who making us look over something that substantiate these Nuwapian claims. How we ain't obsessed with it. We just dealing with what's on the table.
I didn't bring up Nuwapians, Dr. York. I didn't bring up none of that.
You about Dr. York, but the last time I heard the word Wadu was back when I was on the land back in the 90s. That's the last time I heard anybody use Wadu. I never seen it used in any kind of script or nothing like that.
And I don't know how y'all memory is, but bro, I'll be having to remember shit and then think of a rhyme to rebut it in a split second. So just remembering what you said is very easy. The reason why we went along these lines is because you busted out and said that there was a location called Nuwabu. And I said, hold up. You was doing good up until that point. You remember that? Gotcha. So, bro, I smoke weed, but I got the memory of a scholar, family. You never gonna catch me leaking on something you said in a dialogue that I can't retain during the dialogue.
But Rock, I said that was about Nuwapians though. You said that was about Nuwapians.
Okay, so here's the deal. This is what I'm trying to say. Acting like the term Nuwapu don't got nothing to do with Nuwapians is very intellectually dishonest and disingenuous to everybody listening. Don't nobody think is a word that exists, Nuwapu, that don't got nothing to do with Nuwapians. Like no human thinks that.
You know why? You know why that is? Because you're an American Negro whose first language was English.
What was my second language?
Right, what that got to do with it?
That don't make no sense.
Look. If I ask you, what's the key Swahili word for to give someone something?
I can ask you that same word in Medu-Neter. What's the Medu-Neter word to give somebody something? You've been studying for 15 years.
Rodney, but that's not my point. That's not my point.
You said it right. You answered the question correct.
No, that's not my point. My point is that the word in Kiswahili is nuwapa. It means to give an offering. That has nothing to do with Nuwapians. If I wrote an article,
but you jump in. Why did you jump? Because see, this is the thing, brother.
Because you're saying
why can't you make your point with the source material we're discussing? Why'd you have to go to there? Why don't you say it with the ancient Egyptian? Ain't this is where you substantiate the word? So you see, it means this in Swahili. What does it mean in ancient Egyptian?
Hey. Let's read this Wadu article right fast.
Why my questions be do my questions be that daunting to where when I lay them out they don't get addressed? And then the second way is to say we don't understand it. So when you don't understand something, you bypass it and go on to the next subject.
No, the point. I addressed your first point. You said I'm the first one that mentioned Nuwapu as a place. I never mentioned Nuwapu as a place. I said Nuwabia was mentioned by an Arab scholar 1,000 years ago, and I would love your critique on this article.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're right. You're right.
And then hold on. And then your response was, hold up. You was doing good all the way up until you mentioned Nuwapu.
Mm-hmm.
No, you a Nuwapian?
I asked.
And I'm like, what is? No, I'm not Nuwapian. And what is Nuwapian?
But any judge in America who don't even know what we talking about will tell you that, well, after you said Nuwapu, he questioned whether you were a Nuwapian, and your reply was, what does that have to do with it?
And I said no. And what does that have to do with the article? Instead of moving on from that point, we still 20 minutes later talking about
because you still trying to act like Nuwabu don't got nothing to do with Dr. York. That's the craziest thing to ever do right now. You sitting here with somebody who gave you a hint and said I was on the land in the 90s, and you didn't even pick up on that. So he basically saying, bro, I will fry you on this right now. He said it like a gentleman.
Let's
you didn't even pick up on that, bro.
Let's pull up the Nuwabia article, and what Chris is going to have to admit is that his understanding of the term was based on an American Negro's perspective, and it was not based on what's written in Arabic. It was not based on what's written in the glyphs. It was based on Dr. York. Even 30 years later, you guys are still basing it on Dr. York.
That would be fair for you. That's fair for you to take as your stance.
You grew up as American Negroes, and that's okay.
Okay, so
that's okay.
But
this article has nothing to do with that. This article has nothing to do with that.
I just want to address the only way to avoid that is to become Arabized like you must have had. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Oakland.
And are you a Negro?
I grew up in Oakland.
I just read Negro?
I read Diop.
You grew up in Oakland. Don't even play, family.
I was gonna say, Smash. That's your.
Yeah, I'm like, don't even play. We're gonna bring out the whole chat. RTP, hit the link. Yeah, we got cats creeping in the chat right now. Hit the link, RTP. He say he grew up in Oakland. Where at?
No, I was joking with you. Man,
yeah, see, we got him up off that real quick. I brought my homie. Stay in the chat, RTP. We was gonna run his card. Where? Nah, for real though. My point we not block banging. We saying that the American Negro thing is invalid coming from you because you be classified as one too, bro. So that's what I'm saying.
How I know it. That's how I know it. That's how I know it so well.
Look, tribute phone like where at?
That's how I know it so well. But look, let's pull up these articles. Like you trying to.
Nah, I got you in a good spot right now. I'm gonna keep it here right quick. You tried to say the reason why we don't understand this is because of the American Negro thing, and then you
I didn't say that.
basically
I didn't say
joked.
that. Let me clarify what I said. I said your association with the term Nuwapu and Nuwabia, going back to Dr. York, is a result of you being an American Negro, right? Anybody that lived outside of America and who studied texts, who studied manuscripts that is not written in English, would know that the term Nuwabia and Nuwapu predates Dr. York.
Oh, be careful, because he just made some statements about me, but it's cool though. We ain't gonna harp on it. You know what I'm saying?
He
But
doing it. Well,
yeah, but that's
let's
cool,
let him
though.
finish. Let's hear your
But that's
response
false,
after
by
that.
the way. That's not true in our case. But go ahead.
That's my premise.
Okay.
That's my thesis.
Right.
That's my thesis.
Now, before I hear Chris's response, I'm just trying to get an honest answer from you, brother. Where did you learn about the term Nuwabu or Nuwabian or Nuwapia? Any of this?
Right.
Honestly, bro.
When I was reading Sheikh Anta Diop,
bruh,
and he brought up.
You
He brought
telling
up.
us you learned about Nuwabian from Diop right now?
Let me finish. You gotta let me finish, bro. I'm trying to lead you on a path right now. You gonna let me finish?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I was reading Diop, he brought up all these Arab scholars. He brought up the Tariq al-Fatash. He brought up the. You know how old I am?
I assume you're wise, man. You got some age on you, so keep going.
Okay. Because you gotta take that in consideration too. Like I didn't grow up in the '90s like you cats. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I kind of missed the whole Nuapia movement. But anyway, so when I was reading Diop was referring to Tariq al-Fatash, and he stated that these Arabic-speaking historians were cataloging African history to a point of accuracy that was very commendable. So that's when I started to purchase all these Arabic books on African history, and that's when I came across Emery King's article called Nuwabia. And that's how that started.
Okay, great. So you didn't learn about Nuwabians from Dr. York. That's wonderful. Great. I learned about it. I wasn't even on York. I learned about it from a group of people who was bastardizing the Medu Neter. Appears to be an instance of what we're going through now. And they was taking all kind of ancient Egyptian terms. They formed a new language called Nuwapian. Okay, and it was supposed to be a language of a place, or I don't even know. I'm sure Chris could tell you better. Matter of fact, I shouldn't even be speaking on it. Do you have something to say about what the brother said or not, Chris?
Nah, it's cool. 'Cause like I said, I want to see the article too. But I mean, what you said is it's pretty much stands correct. I mean, first of all, I never said I started with Nuwapu, right? Actually, my experience with it goes back to the Nubian Islamic Hebrews. I was a kid at the time, but nonetheless, that was my introduction to to the whole movement, whatever. And as you know, one of the requirements was to do what? We had Arabic books. We had to learn how to speak Arabic, Lugha Arabiya, right? So, the word come up. It came up, but of course, back then, in the old books, I can remember the word Nuwapu or Nupu. I never remember seeing it in the old literature, but we saw words like that though. You know what I'm saying? But again, we never harped on it because, at the time he claimed that he hadn't released, the whole Nuwapian thing yet. You know what I mean? So we just went on and learned Quran and, and that was it. So to answer your question, you're correct. We didn't harp on it back then. Again, we saw roots, with the Nun and Ba or whatever, but never put it together to say Nuwapu or Nupu. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So is there a particular portion of this? Because, reading the whole article might get cumbersome. Is there well, it ain't even long. I could pop it in the AI probably. But is there
I want to know what part of the article that you think is pseudo.
Okay.
Let's pull it up.
So
I mean, those are your terms, bro.
I'm about to grab it and we're gonna let it read the whole thing.
So we're reading this article to say what? That the word wadu is in Middle Egyptian or something?
Well,
Or
one of the things, the first thing, when somebody brought this article to my attention, I looked at the way that the person defined the terms. I checked the terms by the most modern dictionaries, and they wasn't popping up the way that he had them.
right.
So then, like, if you really know, this wadu stuff is completely incorrect. This is a word, uja'u, our homie. Now, if you really look at it, uja'a, it really says uja'a. So, first of all, the first mistake is you have a regular, this artist or whoever this person is, the scholar, has a regular D here for what will be represented as a DJ giving you the J sound in Medu Necha. So first of all, he's off because he's showing he don't understand the difference between transliteration. You see what I'm saying? Like he got this transliterated D here, like this would say wadu.
You got the article pulled up, Smash? I can't
Y'all not seeing it? I apologize. I thought y'all was following along with me.
Chris, you don't have the article pulled up?
No, I'm about to put it on the screen. I apologize.
see the link in the chat, but I
got it for y'all. I got it for y'all. Yeah, I am going to show it. I
copy.
thought I was showing it. Actually, let me share it in a different way so I could go.
There we go.
So we could go through
Rock,
different resources.
Rock. Hey, yo, Rock. Can you tell me who shared the article with you?
Oh, nah. Because I pretty much know it probably was who you thinking, just because we on a level like that. So whoever you think it was, that's who it was. Because that's how it is. That's what you feel me. Reason why I'm saying that is that person probably referred to me as source up on a dialogue he possibly was having with you on another platform or something. You feel me? And so I ain't trying to be like that. But anyway, let's deal with the facts that they messed up right here, right? With this wadu. Y'all see the screen? Let me make it a little bigger. Actually, I can pull it up in another. Every time I tried to pull it up in a different document, it wouldn't work. So I said this word will be ujahu, like the homie ujahu. But let's go through that. We have a chick bird giving us the u in the primary position. What the author thought was a D is not a D, it is a DJ. And actually, when you pronounce the word, the D is silent. Okay, so think of a word like ujahu. Am I saying a D or a J? That is because the D and the J are together. If I say magi, you never hear the D. It is because it's formed off, I don't remember the Gardner sign for this glyph here. What is it?
No, I was gonna say actually that's a biliteral ja, really. Right. It's really D, capital D. Well, we're gonna translate it right. Capital D A ja. Okay. So it should be wajah. I don't know where he get waju from or wajau or wajah. Yeah, I don't know where he get the u from. On a verb.
So hold on. You just said ja, but you said D-A.
Capital A.
Oh yeah, because I'm still only in the one glyph with the D that represents a D and a J.
Right.
Yeah, I had not. I said uja because it's not another u here, but yeah, you're correct. It says uja.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm explaining to my brother is that the author took the silent D on the transliterated term, but really I know how he made this mistake because I analyzed this document. The author actually only has source material from E.A. Wallace Budge in here. And so if I look at this number 3 right here and this number 4, like we learned to do, we'll come down here and see why I would stop looking at the work. Because if we find, all right, that's why is it starting on number 9? All right, that's another issue, but oh no, I'm sorry, that's my fault. Number 3, as we see, just like I said before, E.A. Wallace Budge and Ancient Egyptian Dictionary. Now, to be fair, we got number 4 saying a handbook wordbush of some other people. And
that's German.
No. But let's be clear. We're familiar with the German and well-qualified Wörterbuch. This is some dude named Von Dr. Ahmad Badawi and Dr. Herman Kess of Cairo from 1958. See, when you got when you got this type of source material like this, it'll make somebody be like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing.
The Badawis.
Yeah.
When I saw that name, I already know. Yeah. But go ahead.
Okay, so can I address the first point, Jonathan?
Yeah, let's that about the D?
About the pronunciation?
Sure.
Okay. So initially you stated that and when you look at James P. Allen, he says that the glyphs give you an indication of pronunciation. They're not a definite, right? And so what this author does here, he begins to show the word being used in other African dialects to further refine the pronunciation of the word. Okay. So let's take this glyph that you're rendering as DJ. That word, Damu.
Smash. We can't see it.
Oh, I messed up. Sorry. Hold up. Let me go back. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead.
Right. So what the author does is, just like Budge requests, just like any language speaker of any ancient language, they're going to tell you to look at the African dialects within that region to further refine the proper pronunciation of any word in the glyphs, just like we do with Coptic. So to say that this word should not be rendered wadu or wadau when it's being rendered like that in Nubian languages, right? Which are languages within the same region, the Nile region, right? Is frivolous.
That's not
it's
true.
Very
that would be
yes,
a good reply if your initial inquiry wasn't based on a mistake. It's literally a mistake. It's not a matter of look. See, what I'm showing you is the glyphs don't correspond to the way he transliterated it out.
Let me ask you that shit glyph, that W24, that's not rendered as a W.
Yes, yes, it's rendered as a U chick, and it can be rendered as a W. Let's continue.
Okay, let me ask you this: that asterisk that's right next to those words at the bottom, what does that asterisk mean?
I don't know. Let's go see if he did this like a scholarly. Hold on, we're going to see if he did this like a real scholarly. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're going to see if he did it like a real scholarly document and put asterisks, and we don't see asterisks corresponding to anything. So here it is. Now it says number 9, but no, he has these asterisks here. Now phonetically in linguistics, he must be using that asterisk for the way linguists use it. Because if it doesn't refer to a point in the document where he's about to say something else, then this will be the way that linguists use that asterisk to say that another sound possibly should be represented here. Now, again, that's all I'm going to deduce to give him some credit because it didn't lead to nothing else. So I would propose that asterisk probably mean another sound should be represented here.
Okay. So you do agree that the chick is rendered as a W at times?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
okay, but in the same breath, you say that it should be oo and not woo.
Well, I won't contend on that. It could be either, but that's why I asked you the question about the difference between the U and the W. But let's not trip on that because the point of contention is on the next glyph. The one that is rendered as only a D and the J is left off. But if you say it out loud, you actually do it the opposite way. You heard of a Jed pillar? Do you hear a D when I say Jed pillar? You see, and so it is a glyph. I mean, yeah, I could say,
but that's a reconstruction. Show me the word Jed in any African living language to verify that it should be pronounced J.
Well, everything. I'm with you.
It's not
everything we're dealing with is reconstructions here. You see what I mean?
Can you show me it in another African language?
So this whole document is trying to reconstruct. So that
but the document is using the proper methodology, which is showing it in other African languages. Can you show me the word Jed? Can you show me the word Jed in another African language that will give me a clear indication that Jed is a possible pronunciation? Can you do that?
So what other African languages are being represented here? I don't see it.
He misrepresented the document. You can go. It's only one more page to it, and it's now he reported to
what other African language?
In conclusion,
I'll scroll down. Hold on, I'll scroll down and tell you. He asked the question.
I'm looking
at it. He
asked
the question.
All right, go ahead. You can answer.
He asked the question. For the other African languages, Thok Nath, which is a Nuer language spoken in South Thaknath. It's a Nuer language. Nuer, the Nuer people of southern Sudan and Sudan. That is the other language that's being represented. And not only that, not only Thaknath, and this is why we got to. This is why you got to read the
cite
abstract.
where it says that right here?
I saw it. I see it right there.
I'm just
Hold
trying
on,
to. I'm trying to read the part.
Let me
you
read the
talking about
abstract.
Nur right here? Okay.
Nuer, Thaknath,
okay.
right? And this is actually a statement that's made by a member from that community. That's made by a member from that ethnic group. His name is Bol Nial, right? And so let me read the abstract for the people, right? It says the term Wadu appears in various Nubian dialects. The term is usually associated with Arabic. However, the Nuer people of Sudan utilize the term in their language of Thaknath. As-Sayuti was clear about various words in Arabic that came from other languages. Author Jeffrey cataloged many words that appear in Arabic that originated from other languages. The book Foreign Words Within the Quran by author Jeffrey, still studied by Arabic linguists today. Language speakers borrow words from other languages often. English borrows from Greek, and Latin regularly for its medical and law terminologies. Similarly, Arabic borrowed from Coptic and Old Arabian Sabaic. This article is a mere extract from a larger manuscript entitled Nabateans, the people of botany and astronomy. So there's two Nubian dialects here that are being referenced, and there is a
you don't understand the problem, bro. This is a simple linguistic problem. He is comparing a word from the See, look, when we got the glyphs, let's go back to only the glyphs. Let's notice when we got the glyphs, we don't got a W, we don't got none of that stuff. We got the glyphs, right? So then there was a system of transliteration that came out that taught us how, if we're going to try to represent these glyphs in another script, we're supposed to use these certain symbols. Now, when it comes to the second glyph here, primarily he chose the wrong symbol. He chose the wrong symbol. And this is what I mean, because a D, like he has here, when we say the duh sound, like wadu, is represented by a hand in the ancient Egyptian glyphs. You know that because you studied the glyphs. So
that's not. So when you bring that hand into other African languages, let's take for instance the word jamu.
See, that's why we mess it up.
Hold on, let me finish.
Because we ain't even talking about other African languages. I'm simply talking about in the glyphs.
We're talking about the phonological rendition and how to verify that phonological rendition.
But real quick, bro, on the screen, if we're following the document, the scholar said there are many ancient Egyptian texts that utilize the term wadu. So right now, he's not over there. Right now, he's wrong about the ancient Egyptian language. This is what I'm saying. And he's laying it out based on the fact that this is a D right here and this word is wadu. Now, we could get around that and say, okay, well, there's ancient Egyptian terms that has this DJ glyph where we just hear the D, but there actually are none that I know of. Like I say the name Ujahu. It's supposed to be a D. Do you know that's like a silent letter? It's not the one that you should be basing when you're trying to go find cognates in another language. That's all I'm saying.
How do you know the word is pronounced Wuja'u? What other living African language have you verified that phonology in?
That is you keep saying what other living African languages. Let's say in the languages that you cited before to be descendants of ancient Egyptian, you can verify this in Coptic. Okay.
Okay, so what's the Coptic word for Wajau?
I don't know the Coptic word for Ujahu.
So how do you make that statement?
No, because we're not just talking about Ujahu, we're talking about the DJ sound, which has hold on, let me finish, please, because you'll get some understanding. There's a particular Coptic glyph placed in the Coptic where they added 7 additional glyphs to match sounds in ancient Egyptians that the Greeks didn't have. Hold on real quick. The Greeks had the D sound with delta, but they added another sign that matches this glyph in particular to represent a sound that wasn't the same as D. You know how the Coptic language worked too. Those additional 7 languages. I mean glyphs. Chris, you was about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say that's not hard to verify, but what I wanted to say was the following, right? We know that these ancient languages back in the days have loan words. They traded words back and forth. So I'm not saying that the ancient Egyptians probably didn't get the word from the word wajah from a word exchange, when they were in contact with ancient Nubia. I mean, that clearly could happen. But in terms of the wadu as used in ancient Egyptian, we haven't seen it used like that. I've seen the word wajah before used.
You haven't seen.
I haven't seen
Okay.
wadu. Now I know what you're going to say. Well, the word probably could be pronounced wadu, even if you add the vowels and stuff back into it. Okay, that's very possible, right? But sometimes in some ancient Egyptian texts, especially in going into the late kingdom, right? In late Egyptian, sometimes they'll spell things phonetically, right? You tend to see that, especially going down into the Ptolemaic era too. They'll spell things phonetically. I haven't seen every text, but I have seen what I used.
Nah,
but I haven't seen
I mean, y'all see, I ain't trying to cut you off. Sometimes I get too juiced. I'm glad you haven't seen that because you confirm a lot of things for me. And notice here, I have it on the screen for us, right? See, now if we go here, these are the signs that they added to the Coptic script in order to represent sounds in the ancient Egyptian language that could not already be pronounced that was not already covered in the Greek script. So we say
the brother noticed though, right? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. So, but I'm illustrating it for the people because if you notice, it just needs to be put on the table to show the error that your brother, the scholar, is making. So when we come down to this glyph that he translated with a D, it don't got nothing to do with a D. It's called ganga, and it's representing the J sound, just like I said, like Jed pillar. So you asked the question, which word? I just took you to the actual Coptic glyph in order to answer your question. But I don't have to find a word. I'm simply showing you the actual glyph that's in the document being used incorrectly.
Okay, Brother Smash.
Peace.
I wanted to ask from a layman's perspective, when you say Ankh Ujah Seneb?
Yes, sir.
Would that be one of the ways of the word pronunciation?
In the Ujah, yep. I mean that's exactly one of those, correct? Ain't that right, Chris, or not?
Yeah, you're right. Ujah Seneb. Yep.
Okay.
But, we don't know if it's U or it's Y, but we know it's a U.
Okay, well, what does that look like?
It looks like what's on the screen was funny. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they use the drill. They use the fire drill for Wujah or for Uja. The fire drill is the glyph after the bird.
So do it. Okay, now looked like he had it said to set out, proceed, right? Is that what this? That's when you say Ujah Seneb, what is that? When in the Ujah in that one, does it say this? Set out or proceed?
No, that's a different word.
That's the question. Is this word defined the same way? First of all, it's the wrong word, right? So I'll look up wadu. Like, just to be fair, let's look up wadu itself with the real D hand to see if it's a mistake that we can help them rectify. Like, you see what I mean? Y'all see the dictionary here?
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting a W.
This the TLA?
Yeah, no, this is just Faulkner. I mean, it's Vigus, and it's just a digitized version of Faulkner and a few others. So I'm gonna put with a lowercase d. I put W lowercase d, and I'll tell the dictionary to do whole words and to make it case sensitive. And let's see what happens. Now we're gonna get took to some terms they normally gonna have their hand if it's any of them. Let's see what's happening. Oh, no, see, this is now. Am I tripping? Ain't nothing popping it up. WD.
I looked it up while we was talking here.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay. Well, this is something that just popped up at the last bring in. It was this WD hand right here. I mean, but for place, it ain't corresponded to. It's four of them. It looks to see right here. Nothing of them is corresponding to. Wait. WD, ain't that what his documents say? It say to set out and to proceed.
Set out.
Peace, Bobby Banger in the building.
What's good, brother? How you doing, man?
Good to have you around, man. What's up with it?
Peace.
Yeah, I wanted to stop through. I was trying to get in earlier, but I realized you wasn't there. You had a dedicated pseudo on there talking reckless.
Oh man, I was
Talking
running
reckless, yo.
around in the streets.
I know you was, yo. So I just wanted to let everybody know. I just want to stop through and say what's up to the Magi, man. You got some controversial things happening with the
Oh,
information,
I
but
had to beat up some fools yesterday.
Peace to Unc, the God Killer.
Garfield got greasy with me. We just went old school Bobby Banger style on you yesterday. It was fun though. I love Garfield and I love Gozy.
I think the people need to see us mix it up like that, man. Different ideas and stuff. Like Gozy come in. You got a hell of a pseudo army there for protection.
Man, I love. Hey, Magi Armies is in the
So the
building. Magi Archers always out here. Look, and we about to be 500 strong in a minute. They ain't gonna know what to do.
Look, they like the blockers. So I know when I come in here, it's a football game. You gotta watch out for the linebacker trying to get.
Yeah, you gotta bring a running back.
You gotta choose your words a certain way.
Gozy always bring a fullback. Look, Gozy bring a fullback. It be him and Gullah. Like, all right, we going left.
That ain't gonna work. They need a whole squad. That ain't gonna work. But yeah, I'm saying is I think everybody, go at it the way they go at it, right? I know how I go at it. And based off our sparring matches we had previously, you know what I'm saying, I fixed the things that I felt like kind of added gas to the fire. I don't ever want to do.
What happened?
Mute yourself. I was trying to mute me. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I was about to smoke some weed. I don't want y'all.
Oh
to
yeah,
hear
go ahead,
it.
smoke some weed. So
ahead.
I just wanted everybody to know, my approach to pseudo killers, community skeptics, is we always use the anthropology, right, and an available data. We follow the data and the science. So the terms we use sometimes might not fit the narrative, but it is what it is. I just enjoy, having spaces where y'all can actually see how it go down. So I've seen some of the sources you used today. I read the books, Bavel and all them. I'm familiar with them. I watch a lot of podcasts. Shout out to Vance, man. He keeps us up on all the podcasts. Kent, Miss Tiff, Juju, Brendan, all the pseudo killers. Who else I leave out? Oh man, Space Age, Anthony, Sosa, all the crew, man. I appreciate all the crew and the pseudo killer army, right? So yeah, the army's gonna always clash. It's gonna be what it's gonna be, man. But we just need these spaces. Keep respectful. And Reggie, I'm not a bitch. I don't know if you really meant that. I'm waiting for your public to fix that.
Hey, I came back to my computer right after that happened. Before I was supposed to speak to him, he cleared that all up. I don't know who told you that. Yeah, he said, I hope Unc don't think I'm. He said it out his own mouth. Man, but then you just gotta ask whoever told you that why was Smash let that happen.
No, I watched it.
Yeah, but then you heard him clean it up then too, though, right?
Yeah, but he got
cleaned it up before Smash came back.
But he got the black algae. He called the black algae ghost, and he just said it. He said it out of he shouldn't say it. I would never use the word bitch in the same sentence with him.
In the same sentence is wrong. I wouldn't like that either. Like Sean Price, the rapper, did that to me. And I cooked they rest in peace. Because I cooked their whole crew. He said a metaphor that could be taken the wrong way. He said, Sean Price casual is the ultimate bitch. Now see, what's the double entendre to that real quick? He was talking to the people when he said bitch, but the double entendre is casual is the ultimate bitch. And so in the way, it's kind of like the way you took that, it wasn't no double entendres to Reggie. But if you say in the manner like Sadie, I'm booked, bitch, in a sentence where you talking to me, who is the bitch in the sentence? So I see where you coming from, but
watch this. I'm gonna give it to you even better. Go watch the interview with Rick James. So Rick James is at the war ceremony, and some chick didn't know who the fuck he was, right? And he got on the point and said, "It's Rick James, bitch." Right? When
that's the
crazy,
source. You wrong.
Hold on, watch this. Hold on. When the crazy lady was talking reckless on Q-Bella platform, the cartoon character lady, she was talking crazy about me. I don't know who this guy is. I said, it's Bobby Banger, bitch. I was actually calling her a bitch. I actually was. So when Reggie said it, I said, the nigga that met me up person, and we fights for that type shit. So I said he couldn't have meant it that way. So I actually didn't take it that way. But what he did was he made me put his shit on the radar, yo. I don't like to go radar, but he on my radar for catching a holy black ghost. That's what he did. He was outside his body for no reason, right? I know you would have corrected if you was there. You wasn't there. So I'm just saying I appreciate all y'all on the platform, man. And yeah, we definitely at war with the information because I ain't agreeing to 95% of that. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
95% of what?
I don't agree with a displacement of an African population by some outside forces. I don't agree with that.
Hey,
I don't agree with that.
Garfield fell on that one yesterday. We started looking over what the letters from the Assyrians yesterday, and they said they deported people.
Hey, they
Yeah,
ran.
they
No,
did.
no, no,
They
no,
did.
no,
That's-
no, no. They ran out.
Hold on,
Syrians.
Goldie. Let me finish my point, Goldie.
What up, Goldie? What up,
Go
Goldie?
ahead.
Finish my point. Finish my
They
point.
slick.
Well,
They
well,
slick,
you know,
bro.
we've been. I'm a Raw Squad. We've been studying that for years,
Yeah.
and that was
Yes,
the Sennacherib in them. They deported the army, the Nubians. You can look at it. They got the feather and all that. I fuck with the Syrian Museum now. We can really. They did deport them soldiers, yo, but that wasn't the pop. They just didn't do that. But I don't. This ain't the show for that. Right, I think you make some great points, but I'm gonna beat your man Baval and them niggas up. I'm gonna beat them up.
No, they pretty cool. I'm gonna wait to see that.
I know I'm gonna beat them up. I got them.
Because
That's nice,
man,
man.
look,
He said,
I don't
I'ma beat
understand
'em
how
up.
you went to the dark side, bro. You didn't went to the dark side.
You talk about Robert Baval?
But look, who told us about Nabtaplier but Buval and them?
Nah,
though? Let's keep it a buck.
Yeah, Robert.
They told us about that. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
they did. No, they didn't. Smash. You know, I studied that. I studied pre-Egyptian shit. Y'all right in my.
But they told the
wheelhouse,
world. They
bro.
told the world about it. They said
No, they
Black
didn't.
Genesis. Look, it was Nabtaplier.
Yeah, they popularized.
Yeah, I got Black Genesis. Right.
Yeah, they did.
Y'all
Come
missing
on,
it. These
bro.
niggas is race pimping. Hold on, Baval and the niggas, Graham, they race pimping. That's what the white boys do. They really have legitimate degrees in they field, right? And then they make the money off our ignorance. I'm telling you, y'all talked about this 7 years ago. Guess what I do?
Hey, brother This
Well,
peace and love to the panel. Peace and love to the panel. I just want to say this, brother Unc, if you let me add on real quick. Peace and love to the panel. Unc Smash and me is I'm a Raw Squad. A lot of these arguments is old, yo. And you got to be very careful. Like we talked about, we went through the Syrian phase, and we know where the Nubians or the Nubian army was, where they took them to. That ain't got nothing to do with Western Central Africans, and those still ain't us. So I just want to get that out the way. But you got to be. Hold on, no.
We wasn't even saying that was Western Central. Hold on, no, let me help you. But I want to show you something I was reading early, goes here, because it's gonna help. Go ahead, you can talk while I pull it up.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is that's the whole argument, and everybody know what my stance is. And what I'm saying is, I want y'all to pay attention. Y'all not hip to Armor Raw Squad. These tactics is something that we already talked about, and Unc is 100% correct on that. And I also want to say I really enjoyed beating y'all up yesterday. I feel like a lion getting jumped by
don't have me put on the poll. I put up a poll. Look, I put up on a poll on Garfield. It was ugly. I put up on a poll, and they're gonna be like 90% Gozy got toes.
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate all y'all.
Hey, but look though, you just said something that I went to this page for. I want to show you something. This is the misunderstanding. Kemetism, bro. When you say, and this is what they confused the Jabariism.
That's called Jabari.
Yeah, y'all confused Jabariism with what I'm doing. Like Kemetism right here, unusually vowed Kemet is a native ancient Egyptian, also sometimes referred to as Neterism, or Kemetic paganism is a neo-pagan religion reviving the ancient Egyptian religion and related expressions of the religion in classical and late antiquity emerging during the 70s. It says the Kemetic and Kemetic pagan is one who follows Kemetism. But look how they go in on it. There are several main groups, each of which take different approaches to the belief, ranging from eclectic or reconstructionist. However, all of these beliefs can be identified as belonging to three strains, including reconstructed Kemetism, adopting a philological or scholarly approach. Now, see, that's what I'm being accused of, because we look over text all day.
Oh, you're not
right?
that? Nah, you're
exactly.
not nowhere near that.
But they're going to go on further to talk about how some of these people try to say that's them, and he going to even say that. I want to get to that part, but go ahead when I find it.
Yeah, listen, let me say this. The problem is, yo, if you always around a bunch of stick-up men, yo, the street going to see you as a stick-up man, yo. They just is. They be like, yo, he always with the stick-up niggas. Either he robbing niggas or he putting them on licks. So when you take up for Jabari and them and that wild ass shit, everybody be saying, damn, I know you the magi.
I just don't lose.
Let me say this.
Let
me just say it. I want to say it, bro. You the magi of the historical Egypt, not the shit these niggas is doing. Be the magi fuck with the real shit, not the shit these niggas. That's always be the fight in the issue, yo. Not if you make mistakes in scholarship, but the fact that as long as I know you, you was fucking with the real shit. Not the info DC and all that wild, like your man talking about the Hawk. That shit was wild.
Man, I don't know nothing
45 minutes
about
on your shit.
info now. But some of the
Hold
things
on
about
now,
what
hold
you
on now. That man is still on the line now.
What you mean?
He don't want to talk right now because he's pseudo, and I'm saying
I'm
made it
still
up.
on the line.
Wait, what y'all
Made
talking
it
about?
up.
I lost.
Who
I
on the
forgot.
line?
What happened? Yeah, I forgot. Y'all letting dude off the hook who I was cooking too about this Wadu stuff too.
Yeah, I'm talking about him right now.
Oh
He's
yeah,
pseudo with
exactly.
that.
Hey yo,
Yeah,
hey,
y'all
yo,
letting them off the hook.
Hey,
No,
let
I'm
me get
not.
him. Hey, Rock, let me get him, man. Let me get him.
All right, go ahead.
Let me get him.
Who you trying to get?
He auditioning for the Archers.
Yeah,
Let's see. Go ahead. Come on.
I'm trying to move everybody out the way so I can talk to you.
He like move out the way.
You want to talk to me?
I want to talk to you, yo.
Oh, I'm the God killer.
So yeah, that only works with people who believe in God. I don't believe in God. So what's up? Hey,
Okay, all right, hold on. You want to go ahead?
So let me say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was mentioning onomatopoeias, and that's actually
elemental peers.
No, an onomatopoeia, right? An onomatopoeia.
Can we look that up? Make sure you ain't.
I guess it's a words that's made that based off of the things that sound like, right?
I don't believe it.
I learned it
Okay.
today. I don't know. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it says the four. Yeah, absolutely. ONOMATOPOEIA. Right? It's defined as the formation of a word from a sound associated with what is named. Cuckoo and sizzle is an example. Right? The use of an onomatopoeia for literary effect. Right? So if you read the book called In the Conversation.
Oh, go ahead. My fault.
Okay. If you read the book called Conversations in the House of Life, right? It states Conversations in the House of Life is a late Egyptian demotic text. Right? And it's a dialogue between a master and a student. Okay. And in this dialogue, the master informs the student that in order to understand the glyphs, he has to study nature and the animals and the trees, because it's going to give him an indication of understanding the glyphs.
All right, stop. You got to stop right there. That's the shit that fucked up the Greeks for fucking up the decipherment of the Meta Nature, yo. That's what fucked them up, because they did that. They actually thought that the birds and all that shit made the sounds. I'm trying to think of the source that actually used for that, but that's why they couldn't do it, because they did exactly what you said.
Exactly.
It's called Egypticos or something like that.
Horapollo.
Yeah, that's it. Her Apollo on them. They did that to death, and when they stopped doing that is when they could actually start. But wait, this is just a written language with sounds that correspond to the symbols. That's when they was able to decipher. But prior to that, all that elemental P, that's the shit that fucked them up. I just want to say that, bro.
Okay, all right. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, and I'm not taking that.
You need to. Hold on, that's the crux of your whole argument. You gotta disagree with me.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You gotta.
So why aren't you disagreeing then?
You gotta. Why are you so wound up? You need a cigarette. That's what you need.
I don't smoke. No. Listen. This is my style. I'm actually not. And I apologize if I'm wound up, because I know I got you right now. So the reason I said you would have to disagree with me, because that's the whole foundation of the elemental PO conversation.
No, I don't have to disagree with you. Then let me.
So you agree?
Let me articulate what I'm saying, right?
Go ahead.
So yeah, Harpalo and them, they took the extreme perspective of thinking that every word was associated with the animals, right? But let's take the word ak, right? AKH, ak, for spirit, right? Is it not spelled with the determinative, the crowned ibis bird?
Yeah, but this is a sound though. The ibis bird don't say ah.
So the ibis bird don't sound like ah.
No.
That don't sound like hard. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish.
Egyptian ibis bird. We can go online right now. Type it in.
I ain't never heard how
there's
Ibis
some
bird
easier
sounds.
examples than the Ibis
It
bird.
is the
words
cat. The
cat,
cat. Yeah,
mutant, and
Nah,
cat.
I want to do the Ibis bird. I don't want to do nothing else. I'm not
Hold
lazy.
on. Hey, hold on. So the word for shoe, which is wind in the glyphs, the wind doesn't make a sh sound.
No, nope.
It doesn't make a sh sound.
No.
So that word. So there's no. So are you
It's a
saying there's no?
whistling sound, depending on what it's
Are you
blowing
saying?
through.
Are you saying there's
Yes.
no onomatopoeias in the hieroglyphics?
I'm saying I don't know all that, but I'm saying that's what messed up the decipherment
Come
of
on,
it, and I'm saying that's not how you actually
you
use it.
got to take a stance. You got to take a stance.
I'm saying I don't know.
Are
My
you
stance
saying there's
is
no
I'm
onomatopoeias in
telling
the
you,
glyphs?
I'm saying that for the first time in my life that I heard a person, right, that actually gave a word that explained what Udisi was doing as he was fucking it all up. That's what I'm telling you. And I'm telling you, when I read why the shit couldn't get deciphered, it was based off of people trying to do that. And I'm telling you that, and I got the source for it from the Brooklyn Museum, is what I'm saying. So
Hey,
no, I'm pretty
that's an
sure.
extreme. Hey, bro, that's an extreme case. That's an extreme case, which I don't
That's
disagree with
fine.
you on.
So I
That's an
appreciate
extreme
that.
case. But
But you came
can we?
in with the extreme part of it, though.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that was the case in all instances. I said there's
What was you saying?
onomatopoeias. I said there's onomatopoeias in the glyphs, and these
The back to support
onomatopoeias.
what,
Hold
though?
on, huh? Go ahead.
You support what, though? What was your reasoning behind that? What were you trying to uphold and support with the statement? That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
That's my issue.
Well, you were listening, so you would know the argument. Well, it wasn't really an argument; it was really a statement that there's onomatopoeias in the glyphs. It wasn't anything
You
other
was
than
doing
that.
something, though. You was putting your thing together. You was rocking, and it was the reason why you had to make that statement. You ain't just onomatopoeias out of nowhere. It was a reason behind that. I would have to
So you
listen
want me?
to it
You want me
again.
to? You want me to reiterate it, or you want me to just state it right here?
Reiterate that shit, because that's what I do. I know I say different things for different reasons. Like I
Okay,
already
so
know
the
what
reason.
road I got you on right now, and I said
Okay,
things to put you on that road. But go ahead.
so because the reason why I mentioned that is because I was stating that the word for warrior in the glyphs was an onomatopoeia.
And we got expert sources that actually collaborate that. And if you show me that, I'm fine. What I'm gonna do?
Man, we can see the mistake.
I deal with the experts. If you can find an expert.
I don't necessarily have an expert source on the word warrior and how it's an onomatopoeia. But once again, I did quote the Conversations in the House of Life that states that in order to understand the language, one had to study nature, right? And if you read the Hermetic text, also
Yeah, they kill
the
us.
Hermetic text, that's a source, that's a credible source as well, because it correlates to the word shoe, it correlates to the word meow or mao, which is cat in the glyphs. There's a lot of other onomatopoeias in the glyphs.
So let me give
for
you.
a man, hey, let me just make this one more point.
All right, go ahead.
For a man who didn't even know how to spell onomatopoeia until 20 minutes ago, we just have to admit that he wasn't aware of the information.
But I did admit it, and I said I didn't know. But the way you was using it was wild, because now I'm gonna give you a first-hand account. Have you ever been around somebody dying that died from a gunshot or getting stabbed? Yes or no?
No, that sounds like some Baltimore shit.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, I have, and people don't die the same way. People don't make the sounds that you think. Sometimes you make no sound. It's not all that. It'd be like, damn, the nigga just shot me. Or damn, he just killed me. That's the only thing they say. They don't be like, all that shit is hyperbole television. That's why when you said it, I'm like, that's a funny guy right there. But wait a minute, the real point I want to make is that you brought up religious text and you tried to apply it to a natural setting. It's a religious text. No more different than a biblical text.
What's the religious text?
So when you talk about these stories and raw and wiping out, man, that's the Bible. That's like a precursor. All those stories are there. And by the way, Egypt does not have a conjoint running history from the beginning to the end. They did that in the religions of the books. So each pharaoh started the history. So whatever text that was found in, whatever pharaoh was ruling, they was talking about that and that only. It did not apply to the 4,500 years of the history. That's all I really wanted to say. And no, I had no name for the elemental POs and all that stuff that Infodecent was doing. And I still feel the same way about it.
Hey, Unc.
Yes,
Yo, can you put your email? Can you give me your email address? I want to share an article with you, and I want your critique on it.
The Nuwapian article?
Yeah.
That one? You playing?
Yeah, that one.
You playing?
What's your critique on that one?
If Reggie brought it to Nuwabo, man, I'm not doing anything that sound like that. I'm just gonna get out of here with the game. I'm not doing that. Because the Nuwapians tried to act like that's what they got. Man, it might be a place. Reggie talked about a place. Reggie kind of meant, and now when Reggie mentioned something, I gotta put the question mark on it, right? Because he hedges bet, right? He don't let the data tell him what it is. He kind of throw his own bias in it, which is hard not to do with anything. So I have a bias against religion. So when I hear it, I'm like,
hey, we're not talking about religion though.
I know you're talking about a text written by a person 1,000 years ago. You're talking about an Arab scholar. I'm tapped in, bro. I don't forget conversations, yo. That's my strength.
Right. So
you
what's
can
your
send it? Pseudo killers. Pseudokillers at gmail.com.
I mean, you the pseudo killer. You can't be from pseudo shit. You got to kill it, right?
No, I don't got to do everything. I'm letting Smash gonna get you on it. Smash gonna get you.
And you ain't trying to kill the pseudo shit.
What? Because I already know what the verdict is already in on all this shit we talking about. Now we having fun.
So the pseudo killer put away his knife. He taking a nap right now. That's what you're saying.
I'm not taking a nap. I have not read that article you want me to read. I haven't read that article. I'm not even familiar with that. But I already know you start talking about Nuwabo, you gonna fall off somewhere. Somebody having too much fun.
You taking a nap.
But I'm saying it could be a term that was there.
Once again, the article also mentions east to west migrations. And
that's
I know
the
I
part
got
that killed you. Yeah, that's the part that killed you.
on the line. And if you read this academic article by Rosa Parks.
No, you know what you're doing? You know what you're doing?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
You doing the shit that African Americans do, sitting in their house. You are condensing geography, time, and space. Meaning listen, let me finish. I'm gonna close it out. You're not understanding how long 1,000 years is, or how long it take to walk 1,000 miles, or the geography, the topography, the sheer distance, the time it takes, the ferocious trip with the animals and the tribes killing you. You know what I'm saying? You got niggas catching the plane and rolling right to Egypt and rolling right back. Yeah, you know I was in Egypt. That's you act like it was a plane. I swear, the way we talk, like when they say the Africans came to America, they acting like they caught a steamboat or a plane. I swear, the way we see it is wild, like the earth. You can't right now in this conversation. I am telling you, you can't even imagine how big the earth is or how fast it's actually moving. It doesn't even make sense.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
You can't comprehend that.
Let me ask you a question.
Right there. Stay right there, though.
What's the distance between?
Stay right there.
What's the distance between Khartoum and Cameroon? What's the distance between Khartoum and Cameroon?
It seems like you know the answer to the question. Do you got the answer to the question? Give it to us, because I haven't looked it up. Go ahead. Go
okay,
for it.
What's the difference between France and Israel?
You say the difference or the distance?
The distance.
So you asking the question you don't actually know the answer to?
No. I'm laying my premise. Right? I'm gonna lay the premise. So, the Templars used horses to go from France all the way to Jerusalem, and they made this trip regularly. Okay, they made this trip regularly, and if we type in the distance between France and Israel in mileage, right? That distance is, I'm going to get you the exact numbers. Be patient with me, okay?
Yeah, I'm super patient.
All right. That distance is 2,000. That distance is 2,896 miles, right?
Yeah, hell of a trip.
Okay, so and they were walking this and on horses as well. Okay,
Give me the
let's
time
type in
period. Then whoa. Don't forget about the time periods now.
Khartoum to let's say Lake Chad, right?
Yeah,
And
Central Africa. And Mali.
And mileage. Mileage. That's 1,200. That's 1,223 miles.
From where to where?
From Khartoum, Sudan, to Lake Chad.
Okay.
Okay. So the Templars was walking almost 3 times that distance.
You said 2,000, right? Two times that. Go ahead.
2,896 versus 1,223.
Okay.
Right? And Sudan as well as Egypt had equestrian cultures.
All right, freeze right there. Freeze. Hold on, freeze right there. Let's throw another variable in there. How long did it take the natives to walk from California to New York?
How long did it take the natives to walk from Georgia to Oklahoma and the Trail of Tears?
Georgia to Oklahoma? No, I said California to.
No, let's do Georgia to Oklahoma because we know that that's actually happened in history, right?
No, they got trails. They got trails leading from California. What are you talking about? Whoa! You got trails. Delete.
Are
you
we
got
serious
different trails,
though? This man, you done fell so off, King of Kush.
No, we right here though. Hold on, we right in the spot. Hold on, I swear, we at a good spot right now. We right there, King Kush. Listen, hey, King of Kush. Listen, so I'm acknowledging that the Templars did that. Okay, so I don't want you to think I'm not. Your logic is, well, if the Templars did it, then they could have did it to such and such and such. Bet?
No. My logic is that the Templars did it, so that African societies that had horses, they could make the trip from Sudan to Cameroon, Sudan to Nigeria, Sudan to the Congo, because we had horses. So
I know what you
think that we were
stop.
To say that we were some tree monkeys.
No, you gotta relax.
Some tree monkeys that were confined to the forest.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's some bullshit.
Can you hear me? Do you hear me?
I gotta get loud. I gotta get loud at least once, bro.
No, I said, could you hear me though?
Yeah, we hear you.
No, what you saying?
We hear you.
Oh, I'm saying, but you did exactly what I said you did. You was going to do. You have condensed. You have forgotten about time periods, right? You have condensed space. You have forgotten about topography, the whole geography, the different barriers, right? Okay, like by the time the Templars did it, the Roman Empire had roads all over the damn place. The Templars is after the Roman Empire and after this and after all that, right? So I'm saying there's different things happening. And you got to put all that into your equation. You just can't say that they dove out and took a trip.
I know your thesis. I know your thesis.
Wait, man, I was quiet and I let you say all that. Let me say what I got to say so that the audience can at least judge what I'm saying so they don't think I'm a damn nut. I'm simply saying that you got to know about when did trails come to be? Humans didn't create trails. They followed trails from animals. And the farther you go back, all you got is animal trails. And Lord knows you don't want to be on an animal trail and get ate the hell up. So there's time. And it's just like a trail later on will end up being a road. Most roads that we riding on was a trail. But prior to that, it's trees. It's not trails. Animals? It's not nothing. So the point I'm trying to show you is, if you look at the time, no one is denying that Musa took a trip, bro, from West Africa all the way to Egypt.
But hold on, though, you just said
no, I don't need you to jump in as the blocker right now. Right now, you throwing the block. Crazy. I want to stay on this guy. Let me stay with this guy.
Okay, I'm muting.
Please let me stay with this guy. Then I can get with you. I'm simply saying.
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to disagree and really mention why you're bringing up time periods, and then I'm going to respond because I really don't understand your point of contention quite yet.
You see what happened there, you said, you tell layout what you're saying properly.
You said, Why you so up there? I'm up there because you fucking doing it right now. Real quietly, real easy. Y'all easing the fuck in. And you diving in with the cutoff. It is a soft style cutoff, but it's still doing the same exact result. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying right now. Let me finish my damn point. My point is, you got to cut down a whole lot of force. You got to develop a whole lot of trails. Then you got to have a fucking reason to even go where you think they're going. We need to trade. There's a lot of things you would have to put together first before you can make that statement, brother. And you've heard me, and I'm very, very clear. The Templars had a goddamn reason to go to where they was going at. Humans just don't break out of nowhere and start walking. You need water, you need food, you need all that shit. Nobody does that, bro. Trust me. The reason why humans migrate.
You're saying all that you're saying those things.
Wake up!
I'm
Wake up!
I'm turn over.
No, hold on. Humans just don't break out walking.
What I'm doing is, I'm not having 5 different conversations with 5 different pseudos ever again in my life. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate
the hostile escape.
Y'all can handle
the hostile escape.
One time.
Mute out now, because you hardly have anything
No, I'm
useful
not
to
talking to you
contribute.
though. I'm not.
You hardly have anything useful to contribute.
I'm not responding to you.
All
And
you
your
just
brand
do is saying things. So, well, right, well, just mute out and let the conversation go on.
I mean, I see y'all brothers and ladies. Appreciate you, Smash. We'll build, yo.
Hold on. You about to get away like that, nigga? You was not about to get away like that, bro. No, You telling me the killer is running?
Nah.
The pseudo
See
killer.
how that happened? Nah.
It was a hostile escape.
No, this is what happened. You trying to act like he running from you though, House of Kush.
You know who you running from, Smash. You know who you running
escape.
from.
I seen it. I know what you talking about, Smash. I could recognize it. The hostile escape. That's shameful.
Damn, that was.
No,
he
look,
got out of there like
that boy Garfield in the chat. Garfield running from me right through to you know. This little pussy old Garfield.
Garfield running from you?
Running from me right through.
What's up with Chef?
Yeah.
Hey, can I finish making my point though? But he's going, I still want to drive my point home.
Man, you got hands put on, bro.
So I got hands put on me.
Yeah, you messed up that whole Wadu thing. I still got one to show you that's gonna end it. Like it's dead. It's dead right here, right? Look, everybody know this word, uja. Right? We ain't pronouncing the D. See, the mistake your scholar made is when he looked in dictionaries, he seen the small D with a thing under it and didn't go to see what that meant. He thought that just meant the D. All right, here come first of all. Hold on. Young first of all in the building. What's up?
You called him young first of all. Yo, that's a hell of a
he
name.
logging on right
First
now.
of all.
Hold on, where's young? What's up with Chef too, man? First of all, your screen is frozen, bruh.
What up, Smash?
What's up with you? Wow.
Yo, bruh. You iced over the show, man. You smashed me bad. No pause, because I'm too old for that. But I would do want to say to you, though. Yeah, that's Garfield. Hold on, beloved.
He wants some smoke with you, bro. He wants some smoke.
No autographs at this time. All right. Hey, Smash. But you know what, though, bro? You did some real slick shit. I'm gonna talk about it not tonight, Sunday. You know what you did too. I
know you got something.
Chef said, no. I ain't worried about that. I ain't worried about the whole. See, yesterday I had to come on and start shit because you was talking a lot of shit. So at the end of the day, when I came on, you know, I was doing mad shit when I came on. I know what you was talking about. I just had to start shit with you just for GP. For messing with my man and Ngozi. But that's not here or there. But anyway, Dread, you said I'm scared of you, I'm running from you. I'm right here right now. If Smash want to pause his show and give me and his brother a good 10 minutes to go back and forth for 2 minutes each or whatever, I'm willing to do it right now.
Let me talk, right? Because I am
not. Hold on. Let me ask
Wait. First, real quick, let me ask you a question. See, it won't go down like this. So, Uncoma, let me ask you a question.
Give me a second.
Are you willing to do what he just said? Because if so, we're going to do it right. Just say yes or no, because I'm going to give you all the time you need to speak, both of you guys. I'll mute everybody out. Y'all can speak till y'all done. But are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I've been
okay, so hold on. We about to do it right now. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to do it the right way, though. But hold on. I want to hear from Chef before we do this. What's up with Chef?
Oh, no, peace. I want to see what they about to do.
Yeah, we about to let them get it in right now. So I'm going to the different format. I'm about to mute everybody, right? Mute all, and then I'm going to go, don't allow participants to unmute themselves. So now everybody, I'm going to put people back on mute real quick. Mute, just for this session. And so, Garfield, I'm asking you to unmute and lay out what your guys are about to discuss. And then you can speak until you're done, and then we'll hear from Ankoma.
No, he said I'm running from him. I don't know why I would run from a crazy guy.
All right.
But I think it's about Haile Selassie and Ethiopia and whatever the fakeness of whatever he's trying to bring to black folks. But you know me, I'm ready. So whatever he want to talk about, I'm ready right now.
All right, I'm gonna mute you so we don't get the back and we're gonna keep it clean. Ankoma, if you don't mind laying out your contention.
All right. Well, great. I'm glad I'm getting to do this right now because every time I come on Garfield channel, he always try to block me and mute me and things like that, right? Garfield is a kind of insidious character in this internet community. He basically have nothing constructive to say. And on top of that, he's basically like to spread a lot of lies, slander, and things like that. When you challenge him upon the strippiness he'll be saying, he always want to resort to either trying to get disrespectful or cutting you off for these kind of things. So it have me personally listening to the conversations a couple years, many years. It have many erroneous things Garfield is be saying constantly. One of them, the last one where he always like to say that Emperor Menelik claimed that he's part of the Caucasian race and all of these things. But for somebody who like to do research, he wouldn't even check to see where's the source of that claim on none of these things, you know. I dislike Garfield completely. I find he's a piece of shit. And basically, yeah, like his scholarship is very sloppy. And yeah, I don't rate it at all. And you know what I mean? Anything where you want to me and you have plenty contentions, but you would like to stay still to be accountable or to be responsible for the things where you just say on the internet and whatnot, you know. So yeah, like right now, I'd like to just show proof that Emperor Menelik say he's a Caucasian. Show the proof of that, and then I gonna show you the refutation of that claim.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna mute you and Garfield. You muted yourself. Garfield, you got the floor.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about Menelik right now. I'm not home. I'm actually where I'm at. I can't pull out my information where I actually show it on the screen. So I don't want to talk about that right now. What I want to talk about is the fake nonsense that you're perpetrating on this community. First of all, you're wearing locks because you claim and being a fake Rasta, claiming that Haile Selassie, this high person who comes from descent from Solomon, he's fake. His whole shit is fake. And the fact of the matter is you're perpetrating a fake religion on top of it. That's what you're following. You follow the Bible, and there's no connection between Haile Selassie and the Solomon dynasty. It's something that was perpetrated, a fraud by the Kebra Nagas. Before that, nobody's claiming their Solomon dynasty. King Izana don't claim it. King Izana and the Oxamites were claiming they come from Merlin and Astar. That's what you need to talk about, how fake being a Rasta is, and that you're perpetrating a fake lifestyle on the community. You can't challenge my scholarship. So you want to get with petty. Oh, Emperor Menelik never said this. Menelik never said that. And this and that. I'm not even going to go back and forth with you about foolishness. What I want to deal with is how fake being a fake Ethiopia is as a country. It's not even Ethiopia. It wasn't called that. It was called that by outsiders. It's just like the slave master calling us the N-word. So you want to be an Ethiopian and follow up with Ethiopian, perpetrate like you're smart. You are the most dumbest dude that's on the internet, wearing locks, perpetrating a fraud, trying to be a Jamaican, and that's what it is. And I don't care if your father or mother is from Jamaica. You ain't no damn Jamaican, all right? You have nothing to do with the Rasta movement at all. And everybody who follows it and wear locks, Haile Selassie didn't even have locks. That's how fake you are. You wear locks because you want to follow a movement that has done nothing. What has it done? It was actually started in Chicago here in America. Leonard Howell admitted it. So it's something that's made in America, and the Jamaicans stole it as courtesy of Leonard Howell. And then now you go back to Jamaica and start a movement, and then now you want to follow it, growing up in Trinidad, and act like you know anything. You are fake. Ethiopians are fake. Rastafarians are fake. and everything about it is fake. And I yield. That's what I want to debate. I want to debate how fake your shit is. That's what I want to debate.
All right, it seemed like y'all went through a round. If you respond back to what he say, Uncommon, you feel free to do whatever you want. Say what you want for your time. But if it keep going, like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll try to rephrase it. He's saying that tradition is inauthentic. It isn't authentic. And so if you want to respond to that, instead of, because it'll go down, it could get ugly. And then I'll open up both of y'all mics, but this is working good for the people. Shout out to you, Uncoma. You have the floor as long as you want it.
All right. Well, for the record, I just stated I wanted to debate him upon a particular piece of erroneous information. He's keep parroting, and he basically he claiming he unprepared to do it, and he not buy computer and whatever not, right? Then he responded and saying that everything is fake. Me personally, I'm a fake Jamaican. Selassie is a fake human being. Ethiopia is a fake country. This is the kind of foolish, immature rhetoric that Garfield is carrying on with right through. And it's only a certain kind of low intellect people as even qualify what he's saying, like if it had any value at all, you know. A Garfield, literally, you don't hold no weight. I tell you, let me debate the legacy of Haile Selassie. No, you don't want to debate that, blah. You have no point, brother. You foolish little biblical thing. Kush is not Ethiopia, If you would even read the Blue Letter Bible, you'd read the notes properly, you'd see how they did is be refuting what the point you trying to build is be refuting it right there in your own sources. You know what I mean? Basically, Garfield is a slacker and an idiot, right? And I come on your channel all the time trying to oppose you. You know you don't want it. Look at here now, I now bring up a specific topic. You don't want it. You understand? Or you want to say, you do all kind of foolish things. So like if there's some tips to be like, I don't know where you think it is, brother. But basically, I identified this fella. He just do a lot of clickbait, and he's just like to try to make himself some kind of spectacle or something. And when I pull your card, he's basically run and you have nothing to say. You understand? Like I hear right now, if you want to talk about Selassie, whoever it is, I willing and ready to do it. But pull up and say directly that he was making false claims about Emperor Menelik, saying he's a Caucasian. What about the Pan-African identity of the Ethiopian and the Pan-African consciousness? Garfield is a very irresponsible person because he pretend that he wants to talk about topics, but he have no sincerity towards the information. He's really just a naysayer, a slanderer, and all of the above, you know. So I look at there on the panel. You come on the panel saying you want to talk. I bring up why you want to talk, but you don't want to talk about that something. You know what I mean? I even like this muted thing. But as you can see, I tell you, man, I challenge you many times. You don't seem like you had nothing.
Okay, so I'm gonna let now everybody go back to open their mouth because I feel like y'all just venting and that's cool too. But as far as the information is concerned, I don't see no contentions in sources and stuff. So we just gonna shout out to y'all. I'm glad, and then anybody can unmute their mic and say what they gotta say at this point, and we chilling.
But Smash, he actually went first. I was supposed to respond to him.
I'm sorry. So let's let Garfield respond, and then y'all open your mics. Go ahead.
All right. So now the topic that he wants to discuss, he says he wants to discuss if Menelik is Caucasian. What is in that topic that is so difficult to discuss that we should discuss? Why don't we discuss how fake Haile Selassie is? How the whole Solomonic dynasty of Ethiopia is wrong? Why don't we discuss why Ethiopia is called Ethiopia? Why don't we talk about what you just talked about, that Ethiopia is really Kush? And Kush is really Kish in Samaria, and it was mistranslated by the people who are writing it. That there's nothing wrong with what I said with the Blue Letter Bible. There's nothing wrong with agreeing with scholars who have said what I'm saying. Oh, you're mad because you want Kush to be where Ethiopia is. The
No, I
truth of the
told you
matter
that if
is,
you read the
look
blue
at that,
letter,
look at that, look at that, look at
yeah,
that.
yeah,
You got to
it's
hold
that
on,
it's
brother.
that
You can't
time.
interrupt. You can't
No, it's
interrupt.
interruption time. You
No,
see, I could mute. You see, I
it's
could
not
mute my. You see, I
interruption.
could
It's not
unmute my mic and
smash,
talk
smash,
freely.
smash,
Now, don't call
smash,
for smash, brother. Don't call for
smash.
smash.
You gotta wait. You gotta
It's
wait
dread
until
you're
I'm
dealing
finished.
with.
It's my
Wait,
it's
well,
my
well,
turn.
well, Dred, to be fair, he's saying that you got one more uninterrupted round than him. And so I kind
And
of caught.
I telling you, he only like to fight when he next puts
But
Oh
y'all about to
man,
y'all
look at
about to
look
get
at
to do that next. I'm saying though, I need to let it be fair. You got to talk twice uninterrupted. He only got to talk once uninterrupted. So if you don't mind, you get them bars off in like the next 2 minutes. Trust me. I'm gonna put it back on the old thing because I did it prematurely. Go ahead, Garfield.
Yeah, thank you for that smash and keeping the order. And he hasn't said anything since he came on. Nothing. What has he said? What has he said? He said Kush is not Kish. Really? Oh, so you want the four rivers to be attached to Ethiopia? What about the Euphrates and the Tigris? That's between Mesopotamia. That's where the name got it from. Between the two rivers, the Nile River is not attached to those rivers. So the Garden of Eden cannot be in Africa. This is what it's really about. The Garden of Eden being in Africa, which has been falsely taught in this community for over 100 years, 150 years, actually. So that's what it's really about. They want everything to be attached to a location with a name, and that's what it is. Ethiopia is not the Ethiopia of the Bible. Ethiopia actually was never in the Bible. The word was Cush. When the Septuagint was written, they translated the word Cush to Ethiopia. Izana now takes on the name Ethiopia after fighting with the people who he called the Ethiopians. So you see, these are the games that these liars want to perpetrate, and I'm knocking them down. So when I wrote the chapter in my book called Ethiopia is Not Ethiopia, even my family members stopped talking to me. I have family members that moved to Ethiopia, but the truth is truth. It's Nubia. They're talking mainly about Nubia in the Bible. And then now the Bible is being misused about Selassie and all this nonsense. I am saying Selassie is not attached to Solomon, and it's proven by the records from the Aksumite Empire, where they trace their roots to Maren and Astar. He can't discount none of what I'm saying. So he wants to dispute trivial things to keep his belief alive. Menelik never said that about Caucasian. So what? Let's debate Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie tried to sell people to Mussolini. He did. It's on record. Whether you don't want to believe the white man or not because he's white, the fact of the matter is he tried to sell other Ethiopians for his own purpose, to be a puppet king. He wanted to be a puppet king for the white man. So for you now, and how African Americans were treated in Ethiopia by the Ethiopians, I don't think you have the nerve to come and bring up Selassie like he's some highly touted guy, like he's great. He ain't great. When the Italians came in, he ran from his own country. Where was he standing firm, like a Taharka or a Tamanti? Where was he standing firm like the real Rastas in the past? He was the fake out there trying to be what he's not. He was willing to sell parts of Eritrea to keep his leadership and be a puppet king and have 6 people installed by the Italians. He is no noble man. I'm not saying he never did any good, but let's talk about what he really did behind the scenes. And I yield.
Okay, now we in the interruption session. Anybody can say, allow participants, anybody. Come on, we back to the regular.
All right, cool. First thing first, the things what Garfield now lay out there is what it is called false premise, right? He's saying that how the Rastafari faith need Selassie to derive from Solomon, and they need the Ethiopia, what mentioned in the Old Testament, to be referring to the modern day country Ethiopia. All of these things is basically straw man. This is a straw man that Garfield have created to try to attack them and then seem like if he has some kind of command of the information, some kind of proficiency or something, right? All that foolishness about God in Eden and it need to be in Ethiopia. All these are the kind of things that people beholden to the Bible, such as Garfield himself. He's an ex-pastor, and that is his whole Garfield trying to present himself to all you like a expert in biblical studies. Meanwhile, he just going through a crisis of faith because he was a pastor trying to study to be a Christian pastor and come across a couple of things and it shake up his faith foundation. So now he think he have to go on a crusade against what he consider faith communities. He come against the Hebrew Israelites, and because he have some Jamaican heritage, he think he's authority on Rastafari information. And I don't always be telling you that your information about Rastafari and Ethiopia is superficial, right? And due to your negative psychology, the only information he could seem to discover about Ethiopia is something that he could use in some kind of antagonistic attack against.
Let's say that is true.
Rastafarians.
Is Ethiopia the original name of the area? Is Ethiopia the original name made by the folks that live there? Did they name that place Ethiopia? I'm asking a simple question.
All
you
right,
said you're ready for my scholarship and it's trivial, so why don't you answer the question? You say I don't know about Ethiopians.
Listen,
Ethiopians are not
rhetoric,
Ethiopians. I'm asking. You can't answer the question. Why are you running? Why are you running?
I'm not running.
Why are you running? Was Ethiopia the name of the area? Was Ethiopia the name by the indigenous people?
Right?
I'm not being quiet. I'm not being quiet. I want to know if Ethiopia. I want to know if Ethiopia is the name of the place. No, it's not a fool. It's a simple question. It's a simple question. It's a simple. It's a simple question.
Honestly, Uncoma, it seems like you avoiding the question, really, because you're saying you like him to be quiet. That's like you. I'm just saying real quick.
Let me show you.
You starting to say what you say without real quick, good brother. All right, I'll let you speak. What you need to say.
That's what I'm showing you. The questions that he asking, framing the conversation in a certain direction, which is not the direction of what I even talking about. So Garfield think that was
I'm just asking. I'm asking a simple question. Just answer the question. Is Ethiopia the name of the area that's called today? Was it named that by the indigenous people? That's all I'm asking. It's a simple question.
Well, we could. No, you know, ask three questions.
You're bumbling. It's the same. It's the same question. It's the same. It's the same
be quiet,
question.
Brother. Be quiet.
It's the same question. You're not your child.
Let him respond, though, please. You gotta let him respond.
But he's mumbling and bumbling. He's mumbling and bumbling.
Nobody in bumbling. You keep interrupting.
Mumbling and bumbling and stuttering.
Okay, be quiet. Then you start to laugh over the mic. Hey, what happened? Ethiopia, if you want, it's a multi-layered thing. Because if you want to say Ethiopia, yes, we could say Ethiopia was known to the ancient Greeks and them as below Aswan, all the land are below there. And if you want to be
so the white man named it. So the white man named it.
You see these kind of, the white man. But then
I'm just trying to figure it out.
You talking about the white man now, but when you had the white man,
I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just figuring.
You talk like a effeminate, docile.
Hold on, we started to not go nowhere. So let's land our planes on the subject. Let's hear our closing words on the subject. Uncoma, if you got the floor, then Garfield.
How we gonna reach closing words? We even get to the
I'm just saying, say what you want to say, whatever you want to say about it, so we can get it off our chest. Go ahead.
All right. Well, if you're asking about Ethiopia. The place where Ethiopia is now would be considered Ethiopia by the ancient Greeks as well, because them call all were below the first cataract, they call it Ethiopia. So they're from the start, that's a kind of non sequitur. I have no point in trying to delineate, especially that Sudan is Ethiopia. Then there's also say one of his talking points is that Izana conquered the area of Meru, where they call Ethiopia, and then they absorb the identity of that previous nation, right? And to even bear fruit to that, you would see even in Selassie King's list, you would see kings and rulers from Nubia and Egypt, and so added into the king's list, right? So that's showing now that the cultural heritage from Nubia was basically, the modern day Ethiopia is the inheritor of the Nile Valley culture, right? And that borne out by the symbols, funerary traditions, calendar system, many things is point and show you that, right? That within the continuity. So modern day Ethiopia, they still have certain psychology and certain cultural ways and symbols from the ancient Nile Valley culture.
Word up.
All right, let me respond to that foolishness right now. First of all, the Haile Selassie's kings list is fake. He has Doja and kings of Egypt 1,000 to sometimes 2,000 years before they even existed. So if we know it's foolishness because he has Nimrod on it, who is a great-great-grandfather of Ham in the Bible. So what Selassie did was cook up a king's list in the 1900s and then gave it to this white man to get justification of how his kingship and where his lineage comes from. They made it up. There was no king's list prior to Menelik with names before Menelik, before Haile Selassie. And we have king's list from Robert Bruce and others that can verify a lot of things in the king's list in the AD era. In the BC era, he takes people from Kush, which is Nubia, and take people from somewhere else and makes up names and add them on to this list to create this long king's list that goes back to 4,400 BC. It's total garbage, absolute garbage. Now, as far as Ethiopia having the name, the white man gave it his name. Why don't you think about how effeminate Selassie was when he was hiding under the bed in England, when his people was dying under the Italians' feet, when he was begging to go back to Ethiopia and sell the people of Eritrea and the land that they're on to gain back the kingship. He was very effeminate at that time. He was also effeminate to the point where if he was, I'm not even going to go there right now, but I have some stuff about Haile Selassie and his personal life. I'm going to do a whole show on it. So I won't have to worry about getting cut off. If you want to know about effeminate, talk about Haile Selassie running when he was under war. He ran from his people and ran to the England, to the white man. Why did he run to why didn't he run to the African Americans who was armed enough to fight for him? ADOS and FBA was lining up to help this guy, and he shunned them when he came to Harlem. He didn't even want to come around black people. That's why him and Garvey fell out. So Garvey was lying. You don't have to worry about Garfield hating on Selassie. Now, what about Garvey? Was Garvey a hater? Mr. Pan-African himself, was he a hater? So don't come to me with Haile Selassie because he is one of the biggest coons in the history of the world. Kissing the queen's ass, kissing the queen and the prince's ass while he was in England begging to be king back. Please let me be king of Ethiopia. He was begging. That's the effeminacy you need to talk about. Don't worry about my effeminacy. Worry about that part. Don't worry about Garfield.
Your effeminacy.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, my brother. Let me finish.
My brother, Garfield.
Let me finish. I'll be all of that. I'll be all of that. I don't care. I'll be all of that. So let me
wrap it up.
I'm not.
Hold on. Because go on finish so we can keep it popping on something else. Go ahead, y'all. I ain't stop. I'm just saying. Y'all said y'all was about to finish.
No,
y'all finished.
I'm gonna say this carefully to everybody that's watching. Ethiopia, that's Ethiopia today, got a demonym. This is the consensus of scholarship today. Izana was the one that took the name Ethiopia on. I think it's because the fact that he became a Bible believer, he became a Christian. How come you're not worried about him being Christian, but you're worried about me being an ex-Christian?
That's what I'm showing
right?
you.
How come you're not worried about
what
that,
you
right?
think.
Bro, let me,
this is why you don't want to take me no debate because you just all you have is opinions.
Hold on. I'm here right
like
now, and you had nothing. Hold on. I'm here right now, and you had nothing. You had nothing. In my Al Pacino voice. In my Al Capone voice. You got nothing.
You're using your stale tactics of trying
you got nothing. I can't even finish talking and you interrupted.
Your questions. No, brother.
Hey, your father never said when you throw stone at pig pen, no one must get licked. Your father never tell you that. Your father never tell you that. Your father never tell you that.
From nowhere,
your father never tell you that.
You're right.
I don't know. I don't know sissy niggas. I don't know. I don't know. Suck your mother, boy. Suck your mother. Suck your mother.
Hold up, man. I got it. I need to learn how to stop it.
I'll be disrespectful too. Go suck your mother.
Suck your mother. Cut it out,
shit out your mouth.
Shut it.
All right, I just muted everybody, but y'all can unmute. But at least you should think about it. Don't
you
come
can't.
back.
You need a visa first.
God.
You need a visa.
You gotta
first,
think
right?
about it
you
when
you
you
get a visa to come into the country. You gotta get a visa. You ain't got no visa. You ain't got no visa.
Hold on, we almost lost control, people. We about to
My
get it back
internet,
under control right now.
stop stealing people have internet.
All right, hold
Stop
on.
thief. Stop.
Hold on, man. I had to just stop that because y'all ain't gonna get nothing good from that. And if y'all think about it, y'all gonna be happy that I stopped it. Really, think about it right now. Ain't y'all happy that I stopped that bullshit? Go ahead. What's up, Bobby Banger?
What's up, man? I think Garfield made a great point about the Garden of Eden actually not being in Africa. I think that's very, very important. Divine Suspect and all them, they push that and promote that. But the Bible's clear. Gihon and Pion is not the blue and white Nile. And Tigris Euphrates is in Ethiopia. Those rivers do not connect. And they got satellite imagery systems, right? Ancient riverbeds. We can see it. You can't hide it no more. So if it was actually there, it would have been there. There is no connection between that. And it's clear that the biblical narrative is a story that's actually dealing with what? Mesopotamia, Sumer, in these areas, and an action within the Egyptian civilization, right? Or they so-called proclaimed interaction. African Americans claiming being Hebrew Israelites or Rastafarians will try to make the Garden of Eden, right, in Africa. It's not. And I debate anybody on that subject right there.
All right. Well, what I would like to say is when they're talking about the four rivers in the Garden of Eden, various different commentators had different take on it, right? So even if you was to go in the same blue letter Bible where Garfield is like to pull up, right? You would see that the man said that it could also be interpreted allegorically as representing the human body, and it have various interpretations to those texts, right? And I don't know where you get the notion that the Gihon and the Pishon, many people still hold the Gihon as representing the Nile River, yeah. And if you were to check, there's actually
So why don't you check it? Why don't you check it? You could check it right now.
I already checked that. I tell you to check it because you
What is the Euphrates and what is the Euphrates and the other river?
Garfield, I tell
The
you,
Euphrates River. The Euphrates River. We know where the Euphrates River is.
Yes, we know where the Tigris and
we
the
know
Euphrates
exactly where it is. So why would
Right.
you want it? So how does it attach to the Nile, the Euphrates? Can you break that down to us, please?
Oh, I see
would
what's
like to learn
happening
too,
here.
sir.
Now I finally.
Now listen
I
here. Now
finally see
listen
what's
here.
going
Right.
on.
Now, them same biblical commentators is even posit the
No, you
Pishon.
prove it. Prove it. You prove it. You prove it. Show us how the
Brother,
Euphrates is attached to the Nile. Show
I'm
us.
speaking.
Don't tell me about experts. Tell us about you. We want to hear what you say because you're the
All right,
superior
well,
teacher here. You're the teacher.
Yo, Garfield, shut your blood clot mouth when I'm talking. You understand? Get some discipline into yourself, brother. It's not your channel. You understand? I know.
Go tell that to your mom. Go tell that to your mom.
Oh,
Don't talk to me
man,
like that. Don't talk to your mother.
Garfield,
I was trying to see the argument. Talk to your mother
I
about that.
don't know how to
Talk to
handle
your mama
that.
about that.
About mama,
Talk to your
about
mother
mama.
about that.
Oh,
Talk to your.
see, this is what I ain't gonna let people just be talking about mamas and stuff. God, you can say something more here.
Yo, he talked about my father and my mother.
Both of y'all should not. Both of
He
y'all, not
did
just
that.
you. Both of y'all.
He did that.
Both of
He
y'all.
did that. He did that.
I'm just saying, both of y'all should know that. That's real juvenile.
Yo, your daddy is effeminate. What about your daddy
all
is
right, hold
effeminate?
on, y'all. We
What
about to
that
get it
part?
right. We gonna get it
You
right.
you are a faggot.
Oh man, this is
your daddy talked too much.
I can't get to the mute fast enough.
Father talked too much.
Y'all going crazy.
Your
See,
daddy
hold
talked
on. It's
Your
going
daddy talked
crazy.
too much.
I don't know what just happened. Y'all, we gonna give y'all a cool off period. What's up with Asar M. Kyle? What's up with Chef? I see Pan African Bobby Bang Gullah Geach. Garfield, I accidentally. Hold on, Garfield, I accidentally asked.
Cuss each other out like that before.
That was crazy.
That was definitely some
interesting.
Nah, Garfield, I accidentally.
It was too polite. It was actually polite.
Yeah.
Oh, Ninja Man versus Super Cat in here today. Y'all need to knock it off.
Yeah, I just want to give a disclaimer that none of the views y'all heard were the views of the show. Everybody, these is just people. I don't share none of these views. I'm just watching like y'all. Like, man, when do I stop it? The only difference is I gotta think, when do I stop it? You know what I'm saying?
Suck your mother.
Yeah, I don't like none of that stuff.
What did Garfield say your father talked to? But what?
I don't know.
That
They
his
was.
father was an effeminate.
So this is what I finally realized halfway through it that it was something else to it, because y'all both had the accents going on. You know what I'm saying? So it's more to it than we really know. You feel me?
Do y'all recognize?
Hey, it sound like Shotters. It sound like Shotters in this moment.
Yeah, so,
do y'all recognize what just happened? Though?
Y'all got
what just happened? What just happened?
We don't even understand the
Jamaican tribalism.
It's a bad thing.
That's what that
Jamaican
was.
tribalism. That's what
You're from Kingston. Nah, you're from Montego Bay.
All right, I'm about to let everybody come on. Hey, but if y'all could knock it off, it'd be cool. Just don't even trip. That's how we say that. Don't even trip, bro. Just don't
Hey,
even
Smash,
trip.
did you understand it? I couldn't even understand it, yo. I couldn't even understand if they was throwing slurs. And I'm like, when I get mad, if you say my father talk too much, let me see. I'm not sure.
They was going old school, super cat versus
they went to the
So, but look, this is why your boy, the King of Kush, cut, because when he seen this pop on the screen, he knew it was dead in the water, right?
All right, let's
Because
see what you got.
this say exactly what his source has said: to go, to set out, to proceed. But it's under the word for, just like we said, it's under the word for the homie who we ain't seen in about a year, Uja. It don't got the ooh on there, but it got Uja. So I used to laugh when you used to always call him Uja and never put the final ooh on it. You'd be the one that would call him this name that's on the screen, Uja. You'd be like Uja. But the dude who just was in here kept on arguing that this was some Wadu word, because of, we can see now, the transliteration betrayed the scholar who didn't understand it. He thought this small d should be read as a small d. I don't know why he didn't even look at this mark under it to understand that this is an indication of something other than a d.
Wow.
And so he went into this and made this Wadu and didn't even read this A. Why is it Wadu on his thing? It don't even say Wada. So that's why the King of Kush got up out of here. But I know why he even came in, because it got kind of funky yesterday. He felt kind of froggish, and he leaped, and then he got up out of here. Shout out to you, King of Kush.
Oh, man. Better let you kill them at the end.
Hey, Brother can I ask Brother a question?
What's up, Garfield?
I noticed when you talked about the Garden of Eden, it kind of dead the whole conversation. You see, everything is based on the biblical text. And Garfield just happens to be the guy that knows so much about the text, but I'm no expert, I'm nothing, but I know a lot about the text. But the issue is, if you believe the text and you hear Garfield, you're going to have gripes with Garfield. You're definitely going to have gripes. Yeah. You see Elder Yara is in the chat. Blah, blah, blah,
that's the question. That's the question.
You know, but I do want to ask you, I do want to ask you though, why would they say the Garden of Eden is connected to the Nile Valley, right? Egypt or Ethiopia?
I can tell you why.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead, my brother.
Because early in the game, the Black Owls, yo, they wanted to be everything at all times. They wanted to be the Native Americans. They wanted to be the Hebrews. They wanted to be the Egyptians. They wanted to be every damn body. Ain't no room for nobody else. So you got to connect everything together, yo. That's why.
All right. Well, I want to say that's a misrepresentation of even the origin of that thought, because it had nothing to do with Blackology. It's the biblical studies people and things that brought forward those notions since the 1800s. Since a long time, they've been considering that the Gihon is the Nile River. It had nothing to do with trying to be a Pan-Africanist or needing it to be.
I didn't say
I agree with him. Hold on. I agree with him, right? And that's because, like, I think in the book of Genesis, it says that one of the rivers.
You agree with what?
You
agree with what?
Hold on.
I want to hear exactly what you agree with.
I'm trying to tell you, what the hell?
I know what you agree with him with.
When he's saying that
the Black Owls just said it. Now, I didn't say the time period on the Black Owls. You could have been white and been a Black Owl.
No. I don't know what it was when they wrote Genesis, but in Genesis, I don't know if they was black, white, or Chinese man.
No, the commentaries. The people who wrote the commentary.
Right. Well, in Genesis, it says that one of the rivers that springs up that connects actually runs through the land of Ethiopia. So
it's all right. Here what happened.
So
let them finish, man.
No. It's cool.
You already spoke. You already spoke, nigga. You already spoke.
Yo, shut your blood clot mouth, Garfield. Be quiet. when bad man attack.
Come on, man, let Chef go. Y'all gotta stop. Let Chef go. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chef.
Garfield. I fed up on you, blood
Yo,
All right, man,
suck
stop,
your
stop,
mother,
stop.
pussy hole.
Yo,
Suck your mother.
when I see
Yo,
you,
you gotta get off the show like that.
Yeah,
You can't be
you keep
cussing
letting the
on the
dog.
man
Yeah,
show
no
like
fucking,
that,
no
You
man.
cussing.
using too much slang
On the
to
man
make
show
your
like
Come on,
mind,
that.
man.
Dread, everybody chill. Come on, Dread, we trying to hit. We good, yo, we good. Come on, yo.
All right, all right. So you was saying, Chef Rin talking about
let
it
Chef
in
go, man.
Compasilana, Ethiopia, but he really mean to say Kush, and then
No, he
Garfield trying
on
to
your
say
side,
Kush.
man. We trying to hear what he's saying.
Listen, all right, cool.
We not
The man
listening. We trying to hear him.
All right,
Jesus
all
Christ.
right, I'm wrapping it up because Chef
He
Rin,
on your side. He said he agree with you. You won't let him
it
talk.
don't matter about sides, brother. The man trying to say that it encompasses Ilan Ethiopia. Garfield is saying that the original word is
No,
Kush.
let the
And
man.
then he,
How you know what he's saying, though, Dre?
All right.
He's supposed to have way more
I'll laying
discipline,
out something for him, right? I'll laying out something.
Dre,
So
why
then
you don't let the
Garfield trying
man
to
talk, though?
Chef Rin, I could lay out this or
Chef
you
never
want to
finished, though.
continue?
You really should have let him finish, Coma.
Right. So, I think black people took that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, it was kind
Y'all
of
hear me?
choppy, but we hear you.
Oh, my bad. All right. So I think black people took that, you know what I mean, and took that as, some Bibles say Kush, some Bibles say Ethiopia. You dig what I'm saying? But it actually, said that, and that's where we took it from.
Well, you all what? Let me
I don't
add
think
something,
that
Chef.
we took it.
Chef.
Okay.
You remember Ashra Crazy videos?
Yeah.
When he
I don't
talked
think I
about
never
that.
watched none of his
All right, when
videos.
Ashra Crazy cleared that up and showed that in the footnote, this is Genesis 2:13, I think we're dealing with. Am I wrong? In the footnote of that, he says, they say in the King James Version that this ain't Ethiopia. I mean, that this Kush is a Kush somewhere in between the Tigris and the Euphrates. I can show that right now. Matter of fact, I will. And so
Right, now here what I was saying.
but Chef,
Hold on,
I cut off Chef.
Right,
Let's keep
this
the
is what
order
I was
though.
trying to say,
I
that
cut off
they
Chef
have a
though.
contention
Uncoma, you
whether
still
it's Kush or
man,
Kish,
damn.
right?
I cut off
And-
Chef, bro. I cut off Chef. So let Chef continue. Then you right after that. Go right ahead, please.
I know, but what Chef's point is basically he kind of behind the conversation of where the contention is about the word Kush and if Kush relating to Kush to Ethiopia or some Kish, what Garfield saying the Sumerian Kish or whatever, right? But what I was bringing in is why nobody want to identify where's the land that
Yo,
have
you
Vila.
extra wild, yo.
No,
You
we
extra
asking
wild.
about where the land that have
You
Vila
said
is
the
now.
hell with what Smash was talking about. The hell with everybody. You're a zealot at this point.
Bulldozed. He just bulldozed.
Hold on 1 second.
You're
Then.
zealous.
Hey, Smash. Where's Smash at? Smash. Can you break that down? What Astro Crazy said again.
All
Can you
right,
say
so
that again one more time?
I'm looking right here to see the footnote for when they say Kush in the Bible. So look, right here now you see it say Ethiopia, King James Version, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
right, that's what I was saying.
But watch
that's what I was
this.
saying.
Watch this. Just keep watching real quick.
It's
And
Ethiopia.
you got it. Hold on. I'm about to go to the NIV.
Hey,
just so y'all can
while
trip
he's looking up.
This is some science. Go ahead. Just real quick.
While he's doing that, Chefren, you do know that Ethiopia was never in the actual text.
Right.
The word was never in the text.
There's a next lie. That's another lie. That's
the
another
word
lie.
the word Ethiopia. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me break it down. Let me break it down. Hold on a second, my brother. Hold on. Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet?
Thank you, James.
Yo, listen, Dred, listen. Your obsession with Ethiopia. Your obsession with Ethiopia doesn't allow you to think straight. All right, now watch this. Watch the knowledge. The word Ethiopia was never in the Hebrew Bible, right? And when you see it in the New Testament, they translate Cush as Ethiopia because the queen that was ruling, that they're talking about in Ethiopia in Acts 8, is not where we are.
Somebody got a mute.
Ethiopia is located.
No, here's where you're lying.
So listen.
Listen.
Hold on, man, bro.
What language in New Testament written?
Yo, hold on.
What language in New Testament written?
Y'all gotta stop with this Jamaican shit, yo.
New Testament written in the New Testament written in Greek.
Hold on, we coming to new. I'm about to hit them off the way they need to hear this. Everybody listen for a moment. Now, if I click back real quick, I'm in Genesis 2:3 of the King James Version. right? It says, and the name of the second river is Gihon, and the same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. All right? That's the King James Version. Let me click forward. And now the New International Version says, at the same verse, the name of the second river is Gihon. It winds through the entire land of Cush. So now we see there's a conflict between King James and the New International Version. The new mean they changed it. When we go to A and read the footnote, it clearly says Genesis 2:3, possibly southern Mesopotamia. All right, so I'm going to allow anyone to unmute themselves, but at least we got that information out there. Go ahead.
All right, but what I want to say is now.
What happened to Chef, though, man? Damn.
Do your switch for where's the land of Havilah.
This is just so crazy, yo.
Yeah,
I don't
messing up a
understand why
good
you
show,
keep
yo.
doing this,
Yo, hold on. Why
You
you
messing up
can't
a
let
good
Dre
show,
speak?
yo.
Let Dre speak.
But no, that's
Why
not
you
true
talking
because
over him?
it was Chef's turn, and everybody remembers
people,
Chef
yo.
was the last person
No.
talking. All right, well,
Jesus
I'm going to do
Christ.
it the right way. God,
All right, so look.
we tripping. Yeah,
So
go ahead,
check
Chef.
the move. All right, so you got, it says Ethiopia. Black people ain't have the New International Version back in 1900. So I don't even think it existed, right? So when they say that, it said Ethiopia. Also, right, in the Bible, I think they talk about Cush also to further go into it, right? And they further go into it, it talks about how Cush, right? They talk about the land of Punt and Canaan, right? And it talks about that whole area. So either the Bible is contradicting itself, right? Or now people are going back saying that it really didn't mean the Cush of Africa. You know what I mean? But there's a contradiction there. Because Mizraim is Egypt, right? Punt is in Africa, and Canaan is close to there. So all of these lands are supposedly be the lands of Cush, who was I think a son of Noah or some shit. Am I right?
Yep.
Garfield. So it's talking about all of that land that's jumbled up right there near the Red Sea.
No. Ham is the
You know what I mean?
is the son of Noah. Ham, not Cush. Cush is like the grandson.
Who was Cush?
He's like the grandson.
Yeah, so he was the progenitor of all of those people, of the people of Punt,
it's crazy.
Canaan, Egypt. You know what I mean? All of that was the land of Cush. You dig what I'm saying? Whoever he was. And if the Bible said that the river ran through that part, then what? Like how did black people really get that completely messed up? Because it said Ethiopia and it mentioned the places in Africa. So how did black people mess that up?
I can see how they could mess it up though. I mean, because you at this point in time, you're talking about we wasn't most people wasn't actually studied in African history, and so the ideas and stuff that came about, it was trying to take the Bible because they said you wasn't mentioned in the Bible, so you found this, you found that. But if a basic study of geography and the biblical narrative, you will see that there's actually a story that's encompassed in the Middle East, right?
But why would they say Ethiopia though?
What you mean? Why? Because
if
instead of
Ethiopia,
quiche.
Hold on. It just don't. You can get the quiche and the Kush mixed up. That's linguistics, right? But when it talks about Egypt and
because they had
Canaan,
dealings, because you had dealings with the Cushites.
Oh, cool. I'm cool with that, but it's not black people messing it up though,
I know.
They
No.
said it.
No. Listen, but it was. Listen, at the end of the day, you're responsible for your story, right? And so the narrative is everybody wanted to come from the Bible, dog. You wanted to place in the Bible. These days, it don't matter. 50-50. Right now, you want to be niggas rather be Egyptian than Hebrews. That's what the tide of battle is right now. I'm just simply saying, once you study geography, you'll realize that the whole story itself is a Middle Eastern story, right? And they put themselves in Egypt. There's no record of no Hebrew being in damn Egypt. They have never found that. until later on, Elephantine and all that. Prior to that, bro, you don't got no, I look, I challenge anybody to find an Egyptians talk about the daggone Hebrews, yo. They do all kind of wild, funky stuff to try to put them in there, yo. That's my point. So they never had nothing to do with us. The creation of the world ain't the creation of our world. The Hebrews don't even have geographers. They don't got none of this shit we thinking they got to even know it was the rest of the world anywhere else. Once again, you condensing time, space, and reality, bro. So in reality, they would have never known nothing about America. They wouldn't have never known nothing about anything outside of the Delta. Paul Ramesses is in the Delta. But they wouldn't have known about West Africa, none of that, yo.
Africa. They knew about East. But they knew
about
East
what?
Africa. East Africa was a part of their world. Listen to the places that they mentioned.
I didn't say East Africa.
Egypt.
I didn't say
East Africa. East Africa was a part of their geography.
I didn't say.
I know,
say East
but
Africa.
that's the if the river. I know, but if the geography, we got like if they're talking about Egypt and Punt and the Sudan, then they're talking about East Africa. That was a part of their world. And right, so if they saying that the river, right, ran through Ethiopia, right, and it's a Kush in the land of Ethiopia, how could Black people actually mess that up? They're literally saying it. Now, it might not be true. I'm not saying the biblical narrative is true whatsoever.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's literally saying it. The geography makes sense.
The geography don't make sense, yo. When you look at Gion and Peon, it doesn't make sense. Huh?
No, we know that these people get shit all jumbled up, but they actually describe places in East Africa with a river that runs through it. Can we just ignore that?
But ain't no river ran from Punt to the daggone Mesopotamia. What's the name of the river?
Nah, you messed that up. But you messed that up.
Right.
You messed that up, Chef. Because they didn't really describe
no
place
I know
in
there's no river that do.
They didn't describe no place in Africa. They said what they described.
Read it again.
Look, they said what they described was in Ethiopia. So then when they changed it from Ethiopia to Kush, it reads that what they described is now in Kush. You see what I mean? They didn't say nothing about giraffes or nothing that would indicate Africa, but the word Ethiopia.
Yep.
Now, Rob, is the only person I don't know coming in here name is Rob. I'm about to have my hand on the trigger. I know you about to show yourself. Well, people be doing stuff like Garfield, what's up? You got to come off mute.
I'm just saying Black people ain't messed that up.
Garfield, you got to come off mute.
The Bible messed that up.
You can't come off mute? Oh, hold on. Let me fix it. Allow person. Oh, I didn't know it was like that for that long. Yeah, everybody could come off mute.
Hey, let me get those 2 minutes just to clear up some stuff, right? Yeah. Now, first and foremost, again, I made the statement that Ethiopia was not in the Bible. Bear in mind, we're talking about the Hebrew Bible. When the Bible was written in Hebrew, there's no word Ethiopia. And what happened is, to piggyback on what Chef is saying, they used to use a scripture in I think in Zechariah, where it talks about something about Ethiopia. So as Black folks, we always taught in the 1800s, we were Egyptians or Ethiopians. Those are two of the cultures that we attached to in the 1800s a lot, right? As Black folks here in America. I'm talking about here in America. Now, as far as Ethiopia, the term, when Smash read the King James version, he should have read the Hebrew version, because the Hebrew version doesn't say Ethiopia. But what it does, though, it messes us up, because we see it goes through Ethiopia. So, of course, everybody at that time in the 1800s would think it's literal Ethiopia. So I agree with Chef with that. But as far as interpretation, they actually mean more than likely Kush, which is northern Sudan, which is Nubia. That's what they actually mean. So that would clear up a lot of stuff of misconceptions of Ethiopia and why we think it's Ethiopia. It has to do with that interpretation. If King James never said Ethiopia, or if Ethiopia was never given that name, it remained as Habesha or Abyssinia, we would have never been having this conversation. We're in love with Ethiopia because the word is translated into the biblical text from the Septuagint. When they wrote that in the 3rd century, that's when they started using the term Ethiopia. And I yield.
So y'all, I'm confused. Hold on, you just said a lot, right? So you're saying that it
Somebody
was
got to
talking
mute up.
about.
Somebody got to mute up. Somebody got to mute up. Somebody got to mute up. Not you, Chef. Somebody's background is loud. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, my brother.
So you saying that it's talking about Northern Sudan?
Yes,
not
that's
the
that's what Kush
Ethiopia
is.
down.
That's yes,
That's
yes.
that's where Kush is.
Yes.
All right. So now, smashing them saying that it's talking about somewhere in Mesopotamia.
No. In the Garden of Eden story, it's actually Kish, the person who. This is what scholars are saying. They're saying that the person mistranslate the word. I would have to show you on a chalkboard when you're writing the Hebrew.
No, now you saying what
mistakenly.
Smash is saying. Yeah, now you
Yes,
saying
yes.
what
For the
But
Garden
I
of
ain't
for the
saying
Garden
that
of
the
Eden.
Bible said that though. I mean,
Yeah,
the Bible
yeah,
footnote. Yeah.
The Garden of Eden, the Garden of Eden story. The Garden of Eden story was actually not written by Greeks, but it was written originally in Hebrew. So if it's written in Hebrew, it got translated into Ethiopian.
Hold on.
Translated.
Hey, hold on. Garfield, I think you did you say that somebody on the panel think that Ethiopia is actually Abyssinia?
Yeah,
huh?
I'm saying that they
No, but I don't think nobody on the panel believe Ethiopia was ancient Abyssinia.
Yes, that person, my number one arch rival. Yes, he does believe that.
Oh, no, he's crazy.
So the Greeks.
Yeah, because if you using the Greek said that Ethiopia was
anything that
south
wasn't
of
Egypt.
anything that was south of Egypt.
Exactly.
Hold on, the Greece. No. It is when you see you got to go into the language now. When it was used as a toponym. Remember how we argue about Kemet and when it's used as a toponym and we talk about what's back and all that stuff that Smash and Asari Motep be doing? What happened is when it's used as a toponym in Ethiopia, the Greeks and the Romans meant it to be majority of the times to be Nubia. Majority, like 99% of the time.
Right, and where do they say Ethiopia starts?
They say Ethiopia for all of that. Yeah, so when it first
south
comes
of
into
Egypt.
play, yeah, they say anything that's not Egypt, damn near in Africa, they call it
No,
Egypt.
that's Herodotus.
Yes.
That's Herodotus. That's not
Greek.
all the Greek.
Right. The Greek,
hold
exactly.
on. In the Hellenistic time period and the Greco-Roman time period, right? They started using it as a toponym for Nubia. They specifically call it.
We're not disagreeing.
Now Herodotus
you
at
just said they
times,
call everything that's southern of Egypt.
No, that's wrong. You can't say that.
Okay, you just
can't
said
say
they
that.
call Nubia, which is south of Ethiopia.
No, they call
Egypt.
What is a
Ethiopia.
toponym?
I don't even know what y'all arguing now.
What is a toponym?
A toponym is a location and a place that's named after something that happens
No. The
in that
toponym
location.
is used.
No,
all right.
that's
Ethiopia.
what it is.
All right. Ethiopia is used as a toponym for where Nubia is. Majority of the times by the Greco-Roman sources.
Places, including
That's
Ethiopia itself.
I'm not. No, I don't. You can't prove that. You cannot prove that.
I can prove that. What you mean?
Go ahead and prove it. 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 Go ahead and prove it.
Garfield finna get smashed again.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. As you say in New York lane.
Pan-African James. Listen, Mr. Five Heartbeat.
You notice I'm quiet because I'm not a biblical expert. Only thing I know is it starts around 300. That's all I need to know, that it does not predate anything that we're talking about. So Unc said that we're trying to be Egyptians or either Hebrews. That's not the case. We're trying to start our history where the beginning of history starts at. That's all we're trying to do. So that what we're saying that again. When you say stuff like that, you kind of saying that the smartest people, it's Africans on this planet, by pointing us to this particular history, that they pointed us in the wrong direction. That's how I be taking it. You know what I'm saying? That we're not trying to say that again. Say that again. You said what? We're not trying to say we're Egyptians. We're saying that we're trying to move the goalpost from where Europeans gave us history with the Bible, with all Abrahamic history. They said that that's where history starts with Adam and Eve. We're trying, now that our ancestors went and found real history, We're trying to move the goalpost to where Dr. Clark and the Sheikh and everybody and our ancestors went and looked over the documentation first. We're just a continuation of that. But when y'all start saying stuff like we're trying to be Egyptians, you know, if you're studied that that's not the case. We're just trying to start our history in the right place. I don't see what's wrong with that.
So where does it start at then? Where in the right place? Where does it
History
start?
starts where writing starts. Anything before writing is prehistory. Now answer the question: where is the oldest writing in Africa?
So hold on. So then why
everybody else is using some type of book to start their history?
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question, yo. Why would you do that?
Because that's what everybody else does.
The history of human beings does not start with writing, yo. Written history starts with writing. But the history of humanity of black people does not start with writing.
No, I'm talking about the history.
But who write writing? Is it human beings writing or writings?
So you just being funny. So you just want to fight right now. You don't want to listen to what I'm saying. You just want to have fun, yo. I get it, yo. I'm not gonna let you trigger me.
No one is saying that history does not have a history before writing. But that is
okay. So then it don't start there, then, bro. That's all I'm saying.
That's what you call prehistory,
So that's where you gotta start the people where it starts.
I'm not talking about prehistory. I'm talking about history. And everything that everybody on this panel is arguing about is something that was written.
We was arguing about the Bible, yo. We wasn't even arguing. We were talking about the Bible.
I'm talking about, I'm not saying in that context of a real argument. I'm saying, well, what we're discussing is all written history. No matter how you're shaping this.
All right, so let me put this in here.
That's
true. Do you think, hold on, wait, let me say this. Do you actually think, let's just say with some wild stroke of luck, that African Americans, they direct ancestors don't come from Egypt. So then where does that actually put us at?
So
I know I have a good answer.
People in Great Britain, ancestors
ain't
actually Greek. Hold up.
Nah, why we gotta be different, huh? Why we gotta be
different?
I just asked the question, yo.
I'm answering it. People in Britain and France, their ancestors are not actually Hebrews or
Greeks or Romans.
No, they're not.
But so we know that. So then we know that. So hold on. So then we understand that, right?
Continuity. They use that to cluster together so that they can say use that as their part of history. That's what they do.
I gotta run. I forgot some stuff. I got some business to handle. But I need to thank y'all for making this another good show and helping the channel grow. But I do gotta get up out of here.
Sure.
Garfield, what's up? You live? Well, you just cut instantly. Go live or something, man. So I want to keep it popping. Somebody, one of y'all Ankh or something or whatever. But I gotta get up out of here.
You going live?
Oh, he doing something else.
Let me say these parting words, because before Herodotus, Homer is the one who initially mentioned Ethiopians. And when they refer to any part of southern Sudan, Nubia in particular, when you go to the etymology of the word, which is a Greek word for face, Perseus Project, if you're not familiar, they use the term Ethiopia or Ethiopians. They used it for Atlas, they used it for Merowe, they used it for Thebes, they used it for Sinai, they even used it for parts of Asia, and that was the term. Done? Done.
Word up. Thank y'all. Peace. I'm about to close it down. I gotta run. I forgot. I got business to handle.
Hey, Smash, I'm gonna strike it up. I'm gonna finish the convo.
Yeah, all right. I'm about to watch.
Right,
I'm about to log in right
Get
now.
that.
What's the name of the channel so people watching can know? Where you gonna fire it up at?
I'm gonna be on the Pseudo Killers.
We about to fire it up on the Pseudo Killers, y'all. All right, peace. All right, I'm out of here. That was a good build. I want to thank y'all and thank everybody who keep making this a wonderful show, contributing to the Smash Rockwell show. I just call it that when I feel like it might get greasy. But when it's Magi in the mornings, it's always studies. Thank y'all for the cash apps. Let me see. Thank you, T Dokes, for the cash app, and thanks for the contributions through the super chat. It's all love. I'm up out of here, and I'm on my way to handle some business. Peace.